He woke up with the smell of blood. The pain was piercing. His ears were buzzing. His head was also hurting. And his bare chest was stuck to the carpet of the new apartment that his parents had just moved a week ago. "Dad, Mom," he shouted, blood dripping from his mouth onto the carpet. One arm was pressed under his body and he couldn't move, and the side of his stomach seemed to be pierced by something. It hurt a lot. It really hurt. He called his parents again, but his voice sounded very strange, as if it was not his own. On the surrounding floor, glass shards flashed in the orange light of the night light. There was wind in the room, and the windows must have been broken, but he couldn't see them. He turned his head hard and saw Wummy the fat bear lying next to him smiling, half covered by the quilt that had fallen from the edge of the bed. He sniffed and grabbed Wummy's ear with his good hand, and the building under his feet suddenly shook, and the fire alarm screeched. Suddenly there was a muffled noise. The boy's ears hurt terribly. The surroundings seemed to explode. Someone broke the outer wall of his bedroom. The ceiling collapsed, and concrete blocks flew in like cannonballs. The boy pressed his face to the ground, unable to see anything, only felt a small gravel hit his back, and then a mattress pressed down. The piercing pain spread throughout his body, and every muscle was throbbing. He screamed with all his might, and all he could do was respond to his own rapid panting and endless high-frequency hum. Another heavy object hit the mattress, and all the air in his lungs was squeezed out, and he couldn't breathe. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Help. Death hurts so much. It's so dark." He misses his mother. He wants to light. The boy didn't know what was going on. Maybe he fainted. Maybe he was hit on the head. He couldn't remember. He only knew that he was awake and there was light around. A translucent ball wrapped around him, shining like a bubble full of silver stars. He floated in the bubble. His body was so stiff that he couldn't move. He couldn't move his fingers. He couldn't turn his head. Only his brain could turn. And it was half a beat slower than usual. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I can't even blink. But my eyes don't dry." He and the bubble slowly turned in place. Where is this? The room was full of ruins, and he slowly recognized that it was his bedroom, with a big hole in the wall, and he could see a ruin outside, full of smoke, dust, and red and white light. At night it was the light of a fire engine. He thought there was a gas station near their apartment, and he used to love to watch the trucks on the street pass by. "That's so exciting, boy," his dad always said. "But remember to pray for those in need." His father is a pastor, and his mother has just gotten a job as a nurse at the Altonan Healing Home. And the son of the pastor and the nurse should have prayed for everything, which is very important, but he sometimes forgets. God, he was spinning in the bubble. Something big must have happened. "Please protect me, my parents and Wummy. Please bless the firefighters. Don't let them get burned. Please take care of the people the firefighters want to help. Amen." Then he read a few words of good luck in Otonan, and he would say a few, all in English. Some people say it's useless, but the boss says that as long as you are sincere, you will be rewarded. I sincerely pray for good luck. Don't let me be unlucky under the moonlight tonight, and I will share good luck with you tomorrow. He was stiff and couldn't make a gesture, hoping it would be useful. The bubble continued to spin, and the broken world around it slowly became clear. Through the wall of the bedroom, he saw the living room of the apartment. The middle was a mess. The wooden floor was cracked to pieces. The sofa was lying next to the breakfast table. The partition between the kitchen and study was gone. The coffee table was gone. The front door and the surrounding walls were gone, and the hall could be seen through the gap. The emergency lights near the ceiling were shining on the neighbor's door, and dark liquid was splashed on the light-colored walls and shiny brass house numbers. The boy knew that something was wrong. He remembered his fear, but fear was as light as pain, and he was only curious and a little uneasy looking at the disaster in front of him. There were strangers in his room. 2, no, 3, leaning against the wall, right next to the small bookshelf decorated with animal stickers on the day he and his mother moved in. He first noticed their clothes: a woman with brown hair braided like a crown, wearing combat boots and a blue motorcycle jacket with a clear magical light, squatting next to a man with black hair and a stylish beard, wearing a dark blue armored tights, with no magic light on her clothes, but a rune engraved on her chest. They are superheroes, the boy thought. Really superheroes. He was briefly excited, and then quickly calmed down. The man cried and shook his head, staring at his trembling hand, as if it was not his own. The woman reached out to touch him, bit her lip, but the man suddenly dodged. The third stranger lay quietly at their feet, The boy guessed it was a teenager. The lights flashed and he couldn't see clearly. Wearing a black hoodie, his pale face staring at the ceiling. Motionless. Did he freeze like me? No. The man in the hoodie was not in the silver bubble. He was spread out on the carpet, and the boy saw clearly. He was almost torn in half. Fear surged up all of a sudden, and then suddenly disappeared, as if it had been unplugged. The man pointed to the corpse. His face was full of pain. His mouth was wide open, as if he was shouting. But there was no sound in the bubble. The woman also looked at the corpse, her face serious and sad. She reached out and gently closed the dead boy's eyes, then closed them and said something. Maybe she was praying too. Then she stood up, looked up and saw the boy in the bubble. Her eyes met. She was stunned for a moment, a little unhappy, then took a deep breath and walked over quickly, squeezing a big smile on her face. That's a smirk, the boy thought to himself. It's the smile when adults want to lie to you that things aren't so bad. Just like the kind of smile before the doctor gave the injection. The woman stood between him and the corpse, took out a small notebook and marker from her jacket, wrote a few words and held them to him. The handwriting was large and clear. Don't be afraid. We are here to help you. After he finished reading, he wrote another page. My name is Hannah, and my friend is Arjun. The boy was a little disappointed. They actually used their real names, and many superheroes had code names, but not all. Hannah also wrote, I will help you cover the bubble and take you to a safe place. The boy thought to himself, my name is Alden. What is a safe place? Where are my parents? Are they there too? But he couldn't say it. Hannah smiled reluctantly, gave a thumbs up, then bent down to pick up Wummy, unzipped the jacket, carefully tucked the bear in, and then zipped it up so that the bear's smiling face was exposed under his chin, and gave a thumbs up to the bubble. Alden saw Arjun and the dead boy, the superhero covering his face with trembling hands, and then a blood-stained blanket. Alden's own quilt was covered with silver bubbles, and he couldn't see anything. 2 weeks later, Alden was lying in his hospital bed, watching the rain hit the window and flow into a thin stream. Wummy lay next to him, a handheld game console on his lap, and the occasional beep sounded. He frowned and turned it off. The sound was too similar to the high-frequency buzz that had been ringing in his ears after the disaster. Doctors and therapists say the buzz may or may not go away on its own. The game console was given to him by the healing home, and just after his broken arm and wrist were cured, the doctor said to let him play more and exercise the flexibility of the healing limbs. But he mostly used it to divert attention. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But since he was transferred to the children's hospital a few days ago, it has not worked so much. The sense of security of the healing home, ordinary hospitals do not have. And now everything Alden sees is reminding him that things are wrong and he can never go back to the past. He also became the target of gossip by the hospital staff, and he heard someone outside the door saying, "This poor child, his parents died in such a terrible way, and he has not contacted other family members so far. Do you know he saw it? Oh my God. I can't imagine that kind of trauma." They were not malicious. They were sympathetic to him. They were all well-intentioned. But Alden hated this feeling, and no one wanted to tell him the whole truth. Not even the grief counselor who always said to be honest and express his feelings. All he knows is that the house is destroyed. His parents die in a supervillain attack, and the hero hired by Chicago fails to subdue the villain without hurting anyone. Alden didn't understand. How did they die? Why can't he see their bodies? Which villain is it? Why hurt his parents? If someone had told him that it was just a terrible accident, and he didn't understand it at his age, he would definitely smash the game console into their lying face. Just as she was thinking, Nurse Amanda knocked on the door and walked in. She didn't smile, but frowned. With a worried face, "Alden, dear, someone came to see you. If you don't want to see you, it doesn't matter. Who is it?" he asked quickly. Alden had seen several visitors. The teacher came 3 times. Brought a soon recovery greeting card from the 3rd grade class, a few nurses from the healing home, and the children's choir conductor from his father's former church, who had traveled overnight from Nashville with cupcakes and cheese straws. The visitor is also very nice. which can make the room lively and not let him hear his thoughts. Imhana Elbier, dear superhero. Alden froze, and his mind immediately flashed through the dark and dilapidated bedroom of that day. The flickering lights, and the torn corpse. Was it a villain's? This memory is very strange, like someone else's, but it is very detailed and clear. He hadn't seen Hana and Arjun since that day. He was covered in a bubble by a blanket, feeling that a long time had passed. And when the quilt was lifted, he and Hana were sitting in the back seat of the van. And she wrote a lot of notes explaining, you are injured, but you will be fine. My mantra keeps you safe and calm. We are going to healing homes. They will help you. There will be no danger. I will accompany you until you fall asleep. He thought over and over again. Where are my parents? Did you save them too? Now of course he knows. No, you don't have to see her, Nurse Amanda said, thinking that his silence was afraid. She is a superhero and can't force you. I'll tell her you. I want to see her, Alden shouted, almost falling out of bed. So excited. His abs hurt a little, but now it's almost better. He doesn't care. Hana must know something. Maybe she will explain why everything is messed up. Where is she? The nurse stared at him. She's at the registration desk downstairs. Wait for me, honey. She'll be here soon. Oh my God. Hana Elbier whispered, staring at the reflection on the elevator door. I don't think they're going to let me in. Clay, do I have to climb the stairs if this is on the news at 6 o'clock? It will definitely be eye-catching, her friend said coldly through the headphones. I want to see if you can climb up. And you hang on it every time you climb the stone wall in physical education class. I should have come earlier. Hana ignored. I've been waiting for them to find the child's aunt and talk to her for permission. But they can't find it. Which is worse. Hana, it's not your fault that his parents died. It's my fault. It's really not. Stop talking. No, you were going to stabilize a building. In that chaotic situation, fighting a villain with strange abilities. You were not perfect. You had done your best. Arjun also tried his best, but it was not enough. Each of us will make mistakes in our careers. It's that simple. The two were silent for a while. Is he okay? Clay asked hesitantly. Hana closed her eyes. You should look at his expression at that time. Clay, killing civilians has always been Arjun's biggest fear. This time the way he defeated the villain. He will never trust me to do a good job anymore. So why should he trust me, Hana? No one blames you, not even Arjun. Hana shook her head. I promised him, she said softly. I said I would support him, that he could let it go. That's why we formed a team. And that's why we came to Chicago, because we are needed here. But behind her, the lady at the registration desk cleared her throat. You can go up. Miss Elbier, he's in room 3703. Hana turned around and smiled brightly. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Wow, you pretend to be like that. Clay muttered through his headphones. And that's part of the job. At least I can do it well. When the superheroes arrived, Alden was alone in the room. And it took a lot of effort for the nurse to agree to leave them alone. But he could still hear the nurse outside the door whispering rules and dose notes to Hana. His heart was beating fast, excited, nervous, and a little scared. Before the accident, he had only seen the hero once. And when he was in the first grade, the school held a special assembly. And a hero named Dien Yu came to teach everyone how to protect themselves in an emergency. Heroes are people who help, just like firefighters and police. Our abilities look scary, but they won't hurt you. If we give you instructions, we must listen, so that we can protect you. The electric yo-yo ball is very interesting, and pencils and stickers are distributed. Alden never thought that the hero would tear people in half. Finally, Hana walked through the door and interrupted his thoughts. She had a nervous smile on her face, her hands in the pockets of her motorcycle jacket. And now the jacket looked like ordinary clothes, without magic light, and her brown hair was tied in 2 French braids. Hi, Alden, she said. Let me see you. Is that okay? After he nodded, she approached, pulled over the chair next to the bed and sat down, the vinyl chair creaking from her. The two looked at each other for a while. Neither of them blinked. And then Hana licked her lips. I don't know if you remember me. My name is Hana Elbier, and I am friends with me. I remember, Alden said quickly. How could I forget? Oh, that's good. I thought you'd forget because of the spell. You're awake in the bubble. It's unusual. How do you feel? Did they bandage you? I'm fine. There's been noise in my ears, and they're going to keep me here until I'm sure my stomach is healed. Yes. You were stabbed by a big piece of metal. It flew in through the window. It must hurt. I'm really sorry. It really hurts. He remembers that it hurt terribly before entering the bubble. But that memory was like someone else's. Very clear, but not real. I've never seen that piece of metal, he said. What I have never seen the piece of metal that stabbed me, and I didn't remember to ask until I came here, but no one knew where it went. A strange expression flashed on Hannah's face, and then nodded. I understand. I want to see it too, but they have probably been disposed of. There should be no bloody shrapnel left in the healing home. If you want, I can ask. Confirm. Alden nodded, relieved, talking to Hannah very easily. She didn't treat him as a child. Ask me if I can get it back. Understood. Hannah saluted him. If you're curious about what it is, I've looked closely. It should be a piece of a table saw blade. Saw. She gestured with her finger to a rough triangle. The fragments on your waist are almost this big. Alden thought for a moment and asked, do you want to see my scars? What do you want to see? The scars from the table saw. It is purple. Hannah blinked and smiled. Of course I want to. Alden nodded. And the doctors and nurses said that his scars were cool and that it was good to be recognized by superheroes. He lifted his hospital pajamas, revealing a long, raised scar on his left side, dark purple, diagonally down from his lower ribs. Hannah also praised for a long time. Cool scars are like superhero collectibles. This is great. It doesn't hurt much now. That's good, Hannah said. They called on a professional therapist to bandage you because it's a superpower-related accident. Usually you're discharged from the hospital a long time ago, but with this injury, the healing body can suddenly repeat. And although it's rare, but you have a strange reaction to my bubble spell, and they take extra care. Is it that silver bubble spell? Hannah nodded. I'm sorry, she said. Usually when I put living people in bubbles, they lose consciousness. And if I had known you were awake, I would never have let you see it. That. Alden's face sank. Yes, he had important questions for her, and she probably wouldn't be here for long. Is that villain the one who killed my parents? He asked. That. The one in my room? Yes. Hannah sat up straight and crossed her hands on her knees. It's the bad guy. Didn't anyone tell you? Alden lay back on the pillow and clutched the blanket tightly. No. No one gave me the real answer. They just said some nice nonsense. It didn't mean anything. He heard Hannah take a deep breath, paused and said, it's not fair to you, but maybe they don't know the whole truth. Ordinary people probably only know a little bit of the surface now. It's all gossip, not much truth. If you think I can answer your question, not necessarily today, when you are discharged from the hospital. Or, why did that villain kill my parents? Alden asked immediately, twisting the blanket in his hand. Is he trying to rob us, or do you have a grudge against them? Why? He kept thinking over and over again. If there was a reason for this terrible thing, maybe everything would make sense. Hannah swallowed his uckless. Do you know what that means? Unique. Alden's favorite heroes are U-rank. They are not necessarily stronger, but they have special abilities that ordinary classes in the Altena system do not have. Yes, as far as we know, he was summoned by the system only a few months ago, acquired a Uckless class and the first skills. He did not register according to the regulations and did not move to the hero zone, but used his abilities to harm civilians. This is familiar to Alden. Most of the supervillains in movies and TV series are people who refuse to follow the rules and abuse their power, and he never thought that it would really happen in reality. Hannah sighed. His ability is unprecedented. Strong and deadly. What ability this? It's really scary. Are you sure you want to know the details? Alden nodded. Well, says the superhero, is the ability to transfer powers that take power and vitality away from the target, maybe something else, and transfer it to himself. So the more people he hurts, the stronger he becomes. They had a morning Halloween party at a club a few blocks away from your apartment, and he went there, started sucking people's energy, and it took a long time for him to be discovered. It was noisy and crowded, and he mixed in with the crowd and killed several people until someone found out something was wrong and called the police. She moved in her chair, which creaked again. The other heroes in Chicago are busy, and the dispatcher didn't realize how dangerous the situation was. So they only sent me and Arjun. When we arrived at the club, the situation was already bad. The villain's power would nourish itself. The more people he killed, the stronger he became, the faster he became. And by the time we arrived, he was as fast as an agile hero, which was not good for us, because neither Arjun nor I had the ability to deal with super speed. She was silent. Alden looked over and found that she was staring into the distance. Her lips pursed tightly. He didn't want her to stop. He wanted to know everything. What level of psychic are you? He asked, feeling a little proud. and remembered the name of the person selected by the system. What are you capable of? She shook her head and looked at him. I'm a claims adjuster. A level, and this information may not be very useful because there are many types of adjusters, and I focus on stabilizing and freezing isolated fragments of reality. Seeing his dazed face, she shrugged apologetically. It's a bit complicated indeed. You just want the bubble you've been in. That's a spell I only learned recently. It can create a space where everything in it doesn't change. I don't think it's stopping time. I've asked others, but they haven't given me a clear answer. But that's pretty much what it means. So you were badly injured and wrapped in bubbles, and the blood stopped, and your brain should have stopped working. But magic is sometimes so strange. It didn't hurt then, Alden said, and I couldn't move, nor could I be as excited or scared as I usually was. I'm very happy. I'm going to study this spell again to figure out what's going on. I thought you would be afraid of being trapped inside. Alden never thought that superheroes might not understand their own abilities. So how could they perform magic without understanding the principles? In short, said Hannah, we must stop him. They all call him Corpse Sucker now. We want to slow him down with spells and get Arjun to catch him. Arjun is an S-class brute forcer who focuses on physical strength. S-class is very powerful. Even if that guy sucks his energy, he can subdue him. But I was too slow to aim and cast spells, and my spells were not invisible. So when I set a trap, he dodged it all at once. She sounded frustrated. He ran out of the club. We chased him down the street. He was faster than us, but he always stopped and hurt people, and we could barely keep up. I told Arjun that we had to lead him to an enclosed space, where no one was around, and if he was running at full speed in the open area, we wouldn't be able to catch up. And novices were generally not used to using super speed in small spaces. But the neighborhood is full of residential areas, and the first empty building we saw was right across from your house. Alden knew that the building was being renovated and was also an apartment after it was built. And he was looking forward to many families with children moving in, and he could send secret messages through the window at night with a flashlight. We managed to chase the villain into the building, Hannah said. Arjun went to fight him, and I stayed outside to block the exit and stabilize the building to prevent it from collapsing and injuring a nearby building. It's hard for Arjun to fight with all his might without breaking everything, and I'm his assistant to help him deal with this so that he doesn't have to be distracted in battle. So, as a battlefield support, my task is to protect bystanders and let Arjun know his choice. She stopped again, was silent for a long time. Alden began to feel uncomfortable. She was very sad. Something must have gone wrong, because the villain should have died in the empty building opposite, but finally died in his bedroom, and his parents died. I was creating a stable area, absorbing the power of Arjun's attacks, but my energy was too dispersed. And the Corpse Sucker also showed some energy skills that we haven't figured out yet. And the pulses he sent out were like explosions, concentrated on my body, directly penetrating my spell, and shrapnel flew out, like the piece of metal that pierced you. She stared at his stomach, as if she could see the scar through her shirt, and continued, I'll just concentrate on narrowing and strengthening the range of the spell, so that nothing can penetrate. But I made a terrible mistake. Arjun suddenly asked me through communication, can the middle of the outer wall of the 7th floor withstand the big explosion? I said yes, but I was too anxious. I counted the windows wrong. I was stable in the middle of the 8th floor, and when he pounced on the Corpse Sucker, the two of them broke through the outer wall of the building together, and inertia took them to your apartment. With tears in her eyes, the buzzing in Alden's ears suddenly became louder, and her lips began to tremble. I'm really sorry, Alden, Hannah said. It's my fault. Don't listen to other people's speculations and rumors. You should know the truth. Arjun did everything right, and he did his best in that bad situation. Your parents died because a teenager thought it was cool to be a supervillain, and I made a stupid and terrible mistake in an emergency. Alden's vision blurred. A violent whimper came up. He wanted to hold back, but he couldn't stop it at all, like he couldn't stop the tide. He began to cry, as sad as when he was told that his parents had died. He couldn't stop. His body ached faintly, and the pillow quickly became wet. Nurse Amanda rushed into the room, and Alden screamed, Get out, don't bother me. The voice was so loud that his throat hurt, and the superhero Hannah Elbier ran out as if she was being attacked, and Nurse Amanda ran over and comforted him in a low voice. But for some reason, in this hot pain, He only felt that this was not what he wanted. As time passed, everything changed. Alden's rebellious Aunt Connie was finally found by the social service agency, and the two formed a new family. They loved each other very much, but they were far from as tacit and reassuring as he and his parents. As the Alden Elementary School teacher kindly said, Aunt Connie's parenting style was unusual. When he was 11, after a baseball game, the coach sat in the lounge area, chewing gum, and got straight to the point. Alden, let me say it bluntly. You have to be an adult in a relationship at such a young age. This is not normal. Your aunt's mind is a little messy, like a group of squirrels running around. Alden frowned, looking down at the small hole made by his shoes in the dirt. He didn't like others to speak ill of his aunt, but it was useless to argue. She will come to pick me up sooner or later. You don't have to wait with me, boy. She left you here and waited until the entertainment department closed. Don't think I didn't hear about it. Alden wondered if he should use his aunt's name and ID number to install an app on his phone and rent an adult-only electric scooter in the city. But maybe this would only prove that the coach was right. So they waited together, and the aunt came, only an hour late, under the pretext of a traffic jam, and 6 pints of melted ice cream in the back seat. It was okay. They poured the ice cream and bought some for dinner, and then a friend from the salon where his aunt worked came to the house with pizza, beer, and deafening music. And the impromptu party became awkward and chaotic, and Alden hid in his room. He put on his favorite headphones, played computer games for a while, and then wrote his homework, which was a simplified history book about how the arrival of galaxies changed the Earth. Nothing new. The Atona people, like on other planets, released systems on Earth, and in exchange for humans to help them when called. Many people agreed, and the first superhumans were born. It was 70 years ago, in the early 60s, and almost everyone thought it was a good deal. And without the Atona people, many people thought that the Earth might not have internet and mobile phones. The Atona are fair when summoning heroes. Sometimes the task is difficult, but always rewards are given. Alden had known this for a long time, and at the end of the assignment, there was a vote in the online textbook, asking the reader if he wanted superpowers. He hesitated for a moment and clicked yes. The screen shows you are the majority. 96% of readers want to have superpowers. You are all brave, and it is important to be a hero. But did you know only 0.07% of people on Earth can obtain the interdimensional warrior contract? Reminder: this is the official name of the system. May be tested, and there are about 7.6 million superhumans, which sounds big, but it means that more than 1.5 billion people who want to have superpowers have no chance at all. Alden thought to himself that many people would be disappointed, and he was a little disappointed. He did a few reading comprehension questions, got a perfect score, and fireworks set off on the screen. At midnight, when the house was still noisy, he gave up sleeping, sneaked into the study to get a cold pizza, returned to his desk, and began his on-and-off hobby investigating accidents that year. In 3 years, everything has become dull, but on such a night, he misses his parents very much, and it is a painful impulse to dig out the truth about their deaths. Superheroes are attractive to most people. Apparently 96% feel so. So there's a lot of relevant information. Alden slowly learned to distinguish between fact and fiction. But fortunately Hannah didn't lie to him in the hospital that day. And what she said became a guide for him to find other clues. Those uglier truths. For example, the photos of the corpse sucker victims, who look more lifeless, distorted and bloody than ordinary corpses. But the only photo of the corpse sucker is very clean. It is a school photo. A pale boy wearing a shirt and tie, smiling. Metahumans usually gain powers between the ages of 15 and 17. When he killed 27 people, he was still in his last year of high school. Most of the deaths occurred in nightclubs. There were a few more before that. The hero killed 3 more during the chase, and was trapped behind the building opposite Alden's house. Either none or 2. Let's see how it counts. Some websites list Alden's parents as victims of corpse suckers, others as bystanders, and one with their names written Richard and Leah Thorne with collateral damage next to it. There are even several anti-human websites that list them as victims of Arjun Thomas and Hannah Elbier as if they were intentional killers. You know, the hero often does this kind of thing when he's not on camera, said a user named WakeUpTherisBacon. The simple way to cover up murder, like oops, Accidents when fighting crime. I've thought about it a long time ago. Look at these idiots. They're definitely hero fans. And the woman is still working in the therapy house. Alden had seen such comments several times, and he couldn't help but go back and read them, even though it made him angry. In the past 3 years, he has had a period of hatred for the heroes messing up the fight with the corpse suckers. But he has never been confused about who is to blame. No, he hated the man named Bacon very much, and knew in his heart that it was strange. But he felt that he hated this person more than he hated the supervillain who ruined his life. He doesn't know my parents. He doesn't know anything. How dare he say that to them? My mother's job is very important, and everyone is proud of her. Healing homes usually have only one healer, either a metahuman or an Atona, plus 1 or 2 apprentices, as well as a few ordinary human nurses who undergo years of additional training and receive special privileges to use certain healing word chains. It meant a lot to his mother to get this job, and their family moved to Chicago. But the man named Bacon and his netizens regarded her as a fool. He stared at the screen until his eyes were wet, and he wanted to tell everyone that Bacon was the fool. But that comment had been posted for more than a year and the post was closed. He pressed his forehead against his desk and began to do breathing exercises taught to him by the school counselor shortly after his parents' death, something he hadn't remembered for months, but he used to use it almost every day, and it didn't take long for him to find a rhythm. After feeling better, he sat up straight, closed the annoying website, turned up the volume on his headphones, and played his Rainstorm playlist, which could logically disperse the remaining tinnitus. But in fact, he mainly wanted to use the sound of rain to drown out Aunt Connie's voice. He lost another website address, which he had recently discovered, the blog of an old man named Groom, who was obsessed with superpowers. In the blog, the Muff talks in detail about the physics of superpowers, the complexity of magic and chaos dynamics, and a whole page of skill lists and attribute theories, and even the unpopular abilities are clearly analyzed. Alden couldn't understand most of it, but he was obsessed with figuring out a post the old man made 3 weeks ago about the body absorber. This absorber has only appeared in public once, and all his skill analysis depends on the situation that night. Alden read it several times, and each time he read it, his thoughts were a little different, as if this post was trying to make room for the thoughts he had buried deep in his heart for a long time. It's not that the Groom has any new news. He doesn't. It's just that when he discusses the ability of the absorber, the points he focuses on are different from what Alden has been paying attention to. The absorber kills people by sucking people, and the name says it all. But the Groom is curious about what the villain is sucking if he only says that he steals the power of his victims like everyone else. It means we don't know what he sucked from those poor people at all. Some say that he strengthens himself by depriving others of their physical abilities, which is clearly wrong. What fascinates me the most is that many psychic enthusiasts overlook the most unusual thing in the body sucker case, the kind he used in the end, which is called an explosive energy burst in the official report. This is completely different from his most frequently discussed speed-up talent. If he only steals other people's lives to improve his physical attributes, it is impossible to produce an energy burst, and he also obtained advanced skills other than the ability to absorb from the system, which is simply unbelievable. I remind my friends that this villain only became Superman a few weeks ago, and the skills with great power are not so easy to obtain. Anyone who wants to get to the bottom of the body sucker's lethal ability will have to start by delving into these eerie explosions. This enters the complex realm of magical chaos, where one person may grab another and take away something more important than muscles and bones. Alden slowly read the beginning, and the rest of the part read more slowly, and the more the Groom went on, the more verbose his tone became. But Alden was particularly concerned about the explosive ability of the absorber and insisted on reading it through. The Groom said that the absorber used 2 explosions in a row. Bang, bang, just 1 second. And the third time was about 90 seconds later. The hero reported that a group of Force-type brute force was present when Mr. Arjun Thomas struck, and there was another bang. The Groom was curious about how the power of the absorber caused the explosion. But Alden was morbidly concerned about the timing of the explosion. Was the first 2 and the third really 90 seconds apart? from the explosion lifting him out of bed, to Arjun and the villain crashing through the wall of his room, and he loses consciousness. Is there really 90 seconds since seeing this post? He has asked himself several times. He glanced at Wormy the bear neatly arranged next to the backpack at the end of the bed. But the smiling wombat couldn't give him an answer at all. Alden closed his eyes and tried to remember, suddenly awakened. Fell to the ground in pain. His ears were buzzing. He screamed and called his parents. Found that his mouth was full of blood. His arm was injured, pierced by shrapnel. He screamed again. Saw broken glass. Reached out to grab Wami. There was wind in the room, and the world suddenly exploded. He thought, maybe it's really only 90 seconds. But isn't this 90 seconds a long time? Alden felt like his mind had changed again, and he had to figure it out. He turned off the computer and lights, picked up his phone and climbed into bed. A cruel and embarrassing move. He found the stopwatch function of the phone, hung his thumb over the start button, carefully hid the phone and hand in the quilt, took a deep breath and pressed the button. As soon as he felt the vibration of his phone, he screamed Aunt Connie. He counted in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds. Help Aunt Connie, Aunt Kong. Suddenly there was a loud noise, like an elephant breaking in, and the swear words of the guests, and like the sound of a pizza box falling to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Aunt Connie rushed into his room. Her hair was messily stuck to her face, and she slammed open the door, which hit the wall with wide eyes. Alden, she shouted, jumped over her backpack and hugged him. Alden, baby, what's wrong? Auntie's reaction was so intense that he almost forgot to press the stop button, muttering in his heart, maybe he didn't have to shout so loudly. I felt like I had a nightmare. Jose and Rhonda from the salon both looked at him from the bedroom door, and his cheeks suddenly became hot. The aunt hugged him back and forth, still tight. It's okay. It's okay. He'll take care of you. Under the quilt. The stopwatch stopped for 8 seconds. It took Alden a long time to convince his aunt that he was fine, and he didn't need her aunt to sleep with him, and to help him drive away monsters like a child. But he was obviously not convinced in place, and the next day after school, the bus dropped him off, and as soon as he entered the room, he smelled like a dumped cart of apple pie, looked around, and quickly found the culprit, a Christmas-themed diffuser, plugged into the wall, glowing a dazzling pink light. He thought to himself, my aunt probably wanted to install a night light for me. He wrinkled his nose and still let the aroma diffuser plug in, as if he was punishing himself for scaring his aunt and lying. He put down his bag and walked to the kitchen. At least a few hours of personal time. He opened what Aunt Connie called the flat stuff shop, 2 oversized drawers filled with flat stuff, indeed takeout menus, recipes, random tarot cards, matchboxes, I voted stickers, old credit cards, brochures, birthday cards, useless school assignments, and more. Alden rummaged through the drawers for things he had seen in drawers before. It was a long time ago, but it didn't matter. These flat things had never been cleaned up. They would only pile up more. After searching for almost 20 minutes, he finally found it, a burgundy pamphlet about the little-known Aftera Sympathy Fund, which was used to care for people injured in transhuman events. Alden opened the booklet with a list of benefits, some of which he had received himself: trauma counseling, the kind of Your Orphan Now scholarship, and even an annual villain victim retreat at a New England campground. He couldn't think of a worse vacation. So when Aunt Connie proposed to apply, he simply refused. Alden was not interested in the booklet itself, but in a note with a phone number and a line of words: if you or Alden need anything, call me H.E. Public spread. Alden stared at the note for a long time, and he hadn't seen Hannah since that day in the hospital. But apparently she had contacted her aunt later, perhaps shortly after the accident, because the note had been buried in a pile of flat things for so long. He had a video session with Arjun Thomas in the therapist's office a few months after the incident. The hero was polite, but the whole process was particularly awkward. By then, Alden had pieced together enough details to know that in the final seconds of the fight, the body sucker rushed to his unconscious body, desperately trying to suck his energy to recover himself. And Mr. Thomas grabbed the teenage villain, and then did what those with super strength should do. He thought to himself, I should have thanked him for saving my life. This was a new idea. Alden had long known that Arjun and Hannah had actually saved him twice. Once to stop the sucker, and the other time to put him in a magic bubble to prevent him from losing too much blood. But even if he had a little gratitude in his heart, he was overshadowed by the pain of his parents' death. But now, he took a deep breath and dialed the particularly long number, which he had pondered all day at school, and as soon as Hannah answered the phone, he would finish speaking, get the answer, and then hang up. And that's it. The phone rang and connected. Imeldan Thorne, he hurriedly said. Hello. Earthlings, a cheerful and old-fashioned voice with an unfamiliar accent sounded. You are connected to your planet's public communication network. Your number is not registered. Please indicate your name, the reason for the call, and the level of urgency, and the prank call will be punished. Alden blinked, thinking, am I talking to the Autonan system, the real system? Sure. It was called an Earthling. He never thought that a magic interface that could change reality would have a phone number. He was full of thoughts about how to explain the situation quickly and without embarrassment, and was stunned for a while before answering the unexpected but simple question. Alden, Samuel Alden Thorne. I'm looking for Hannah Elbier. She's a superhero, aka one of the R words. Not urgent. Should be low. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately replied. Oh, okay. The voice became pleasant, no longer pre-recorded. I see you, Alden. Hannah has set you as a priority contact. She is not on a mission now. I will help you connect. Do you want video, audio, or empathy telepathy? Empathy telepathy, Alden asked in surprise. Isn't telepathy a superpower? How can it still be used to make phone calls? I don't recommend, the voice said. Is harmful to an infantly developed brain, and Hannah can only pay for 4 and 6/8 minutes, and your call must be short. Then why do you have this option? Alden held his phone a little further away, as if this would reduce brain damage. Just the audio. It's being transferred for you. You're the most boring person in the world. You know, Hannah looked up in surprise and saw her best friend standing in front of her, Clay, holding 2 glasses of plum juice mocktails in her hands, her brown eyes narrowing into a slit with disappointment. Are you really going to work on my awesome farewell brunch? Hannah put down her notebook and looked around the restaurant. Isn't the party almost over? Clay finally got a job offer off the island, a very sought-after position in Toronto, and will join in a few weeks. She booked her favorite Sichuan restaurant all morning and asked all her friends to see her off. This is the first time Hannah has eaten extra spicy mapo tofu in the morning, but I have to admit that it tastes really good. But now, the self-service area was empty, and only a few people were left sitting at a table full of dirty dishes. And there was a shaper in the corner, and Hannah only had a vague impression, as if practicing her skills, letting the green tea residue in the cup float slowly on the table. As long as I'm here, the party will never end. Clay raised her glass above her head, and some plum juice spilled on her smooth black bun. She didn't care at all, and a few people also raised their glasses and cheered, full of energy. I'm really going to miss you. Hannah laughs. I hope Toronto is fun. You can always come and be my partner, Clay said hopefully, leaning closer to the table with a familiar pleading look on his face. I know we can do it. I'm willing to pay you 6 quarters. Canada can buy 2 tickets in one instinct, and they'll definitely like us. That would be fun. But you know I want to maximize the effectiveness of my partner. I know. But can't you try to maximize me? I also want to be used to the maximum. How cool that is. You are a long-range mind sniper. You can turn the target's brain into custard, as long as you don't miss. You are already 100 effective. How can I maximize it again? In fact, Hannah had already made several plans for how to support Clay's skills as Sway, just in case. But that doesn't change the fact that most of the time, they work together, like 2 powerful heroes fighting separately. The goal of battlefield support, at least Hannah's goal, is to make partners more efficient without her. Now she is writing a proposal for a claims adjuster currently based in Jakarta, an older and experienced hero who is very creative in local temperature control. A few years ago, he had an exclusive support, and the success rate of the mission skyrocketed. But the assistant received the mission call and never returned to Earth. Maybe he's just busy on his mission as a space wizard. But for now, it's best to assume he's dead. You'll get this, Clay said, placing a mocktail on the table and snatching the notebook. You have a drink. We still have an hour to book. Come play poker. Hannah found it amusing and agreed. And it didn't take long for them to play midday poker with the rest of the party. The shaper was named David, a minor league player. And the poor guy was pitied because he didn't realize that their friend Noor had a permanent passive that increased attractiveness. Noor's fiancé Ilya is grinning and holding a deck of cards in his hand. His dexterity attributes are particularly amazing, and he is likely cheating as well. but they have never caught it. I still can't believe they let us class sway off the island. Ilya shook her head, watching Clay excitedly show a winning hand. I thought you would definitely be stuck here until your hair turned gray. I've been pure in heart and purer in behavior since I was 15. Clay smiled. My record is so clean that even my mother's criticism can bounce back. I'm a saint. I'm an angel. I'm definitely a good baby. An evil monster that can kill us all without getting up, Noor said, stealing a cherry from Ilya's cup. Clay shook his head. Seriously? I can only kill one of you at this distance, and then the others will stab me to death with forks and chopsticks. We should have done this, Ilya said. I haven't received a mission bonus in a long time. Hannah smiled and watched them joke. Clay could get a job in Toronto. Most countries do not accept mind controllers to cross the border. Most of the sways, those who didn't turn into villains, lived on the island all their lives, or in a few other areas owned by Earth Alliance heroes. Clay's parents are also superhumans, so from the moment she gained her ability level, she understood the stakes. Perfection is the minimum requirement for her to become an international hero, and she goes even further, refining herself at every step and is finally classified as a psychic sniper rather than a manipulator. Her skills are not fine-tuned. Only powerful single psychic destruction, which is terrifying, but not to the point where those in power want to isolate her on the other side of the world. She focused on this point. It was a big bet, and Hannah was happy that the bet finally paid off. You know what? Maybe before you go to Toronto, you should. Oh, wait, there's a phone. A visual cue flashed in her peripheral vision. She reached out to scratch. She never tried to get rid of this habit of not fumbling, controlling thoughts and sending accurate psychological instructions to the system interface. In fact, it is not that simple. It is not as convenient as using your fingers. The flashing call notification is gold, the highest priority color she set, so she doesn't even check who it is. Clay sits across from her. She doesn't have a partner at the moment, so it can only be her mom. Hi. Mom, she said. What's wrong? It should be late at night in London now. Right, the scene suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Is it Alden Thorne? Are you hon? Miss Elbier? Hannah's playing cards fell to the ground. Hannah, are you okay? Clay frowned and asked, shaking her head frantically. Hannah. Her voice was high-pitched, and she quickly cleared her throat. It's nice to hear your voice. Alden, what can I do for you? Oh no, Clay said with a lip sync, making an exaggerated boo gesture to the rest of the table, but it was not necessary. The system would not transmit their words to Hannah's phone. That's right, said Alden, taking a sharp breath, and then speaking in a fast, monotonous tone, as if completing a particularly difficult reading assignment. I want to ask you, is there really 90 seconds between the first burst of energy from the absorber to the time when Mr. Thomas pounces on him as soon as Hannah was about to answer? He continued, because I saw it on the internet. He used it for the first time, and soon used it a second time. And then 90 seconds later, when he and Mr. Thomas passed through the side of the building, it was used again. Is this true? 90 seconds? What is the problem? Hannah never really let go of the disastrous mission in Chicago, and probably never will. But she thought she had gotten rid of most of the follow-up troubles and never thought she would receive a call from Alden. There was no timer that night, but when we submitted our report, Arjun and I both agreed that it was about 90 seconds, maybe a little less. Is she right? He is about 11 years old now. Be careful when you speak. Hannah's mind was in chaos. She thought of the boy countless times, but in order to alleviate her lingering guilt, she felt it was inappropriate to disturb him and his aunt. What does he want? What is the meaning of these 90 seconds? What if he asked for more details about the villain? How much can she say to civilians? She hadn't checked what was sensitive and what was public information for a while. Okay, said Alden. Thank you. Goodbye. Wait, that's it. See you soon. The child has hung up the phone. Hannah slumped in her chair, her hands pressed to the front of her t-shirt. Damn it, her heart beating like she had just done an acceleration test. Are you okay? Clay raised her eyebrows and asked. It's okay. It's just a surprise. He just wants to know. The call prompt flashed again, and she could have gathered her thoughts in a few seconds, but her disobedient hand immediately picked it up. I forgot to say something. Alden spoke at a fast pace, but his tone was a little flat. Say it, Hannah said without hesitation, her mouth not obeying. It's not your fault that my parents died, Alden said. I've done a lot of research on you, Mr. Thomas, and the body sucker, and your abilities can't stop the explosion unless you know when or where the explosion will happen. And you don't know that the absorption can create a burst of energy. because he used it for the first time in that battle. The official report says that my parents died when Mr. Thomas passed through the wall, part of our house collapsed, and their bedroom was buried by things upstairs and on the roof. But I think they were dead at that time. Dead from the first wave of explosions because they didn't hear me calling them. He paused, took a deep breath, and took another deep breath. I woke up screaming loudly, but my parents never came, not even responding to me. If it was only 90 seconds, they would have come. I tried it on Aunt Connie. She ran over in 8 seconds. So they must have gone before you messed up and let Mr. Thomas and the sucker crash through the side of our house. Alden was silent. Hannah's hand was clutching the front of her t-shirt. She was wondering what to say. Say thank you sounds wrong. Say let me check before replying to you. Absolutely not. Are you okay with the child? It's better than before, but it's still not good. Apparently she hesitated for too long, because the boy spoke again, slower and sharper, as if explaining things to the child. I tell you, they died in the first explosion. The explosion that you couldn't do anything about, because you didn't know it was coming, so you don't have to be sad about it. Okay, good. Okay, Hannah said. Thank you so much for telling me that. I don't have Mr. Thomas' phone. Can you tell him to okay? I'll give him a call right away, she said mechanically. Hannah, you idiot. Be a hero. An 11-year-old victim is more mature than you, more thoughtful than you think. Do a little better. Think about something. If you don't say something comforting, you will regret it. Then goodbye, said the boy. Alden, wait. Hannah's mind was still blank, and she blurted out the first idea that came to mind. Do you want to come to Onisidora one day? I can get you a pass. She frowned herself, which is usually a special situation, a treatment that only big people and immediate family members can have. But she can do it. Probably can. The boy seemed to be thinking. Is it okay during the summer vacation? He proposed. Will it be expensive to fly over? Oh yes. The journey to Cape Nemo is not easy. I'll get you a teleport. The system can do it. You just need to. Just tell me when you come. I'll ask my aunt if she agrees, he said. But she should agree. Great, see you in the summer. She still has time. The vacation begins in 3 weeks. Damn, holidays in the northern hemisphere are not like them. Cool, she finally regained the tone of the hero. Hannah, tell me what your aunt said. We will definitely be able to do it. Shall agree. Goodbye. He hung up the phone again. Hannah rubbed her face with her hands. I thought, okay, she has always wanted to do something for the child, but she has never had the chance. The hero cannot interfere in the life of the victim casually. But since he took the initiative to contact, she needs to verify the case again. Maybe call Arjun. After so long, he might answer. So, Hannah, she looked up and saw Ilya looking at her from above the stack. Are you secretly dating a rabbit? What? No. You know I'm single right now, she said casually, still thinking about which friends she could contact and get a temporary travel pass. I once dated a rabbit, David said with a longing face. She was very rich, but was always pulled away by the summoned beast when it was the most embarrassing. That's why she has money, Nuria pointed out. She's lucky. The rabbits who haven't been summoned don't have the skills and don't have money. And most rabbits are like that. And it's not easy to do. Hannah, Clay said slowly. I think our friends are telling you in a stupid and roundabout way that you just offered to customize teleportation for a civilian child. We can do that, right? Hannah said anxiously, still flipping through the contacts on the system screen. I remember I heard someone do this. Yes, but have you asked about the cost? No, Hannah said. She never had to ask. The teleportation was handled by the island government for official travel, and the metahumans had almost no chance of unofficial teleportation. What's wrong? Is it serious? The people at the table exchanged glances with each other, and Clay sighed. It's a good reason to run a fundraiser, and until then, eat more ramen and beans to save money. 5 years later. Cold to death, Jeremy Levy muttered, rubbing his bare biceps with both hands, staring at the snowflakes that fell on the shaped rails. Alden, brother, don't look cold. Okay, you're wearing a sweater and a coat. It's so unfair. His pale lips were almost as gray as the sky above his head, and the breath he exhaled turned into a white mist. The stupid challenge you promised. You have to bear the stupid prize. Alden leaned on the railing and waited for the train. It's only more than 20 degrees. Do you really think you can carry frostbite? I thought it was okay. Jeremy chattered his teeth, half cold, half pretending. And when they left his house 15 minutes ago, Jeremy was wearing nothing but flip-flops, shorts and a sleeveless white t-shirt with a dancing traffic cone pattern. Chest particularly cold, the third member of their circle of friends asked. with a tone of ridicule. When did we start using this metaphor? It's weird. Bo wears corner-rimmed glasses, a grandma-style scarf, a messy hairstyle, looks shy and nerdy, but has a schadenfreude smile on his face, and looks uncomfortable looking at Jeremy. "I'll lend you my scarf, Remy," he said softly, his tone full of playfulness. "Please, no, you bastard, when this is over, you'll have to give me $10, and then I'll stuff the money into you. It's a proverb about witches." Alden put his hand in his jeans pocket as the train was about to arrive. What that proverb? I remember about witches. Maybe a superstition from a long time ago. Jeremy spat out another cloud of white mist. "I bet those guys in Salem will definitely have a heart attack if they see us like this. We're going to an alien school. Your messenger bag contains snacks for demons. And there is a crazy poster of Beldam on the wall by your bedside. He's not really a demon." Alden walked into the smallest carriage. "He's just a strange-looking creature from another dimension, must always serve the community. Because he killed. It was an attempted murder. Is this better? Would you rather be attempted murder or successfully murdered? That poster I bought when I was 8. Bo interrupted them, sneering at Jeremy. "And when I was 8, everyone loved Beldam Madness." "Yes, but you're 16 now, bro. It's outrageous to stare at a superhero who specializes in talking to cats and wearing a pointed hat for so long." They sat down and watched their friends argue about the good or bad witch-themed heroes, and Alden pulled out his phone. Almost subconsciously, he thought to himself that this shouldn't be done anymore. It would only make him sullen all morning. But he didn't hang up, but clicked on the shiny silver rune that appeared on his phone after calling Hannah for the first time. It looks like an app, but it's definitely not. And it can't be removed at all, no matter which phone he uses, including the kind of retro rotary dial phone he saw at his neighbor's house. It's a bit spooky, but at least he's not the only one like that. And anyone who gets permission to summon superheroes through the system obviously has this strange privilege. He held his phone to his ear and played the last 3 voice messages. He muttered. After a moment of silence, Alden stared at his twisted reflection on the metal pole next to his seat, who looked a lot like his father. Green eyes, hair between brown and auburn, medium height for his peers, freckles now mostly gone, and would grow back in the summer. A familiar and bright voice broke the silence. "Hey, Alden, it's Hannah." Alden closed his eyes. He could imagine the hero's smile, whether it was one of the few face-to-face meetings or on the phone. She always deliberately pretended to be lively when talking to him. He didn't know if it was her nature or if she was trying to hide something. "Look, I just got a subpoena a few minutes ago." "Really, a subpoena? This is the 4th time I've received it." "Pretty cool, right? Anyway, I have to go. Maybe reschedule our annual visit. I want to tell you that the teleportation notice doesn't arrive on time and you will panic when I come back and we play together. There is a great new ice park on the island. Let's go and see you later." There was a busy sound. Alden clenched his phone, and the next message began to play. "Alden, I'm Hannah's friend Clay. We've met once before. Everything is fine. Just to tell you that Hannah is still on a mission, and we expect her to come back at any time." There was another busy sound, and then the latest one, which he had received a few weeks ago, and although he had listened to it dozens of times, his heart would still beat faster. "Hello, Alden, this, still Clay. I know we talked about this possibility when I contacted you a few months ago, but if Hannah doesn't come back, we'll have to have a funeral. February 13th, her birthday. Like I said last time, it's extremely rare for a summoning mission to last more than a few weeks. And now that it's been half a year, her friends, feel it's best to put an end to the matter, at least for her mom. If I can order a transmission for you, let me know." "Okay, I know Hannah would want you to be there." There was silence for a few seconds. "Do you want to listen to it again?" the system asked in a pre-recorded voice, and Alden turned it off. Outside the window, buildings flew by. Not far from the neighborhood where he used to live, the apartment building was still the same. The nightclub that had killed many people by the body sucker, and it was still a nightclub. Everything was fixed, like new, without leaving any scars, at least where it was visible to the naked eye. The city has long been paying attention to the new villain, and just last night, a clip was broadcast on the news of one of the city's current resident heroes, engaging in an unusually fierce high-speed chase at North Avenue Beach. It is said that there is a villain with the ability to shape the earth, who has been building a nest at the bottom of Lake Michigan for the past few years, and they finally found him. Skiff, a popular hero who controls the waters, chased after it and spent an hour flooding the ground floor of several buildings in the city center, and a sewer collapsed. But fortunately no one was seriously injured except for the villain, who drowned and was sent to the intensive care room. This is already a good result considering the superpowers involved. Skiff seems to be a capable person, but he laughs reluctantly on TV, and although the edited footage makes him look in good shape, it is clear that he answers the interviewer's questions perfunctorily. Alden couldn't help but think of a phrase Hannah had said when he first went to the island at the age of 11, bringing a notebook full of questions. Almost all questions. Poor Hannah must have felt that she was being interrogated by a short and obsessive journalist. They talked about the night his parents died, and then about the broader topic of superpowers and being a superhero, and she said something he hasn't forgotten ever since in college. It's actually a long training program on the island. We had a task to come up with our own hero motto, like guidelines to guide ourselves on how to solve problems. I chose a very basic and old-fashioned one, happy to help, but now that I've really done hero work for a while, I think it'll change my motto. We could have done better. Alden was sitting across from her, sipping a strawberry milkshake, frowning and saying seriously, "It's not a good motto. No one would like a hero with such a motto. It's so sad." Maybe, but I don't think it's for sharing with the public. It's more like a guideline for yourself when it comes to superpowers. There's too much room for error. Things happen faster than the brain reacts. Physics becomes illogical or even not applicable at all. And some abilities, whether it's your own or bad guys, feel much more powerful than you. She picked up a chip from the plate shared by the two. After the dust settled, she said she had done her best. It was easy. It's also easy to ignore the mistakes you've made, because there are so many mistakes. Even if you really do your best, you still feel bad and useless. But I want to be a person who can see my mistakes so that I can make fewer mistakes in every battle. And maybe if I do that, the heroes I work with don't have to worry too much about them. In many ways, my abilities are more emotionally manageable than super strength or mind control. Alden didn't understand at the time, but when he asked, she avoided the topic. But over the years, he's been paying attention to the unspoken words behind PR articles, focusing on Hannah herself, on her unusual obsession with supporting other superheroes rather than being in the spotlight. Skiff is stressed out because he has to drown that villain to end the fight, which is just speculation but reasonable. The hero usually gives off a carefree feeling, holds beach volleyball tournaments, and participates in many charity events with children, and his casualty record is flawless. But the villain fell in the middle of the street, not in a flooded area. The situation must have gotten out of control, and Skiff couldn't risk letting a villain who was good at digging wantonly destroy so many buildings. He had to hold the opponent down and forcibly pour water into his lungs. He needed an assistant. Hannah could have done it. Oh, this example is not good. Hannah could have been the perfect opponent for that tunnel villain. She could have put him in a magic bubble and didn't need any other heroes to do anything. But even a weak assistant has many ways to help the superhero deal with such a case. And if he can increase Skiff's speed, he can end the fight before the chase leaves the lake. Anyone with ranged attack capabilities will be useful. But supporting characters became obsolete in the 90s. And before that, S-class or A-class superhumans, commonly referred to as superhero levels, usually worked with a group of weak assistants. At that time, auxiliary superpowers were particularly popular. But the decade when villains were rampant was particularly miserable, and everyone called the assistant barrel kick because their mortality rate was frighteningly high, and the survival rate of the auxiliary was only 12 in the superhuman battle during that time. They shouldn't have gone to the battlefield in the first place. They only needed to evacuate civilians and be responsible for communication. But the villains didn't follow the rules at all, and it was a very effective psychological tactic for weak teammates around powerful heroes. So the assistant can't get along at all. No city wants to be stained with this kind of blood, and the weak superpowers either stay on the island, and those who are lucky and have fancy abilities will go to the entertainment industry. There are not many superheroes who are still active. Hannah is one of them. She deliberately chose the ability to be biased towards support, not suitable for frontal hardness. Obviously, the ability to choose the weak is very dangerous, but she is very determined, and also told Alden that the support on the battlefield is the hero's multiplier. The second violin can pull out the effect of the whole orchestra, and the two heroes fight side by side is strong enough. If the abilities complement each other, the effect will increase exponentially, far greater than the simple addition of the two. Suddenly a slipper lightly touched Alden's calf. He came back to his senses and looked up. Jeremy nodded towards the car door and said, "Hey man, you're here. What's wrong with you?" The soul flew away. Alden quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm thinking about my thesis assignment in literature class." Jeremy complained, "Why should I mess with you nerds even if you study 5 days a week? You will be pulled to school on weekends." Bo patted him on the shoulder. "To be honest, when I called you to enroll in the consulate course, no one thought you would really apply. What are you doing now? Staying here? I don't know whether to touch your loyalty or feel sorry for you for having no other friends." Alden grabbed the bag and echoed, "That is, you are more lacking than we think. And at this rate, you will be forced to become an honorary student sooner or later." Jeremy looked shocked. "Alden, you bastard, you are a good old man." Alden was really surprised. I'm not so mean to Bo." Bo replied seriously, "You just haven't played it yet." The three of them walked up the stairs together, and Jeremy was anxious. "Shut up, I'm funny. Bo is fierce, and Alden is a good old man." Bo helplessly, "You still set a character for us. Can you stop calling me mean?" Alden also wondered, "Why am I a good old man? Most people who know him think that he is introverted, has enough social skills but does not like to take the initiative, and is usually comfortable to stay by himself, and basically relies on fate to make friends." Bo stuck to him in junior high school, probably because Alden was a classmate who was not offended by him in the first month of school, and Jeremy only integrated into their circle in his freshman year of high school, because he found that he was not qualified to be a sports student. Alden muttered, "I know everyone thinks I'm a good person, but I don't think so." Jeremy rubbed his arm and said, "It's not because of superheroes. You have a clear mind, and you have a bunch of college plans in your sophomore year, but you still want to be the kind of hero who wears tights and climbs trees to save cats. So, it's cute." Alden frowned, and Bo laughed and teased, "Oh my god, Alden, your expression is amazing. Why don't you call Jeremy an understanding person in the future?" "I really didn't see it." 15 minutes later, Alden and his friends arrived at the Altonan Consulate building, a square gray concrete glass building surrounded by a security fence and 3 pillars in front of the door with colorful flags of alien planets. At the beginning, there were very few Altona people on Earth, and they could not support a regular diplomatic consulate at all. But now the relationship between the two sides has been stable for decades, and this is basically the place where superpowers register and take classes. The building looks better inside than the outside, with a light terrazzo floor in the lobby and a small LED lamp embedded in the dark wooden ceiling, which is originally a star map of the Altonan home galaxy. But it looks like abstract art. Jeremy's face was not very good. He had to go to the coffee shop on the way. Everyone bought hot drinks. Alden had not been used to drinking coffee, so he held cinnamon hot chocolate and held the second cup in the other hand. He said to his friend, "Wait for me. I'll go deliver something." Jeremy and Bo ignored him, arguing seriously and blindly whether buying coffee was against their original intention of challenge. Alden's snow-covered boots creaked on the smooth floor, and he walked to the front desk of the lobby, sitting one of Chicago's rare non-humans, about 5 feet tall, with slick skin like a stingray in an aquarium, black eyes like sharks, a wide nose with 4 nostrils, looking like no ears, dozens of horn-like bumps on his head, 2 fingers wide, bent around the skull, extended to the back of the neck and opened, and spikes formed a circle of protection on the back of the neck. Most people call him a demon according to controversial tradition, saying that he is a deadly creature with horns from the dark dimension of chaos. But he calls himself Gorgon, and Alden is called that, which is probably a pronunciation of accommodating humans. Gorgon, as usual, looked bored with a strange skull, tied to the front desk with glowing magic ropes, hands and feet entangled. Rumor has it that he was placed here by the powerful Altona people 40 years ago and never left the lobby. Alden approached and said, "Good morning, Gorgon. I brought you hot chocolate." Gorgon stared at the computer screen, his voice sharp and glass-breaking. "No thanks." Alden explained, "It's not dairy. It's made with coconut milk." As he spoke, he put the cup on the table, next to which was a golden tray with a ballpoint pen. Gorgon turned his head slightly, his eyes still staring at the surveillance screen. It might be rude to look directly at them in their clan, and Alden had never looked at him. Gorgon finally opened his mouth to thank him, picked up the cup with his long gray fingers, and lifted the lid with his forked black tongue. Alden took out a plastic takeaway box containing chopped vegetables from his bag. I also brought you this. Spicy pickles from the sandwich shop I frequent. He put a plastic fork and a paper towel on it. It is strange to have hot cocoa with spicy pickles in the eyes of humans. But Alden has been exploring the taste of aliens, and currently only knows that he is not afraid of spicy, is considered a vegetarian, does not eat meat, dairy products and eggs, but has eaten flies that have landed on the back of his hands. Could it be that he is an environmentalist? Gorgon took the box and put it next to the keyboard, and only said okay. Alden nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave, but Gorgon suddenly stopped him. Do you plan to do this every day? Alden turned around. I come to class every day. Don't you like it? Gorgon looked at the ceiling. I don't hate tributes, but I don't understand why you bribed me. You don't think about me that way. I can smell it, and I don't smell pity on my body. I thought you were a fool who wanted to rely on me to get system permissions or superpowers. But after listening to your class last week, you are more sensible than your peers, and you shouldn't do such a thing. Alden searched the internet for information about this front desk demon, except for photos, names, runes and records of life imprisonment taken by tourists. There was nothing. And he was the only alien creature on the earth, and he could smell human pheromones and emotions. And Alden didn't want to lie to him. He said a little embarrassedly, actually, I just thought, if one day I awaken to superpowers, it would be nice to meet someone who understands the system better than ordinary people, and there is no other candidate around me, so I want to make a friend with you in advance. Maybe I need advice in the future. Gorgon straightened up and opened the pickle box, took a bite and put it in his mouth. It's really unfortunate. I am explicitly forbidden to disclose any information about the Altana people, the system, my race, magic, chaos, and interdimensional invasion to humans. He paused and said, at most, I will help you point out the toilet and the elevator. You are really awakened. Help you register with various governments, and be a witness to the ability transaction. That's it. Just like other ordinary people, it won't give you skill advice, no alien secrets, and no empowering contracts. But a ballpoint pen tube is enough. Knowing this, do you still want to continue bribing me? Alden nodded. Of course. It must be uncomfortable to be tied up in front of the table. Do you have anything in particular that you want? Gorgon stared at Alden's head for a long time before saying in a strangely tense tone, I'm not a vegetarian. Alden was stunned. Then bring you meat next time. I thought you wouldn't eat. Gorgon interrupted. I can't eat anything. Alden was even more confused. Took stock of the shrimp chips, egg pancakes, dried turkey, and milk lattes he refused, and asked tentatively, you only eat worms? Gorgon's breathing became rapid. Still in a daze. I can't tell you. I can't make a request. You have to guess for yourself. Although Alden didn't understand, he was even more curious. Gorgon couldn't even talk about food. Could it be part of the punishment? This is too harsh. He proposed, then let's try and make mistakes. Shall we? Gorgon's tone was sarcastic. Well, see. At this time, the lobby door was blown open by the wind, and several girls familiar to Alden walked in, all of whom were his classmates in the first class, smiling and waving at him, and Alden waved his hand casually in response. Gorgon stared at the surveillance and said, you should make it clear to them that you are not interested. Alden wondered what Gorgon said bluntly. They are interested in you. And so is the blue-haired boy at 4 o'clock. Don't let them work in vain. Alden turned his head to look in the mirror. His face instantly turned red, and Gorgon calmly suggested, let Jeremy point to tall girls and Bo to short girls, and the problem will be solved. Alden said in a low voice, don't comment on other people's private affairs. No, it won't work. Gorgon didn't care. Tell them not to come over. Make my lobby smell. Most of the classes in the consulate are not popular, and there are many people in the Altonan language crash course during the winter vacation. And the students who come to class on weekends after the start of school are basically scholars or geeks. And the class at 60 o'clock a week is relatively normal. Alden and his friends put their shoes and socks in the locker and went upstairs to the small ballroom classroom, which was crowded with teenagers and young adults, all barefoot except for a girl in a plaster cast, because it was rude to wear shoes and socks in front of the Altanas. Alden sat next to his friend in the corner, and at 10 o'clock, the big screen in front of the classroom lit up with symbols, and the image of the teacher Poik was transmitted, looking like a dynamic relief. She said, good morning, students. Welcome to the 5th class. Last time we talked about the evolution of intelligent life in Altena. Today we dance until we understand plain magic. The students listened with dull eyes. This history of Altenan's life was all for college credits, and high school could also be worth graduation credits, which was double cost-effective if the human teacher is okay. The Altena people pick the most boring thing in history. Alden read the outline, and actually has 2 hours dedicated to the development of planetary irrigation, and he can't hold on even if he tries to wake up. Today he didn't listen to the lecture at all, wrote the Gorgon problem on paper, listed all kinds of meat, and wrote the outrageous reasons why he couldn't mention the dietary requirements. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was part of the punishment, and the other reasons were too dangerous, and the Altena people could not put the hidden danger in the city center. The most reasonable thing is to prevent him from poisoning himself, or his diet is too scary, such as loving to eat human babies. But this is too dangerous. He thought of the flies that Gorgon ate, and suddenly thought, do they only eat live prey but he also eats vegetables? Could it be that it is a religious requirement and must be hunted with his own hands? He wrote down live bugs, and if he really couldn't do it, he would go to the pet store to buy crickets. Try the cheap ones first, and then buy the expensive ones. After class, everyone was gone, leaving only Alden and Gorgon. Alden walked to the front desk. Everyone is gone. Do you have a place to sleep? Gorgon looked behind his ear and said, I don't have a place. I don't have to sleep too much. Just stay at the front desk or on the lobby furniture. Alden lay on the table and asked, I didn't bring you anything to eat. Will you eat something from the vending machine? When I was in symbol class, I thought, you can't order takeout. You can't buy online. The people of Altena definitely haven't left loopholes for the bondage. Gorgon blinked for the first time, his translucent eyelids covered with black veins. Go home, Alden. You are tired and nervous. Don't worry about me. Alden said, I'm not worried. I just think it's quite uncomfortable to be alone. You are like this most of the time, and many people pass by without greeting you. Gorgon turned back to the screen. Many people came to see me, took a lot of photos, and there are still my stuffed animals in the city. And I am also a little celebrity. Alden heard something wrong in his tone, realized that he was like an animal in a zoo, couldn't escape the camera, and didn't want to be pitied, so he quickly changed his words. Next time I'll bring you live crickets. Gorgon calmly said, it will be noisy. Alden smiled and said, if you eat quickly, you'll be fine. He asked again, I brought strange things. You wouldn't mind, would you? Your eating habits are definitely different from humans. I want to find the right one, and I don't want to make you unhappy. Gorgon looked at the restraint marks on his wrist. I don't mind. But I said before that I was not a vegetarian. Just a moment of depression. It's not something you should solve. Alden joked, you all use acquaintance. Isn't this a friend? Gorgon helplessly. Then bring crickets. Alden blinked, received. Good night, Gorgon. As a result, Gorgon didn't eat crickets at all. Alden bought 30, obviously feeling stable. Flies and crickets are both live insects. What is the difference? But Gorgon seemed to like it quite a bit, and while Alden was not paying attention, he smiled at the bugs and put them in potted plants in the hall, and a few weeks later the crickets were still calling in the lobby. Alden guessed that he wanted wild game, but there were no elk in Chicago, and he didn't want to lure wild cats over. After that, he brought 2 kinds of takeaways, vegetarian and meat, but he never succeeded. In early February, Alden and his friends were looking at tripe in front of the fresh food cabinet, and Bo suddenly said, I didn't want to say. Are you relying on thinking about Gorgon and avoiding other problems? Alden asked. For example, what? Bo and Jeremy looked at each other, and Jeremy said bluntly, Bo is talking about your friend's funeral. Are you going? Alden turned to the refrigerator, and his exhaled breath covered the glass. I'm not going. I don't know anyone else on Anasidora Island except Hannah, and everyone who goes is closer to her. I don't want to disturb. Jeremy advised. You should go. Bo also echoed, the funeral is already bad. If you go, it will not affect others, but if you don't go, you will definitely regret it in the future. Jeremy continued, no one cares if you go or not, but you will care, and you will definitely be angry that you missed it when you wake up. Bo added, if this continues, sooner or later you will be crazy enough to rescue Gorgon. Chicago will become hell, and we will all die. Jeremy glared at Bo, and Bo quickly shrugged his shoulders and apologized. It's too serious. There are tortillas here. It's quite delicious. Go get those things. And when Gorgon refuses, you eat them for lunch. That day's chain lesson focused on the luck exchange request. The first spell Alden's mother taught him And it was also the words he had been silently reciting in Hannah's bubble before. Even if he practiced very well, he still felt strange doing this action. The teacher was instructing Raquel, and she still couldn't get rid of the habit of shouting spells like prayers. And Alden tried to steady his breathing, focused on controlling his tone, and made precise gestures that he couldn't do on that critical night many years ago. And he couldn't help but think that maybe it was because of this spell that it didn't work in the first place. This idea was dangerous, bitter and naive. He knew very well that if he let himself fall into it, he would only be trapped by negative emotions. So he quickly changed his mind. Even if he didn't go to the funeral, he had to call Hannah's friend back, and he couldn't keep hanging people. It was too rude. I am Uchi Yakuders, you humor it. He finished chanting the spell chain in a low voice and started again, his heart full of grievances. What a waste. Even if I can get a little good luck today, it will be of no use to me. There were still 10 days left before the funeral. Alden knew that Hannah was most likely gone, and there was no exact news on the internet. But very few people could receive the upload ticket that took several weeks, and the Altanans occasionally reported the news of the sacrifice of the Earth hero. But most of the time they didn't say a word. The methods were really ruthless, and he wondered why the people on the island didn't protest. He didn't even know what task Hannah had taken. He just hoped it would be a noble and important thing. Hannah Elbier was more eager to live a valuable life than anyone he had ever met. Others were mostly polite when they said they wanted to make a difference. Only Hannah was sincere. She was always ready, worked hard, and worried about it. Alden knew that she would die for the right thing, but this thought didn't make him feel any better. He was in a very bad mood that day. Even if Jeremy kept making him happy, it was useless. He came home at 7 o'clock in the evening, saw the note left by his aunt on the refrigerator. He was even more irritable. His aunt actually went to California. The note said to stay with a friend for a few days, and bought groceries, so that he could call if he had something to do. You can't do that at all. Alden muttered and tore up the note and threw it into the trash can. He tried to calm down rationally. He was almost 16 years old, with the inheritance and academic scholarships left by his parents. Even if he took care of himself, it was no problem to take care of himself. And in a few months, when he was old, the court could also make him independent, without having to be thrown into foster care. But when he was a child, he almost starved to death because his aunt was so unreliable. And that time his aunt suddenly disappeared, and the neighbors noticed that something was wrong and asked him. And he also lied that his aunt was working the night shift. Forget it. Let's just go on vacation at home alone. He opened the refrigerator and saw a gray plastic bag containing sandwiches and mini orange juice. The juice had crushed the bread, and his aunt didn't even organize the bag properly. He was inexplicably angry, muttering about eating fried bologna sausages, not wanting to care about the bad things in life. The microwave oven was pasted with overdue electricity bills. The sink was piled with my aunt's unwashed coffee cups, and a pair of tiger-printed boxer panties were thrown in the corner of the living room that were not his. At this moment, a cat meowed from the front door, and Alden finally breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly opened the door to let the cat in. Hey, Victor, you came to accompany me tonight, right? Why did you run out on such a cold day? This orange cat's name is Victor, and he is covered in scars. And Alden always likes to imagine that he has won countless battles. The cat rubbed around his feet to remove the hair, and kept meowing. And Alden bent down and scratched its ears. Let's go. Get you dinner. But when he opened the cabinet containing the cat food, he frowned. The cat food was gone. He obviously still had several cans, and quickly rummaged through the cabinets, refrigerators, and even trash cans. But he couldn't find it. He picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to his aunt asking where the cat food was. But her aunt didn't reply, so he could only feed Victor some bologna sausage first. And after taking a shower, he sent a message to ask, but still didn't respond. Alden stood in the room wiping his hair, unable to sleep at all, simply planning to make the difficult call. He pressed the rune, took a deep breath, and said, "My name is Zhao Klutime." The call went directly to the hero's voicemail. Alden was relieved. He was not ready for a long talk. He only left a simple message. "Hello, Miss Zhao. I am Alden. I'm sorry for the late reply. If you trouble me, I want to go to the funeral. Thank you for the invitation. hang up the phone. Things are settled. He has to find something to divert his mood. Put on a t-shirt and sweatshirt. Pick up a pillow and walk to the living room. And see Victor sniffing the strange underwear. Do you want to eat tuna and meet some new friends? Victor shouted. And Alden smiled again and asked, "Then what do you think of the demon?" At almost 11 o'clock, Alden arrived at the consulate building. The streets were quiet, and Victor's cry in the cat cage was particularly harsh. And he didn't want to be locked up at all, and he wanted all the neighbors to know. Alden was carrying a heavy shopping bag in one hand and a pillow in his arm, laughing at himself for being crazy. He had always loved to plan, and without planning, he would only do stupid things. The consulate had long been closed, but there was a walkie-talkie on the door, and he didn't want to run in vain. So he leaned over the cat cage and pressed the button, and Victor was still hissing and roaring. "Hello, Alden?" After a long silence, Gorgon's voice came from the intercom. "I saw you on the monitor. Great, can I get in? The building only opens at 9 o'clock in the morning. Don't do this. Gorgon, I can't sleep. You don't sleep much. Let's stay together. It's like a late night party. Maybe it's the most interesting thing that has ever happened. Your family must be worried about you. Go home. My only family member ran away with cat food and went on a road trip to California. And no one will miss me tonight." A helpless sigh came from the walkie-talkie. "This is the saddest thing I've heard in months. Okay, come in. But I just finished mopping the floor and put my shoes at the door." Then the iron door opened, and Alden sneaked in, a little excited to sneak into Altonen's territory. Gorgon was already waiting for him at the door, and the golden restraints behind him floated like jellyfish tentacles. "Shoes." Gorgon pointed to his feet and reminded. And Alden smiled and bent down to take off his shoes. "Yes, sir," Gorgon added. "First of all, this party is not the most exciting thing at the consulate. I have dealt with 2 attempted explosions before, and angry superhuman troubles. I brought a snack." Gorgon looked at the cat cage. "No thanks." Alden quickly explained, "It's not a cat, this is Victor. My pet is also a roommate. A party guest and not a foodie." Is its cry enthusiastic? "It's angry. Just let it out." Gorgon didn't object. Alden opened the cage. Victor rushed out all of a sudden, slid across the floor and got under the chair, and Gorgon watched curiously. Alden looked around the hall in his socks. "Then what are you going to do tonight? Is there anything I can help with?" "I was going to look at the monitor, read a magazine that fell in the men's restroom, and disinfect the elevator buttons." "It all sounds great." Alden was a little confused. "I've never seen you leave the hall. Can you enter the elevator? I can go to the public area, but my constraints will hinder others, and I won't leave the counter when there are many people." "Then let's take the elevator and have some snacks." "Why?" Alden shrugged. "No. I promise not to get in the way." After that, the two wandered around the building, peeking at the classrooms, and occasionally cleaning up some clutter. That south as close as he can get to outside, Alden realized. "Chips and salsa?" he asked as they finally made it back down to the lobby. He dug into his grocery bag and passed a pack of blue corn chips and a jar with a jalapeno in sunglasses on it to Gorgon, who took both with a nod. The lobby had a pretty nice vibe at night. The LEDs were sparkling on the ceiling. A lone cricket was chirping from a pot that held a fiddle-leaf fig tree, and Victor was prowling around one of the seating areas. Gorgon beelined for the cat and chose the seat nearest it, watching the feline with what Alden guessed might be curiosity as he cracked the lid on the salsa jar. The cat didn't seem to mind the alien at all. That was a surprise. If Alden had taken a minute to think about it before he set off on this spontaneous adventure, he would have left Victor at home. It only seemed natural that an animal would be leery of a spiky creature from another dimension. But Victor just sniffed Gorgon's ankles and moved on. Alden crouched down toward the cat, and Victor raised his hackles. "He has not forgiven you for confining him," Gorgon said. "Yeah, I know. He's not used to the carrier." Alden had only stuffed the half-feral cat into the thing once before. To take him to the vet, he reached into his bag for a can of tuna. "Peace offering?" he asked, levering up the metal tab and peeling the top back. "It's your favorite." Victor patted a step closer. "See, he's a pretty forgiving dude." "Oh shit, Victor, you brat." The cat had lunged, quick as lightning, and delivered a combo attack of bites and scratches to Alden's right hand so fast that he barely felt them before the furry villain streaked away to stand under Gorgon's chair. "What the heck, man?" Alden said in a wounded voice, looking down at his hand. There was a burning claw mark welling with red droplets and at least 4 puncture wounds bleeding freely. I bought you the good tuna. He held the injured hand up, looking around the lobby as if he expected to find a first aid kit lying around. A weird noise caught his attention, and he whipped back around to watch the cat in case it was planning another attack. But the odd repetitive hissing sound was coming from Gorgon. His body was shaking, thin gray arms wrapped around the chip bag. For half a second, Alden thought the alien might be going into convulsions. And then he realized. Are you laughing at me? Yes, Gorgon said, between disturbing hisses of merriment. It was obvious the cat would do that, but you did not know it. Gorgon, I am dripping blood on your floor. It's not funny. But he heard the amusement in his own voice. He never seen Gorgon laugh. It looked bizarre, but it was also a relief to know that the alien did have a sense of humor. Gorgon continued to hiss with joy. Fine, you guys are too violent for me. I am going to go wash my hand off in the bathroom. Drops of blood were running down his wrist now, staining the gray cuff of his sweatshirt. Victor doesn't do half measures, I guess, Alden thought. He cupped his other hand beneath the bitten one to catch any overflow and hurried toward the bathroom. When he got there, he reached for the handle of the sink, then froze. A thought had crossed his mind. But it'd be weird, wouldn't it? Not funny weird either. Creepy weird. But maybe it would be less creepy now, when circumstance had given him the opportunity. Then it would be at a later date when it would be more premeditated. Alden turned and elbowed the bathroom door open. Gorgon's hisses were still echoing across the lobby. Hey, Gorgon, Alden called. Don't let this spoil the mood if it's really off base. And remember, you promised not to be offended by stuff I offered you. Do you want some of my blood to eat? Yeah. That sounded gross on multiple levels. Like I am the dumb human in a bad teenage vampire movie. Gorgon had stopped laughing. Was he offended? Alden couldn't see him around the corner. He didn't say no. Gorgon only rarely said yes or thank you when he was offered food he found acceptable. Usually, he just took it and ate it. Alden assumed the verbal confirmations were reserved for things he found particularly appealing. But he always said no out loud to reject the non-vegan stuff. Except for the crickets. In that case, he said, no, but leave them. Not answering. Alden called nervously. What does that mean? Gorgon didn't reply. No means no, and nothing means he. Eat it. Right, that's how it's always been before. Or maybe he can. Answer because it counts as a question about diet instead of an actual presentation of food. Since I am not where he can see me, that made sense. One reason the what can Gorgon eat experiment was taking so long was the fact that he had to be offered the actual food item before he could accept or reject it. Okay then, one bloody hand coming your way. This is for science. Completely normal science. Gorgon was still sitting where Alden had left him. His knees were drawn up almost protectively around the tortilla chips, and his clawed toes were clenched around the edge of the chair cushion. He looked like a gargoyle. Alden tried for a casual, everyday sort of stride as he approached, but he was nervous and embarrassed, and he knew he must look it. Hey, you want some? He asked when he reached the alien. He thrust his hand unceremoniously toward Gorgon. He waited for him to say no, or more likely, get out. Instead, Gorgon just stared down at Alden's bloody hand for a long time. Blood spattered against the plastic chip bag, and still, neither of them moved. Alden's heart started to pound in his ears, beating a rhythm loud enough to compete with the tinnitus that had never gone away. And then Gorgon did something he never once done before. He tipped his head up, and he met Alden's eyes. Alden had misunderstood something. No, that wasn't it. He misunderstood everything. His entire notion of reality had been insignificant, warped, and just plain wrong. The Artanans had not imprisoned a creature in the Chicago consulate. They had not chained a person to the lobby desk, and they had not bound something that should ever be called a demon. Gorgon was something else, something bigger than that, something wonderfully and terribly close to sacred. Looking into his eyes was like being stabbed through the gut by a distillation of every profound moment Alden had ever experienced. In his life, he heard the sound of his mother's heartbeat in the womb, felt the cool emptiness of the wood as he placed a daisy on top of his father's casket, recalled in glaring detail the first sunrise he ever paused to observe, and those were only the impressions that would stick with him when it was over. In the moment, they came at him simultaneously with 1,000 others, and he lost all sense of his present reality. When he came to, hours later, he was lying in textbook perfect recovery position on on the cold floor. His hand was bandaged with a paper napkin and a generous amount of clear packaging tape, and his cat was calmly eating a can of tuna 3 inches away from his nose. Alden groaned and sat up. Physically, he felt fine. Mentally, he felt like his brain had been unspooled. He looked around the lobby cautiously. The sun wasn't up yet, but the sky had begun to pale. Gorgon was at the desk, chin resting on his knuckles as he stared at the security monitors. Alden approached him cautiously, keeping his own eyes averted just in case. "Gorgon," he said, too overwhelmed to be ashamed of what he was about to say. "Are you some kind of a god?" "No," Gorgon said simply. "Of course not. What kind of a god would get trapped in a lobby?" "Right. I was just checking, because that thing with your eyes, that was kind of intense." "Do you feel all right?" Gorgon asked, peering at the half-empty salsa jar beside his stapler. Alden hesitated. "I do. But what just happened? What was that? It saddens me that I am prevented from explaining it to you." "Alden," Gorgon lifted an arm to show off his magic manacle. "Well, did you taste some of my blood at least?" Alden tried for a jocular tone and fell short. "I feel like I missed something. I haven't. It wouldn't have been right under the circumstances." Alden looked down at his bandaged hand nervously. "Should I offer it to you again? You don't know what you redoing, child, given the situation." Alden couldn't even object to being called a kid. "Yeah, I get that I don't. I really get that I don't. But you still offering. Well, I trust that you not going to go all Dracula on me. We friends, aren't we?" Gorgon muttered something under his breath. Then, out loud, he said, "I am not sure two people can be friends when one of them is incapable of presenting themselves as they truly are and the other is incapable of grasping it." Alden raised an eyebrow. "I feel like there was an insult buried in there." "Only a factual statement. We are not friends, but I am fond of you and wish you well. If I accept your offering, there will be side effects. Bad ones or good ones." Gorgon made a sharp clicking sound in the back of his throat. Frustration, maybe. It seemed like he couldn't say much else. Alden thought about it, and what it boiled down to was that he trusted Gorgon more than ever after whatever that was. There had always been a wriggling worm of doubt in Alden's mind about the alien. He was chained up for what the internet said was attempted murder after all. Even if Alden liked him and enjoyed his company, a tiny piece of his better judgment had advised caution. That piece was gone. It had been completely obliterated by the experience of meeting Gorgon's gaze, and though that fact alone should have raised fresh alarm bells, it didn't. Whatever Gorgon was, his presence felt fundamentally benevolent, which was really unexpected, because now that Alden thought about it, he couldn't recall a single other person he ever encountered in his life who given off that particular vibe. "I trust you," Alden said. "You can have some of my blood, if that's something you want to do. I mean," he flopped his taped-up hand onto the desk. "No need," Gorgon said lightly. He gestured toward the jar of salsa. "I put a few drops in here before I wrapped your hand just in case you were quite sure about the offering." "You made blood gazpacho," Alden said. "That's not at all unsettling." "And yeah, I am sure." Gorgon looked up at him, and Alden took an involuntary step back, bracing for impact. But nothing happened this time. He found himself staring at his own reflection in the alien's liquid black eyes. "I see. You are sure. How dear of you." Then, without any further explanation, he opened the jar of salsa and took a sip. Alden held his breath and clenched his fists. He expected angelic choirs or an explosion of light or a full Artanan military bombardment or something. But nothing happened at all. What? No point in asking serious questions. He wanted to be able to tell you what it tastes like. "Like salsa," said Gorgon. "I didn't slit your jugular and pour it in. It's just a couple of drops." Alden kept waiting. He wasn't sure for what. Maybe part of him still expected Gorgon to explain what was going on even though the alien had just said he couldn't. Finally, he snapped out of it. "So, what do we do now?" "You should go home and sleep for a couple of hours. Then, you should come back for your classes later today." That's it. Gorgon paused. He licked his lips lightly and tipped his head from side to side a few times. You should come by again this evening. We can talk about your plans." "What plans?" Gorgon looked down into the salsa. "You told me once you had specific dreams for your future in the event that you were chosen by the system. I would like to hear them." "Oh, okay." Alden scratched the back of his head. "You know, if you enjoyed the slumber party and want to do it again, you don't have to make an excuse. I wish I could roll my eyes as humans do, said Gorgon. It's a beautifully emotive gesture. Alden snorted. Their conversation ended there, and he packed up his things to leave. Getting Victor back into the cat carrier was an aerobic experience for both of them. Alden almost lost a finger. He tossed the empty tuna can into the garbage and headed for the door. See you again in a few hours. Gorgon, and I guess we'll talk tonight. Yes, cool. Alden's hand was on the door handle when Gorgon suddenly said, 70%. Alden glanced back. What's that? I said your chances of being chosen by the system were less than 1 in 1,000. I have revised my estimate. Your friend was right, there is around a 70% chance that you will be selected by the contract. The shock took a while to hit, probably because Alden was already processing a lot at the moment. Hannah's funeral was coming up. Gorgon's eyeballs had the power to make you recall in perfect clarity your time in the womb. He'd given the alien his own blood to drink, and he thought, upon reflection, that it might have been part of some kind of magic ritual and not just snack time. All typical stuff. Anyway, when an extra-dimensional being told him out of the blue that he had a 70% chance of becoming a superhero, Alden Thorne said, "Oh, that's interesting. Thanks for letting me know." As if his strange friend had just given him the weather forecast. Then, he left the consulate and fought his way back home with Victor yowling and screeching inside his cat crate. Sundays weren't as busy as Saturdays, but he still had a midday class to prep for. Jeremy and Bo were having a platypus-themed meme battle in their group chat that morning, so his phone kept pinging him, and he needed to call and pay the electric bill. Good thing I got Aunt Connie's current credit card numbers memorized. All in all, he was just too busy to have a freakout over one more thing, at least at first. When he finally got the cat settled and removed all the packaging tape from his bitten hand, he headed into the kitchen for breakfast. As he was reaching into the fridge for orange juice, his phone rang. He answered it. "Hey, you wanna grab a late breakfast at the diner?" Jeremy asked before Alden could even say hello. Bo says he's eating a box of Lucky Charms and watching anime. But if you say you're going, he'll feel left out and change his mind. Alden considered it. Hot breakfast sounded good, but I am pretty low on funds, and my aunt bailed for the week. I should probably cut back until she comes home. He'd already spent pretty much all of the cash he'd saved over the summer on food for himself, Gorgon, and the cat, until he turned 18 or was emancipated. Alden's inheritance was only accessible for education expenses, and with the weekend classes, he hadn't been taking odd jobs from the neighbors to earn pocket money. Bye, man, Jeremy said easily. You can pay me back later, or not. It's all good. Alden considered it. Jeremy's parents were both lawyers. They literally left cash lying around the house for their son to use if he wanted. Yeah, I'll take you up on that. Thanks. He checked the microwave clock. See you at 10. He had just enough time to trash the tiger shorts and shove a load of his own clothes into the washer before he headed out the door again. He met his friends in front of a diner in Jeremy's neighborhood. Bo was watching the tail end of a cartoon on his phone while Jeremy peered over his shoulder. Awesome you here, Jeremy said brightly when he spotted Alden. Let's go. I am gonna order steak and eggs and enough bacon to kill me. Your goals are admirable, said Bo. Throw in some hash browns. And you just described my dream breakfast. Alden agreed. The bell over the door tinkled when they entered. It was very much a local joint. Lots of old folks were there for the senior discount, and there were a pair of televisions in opposite corners playing a news station on low volume. The place smelled like grease, but in a good way. The three of them slid into a vinyl booth and took their menus. Alden's was sticky with the syrupy fingerprints of whoever had held it last. The diner was one of those places that would let you order the whole menu no matter what time of day it was. So Bo inevitably spent 10 minutes trying to decide what he wanted to eat, while his friends debated the merits of cheeseburgers versus Western omelets. Alden ordered a hot chocolate. It came as a mug of steaming water and a pouch of dried mix, and he stirred it up while he stared at the closed captions scrolling across the bottom of the TV opposite him. Someone in Naperville just became a crank shaper, he said, watching the dimpled brunette girl on screen. She wasn't nervous at all. She was beaming as she chatted with the interviewer. Her large hoop earrings swung back and forth as she gestured animatedly. That SA mediocre rank. Bo glanced at the television. Not superhero level, but with shaper classes. They sometimes still get lucky enough with skills to do something interesting. What? Her starting element. Object. Sounds like she wants to go deep into it, too, instead of trying to branch out with new skills. The elements world shapers used were defined by the system in a way that didn't match well with human logic. The usual ones were ground, sky, life, water, and object. Though sometimes someone got a super specific curveball or just shaping in general with no specialty. Object shapers could move and morph objects, and generally the more crafted the thing was, the easier they could play with it. Couldn't do a thing with a rock freshly pulled from the earth. But if it had been cut into a gemstone, they could at least start to impact it with their power. They could do amazing things with higher tech stuff. Though, one of Alden's favorite object shapers was a hero whose shtick was turning cars into robots that were really just glorified person-shaped battering rams he operated telekinetically. It was pretty obvious the guy wished he'd been given the machine right class instead. That's flexible at least, Bo said, still looking at the girl on screen. Maybe when she's finished training, the city will hire her for some kind of hometown hero PR, and she can replace Sharon. Jeremy groaned. No, not this again. Bo pointed at him with a half-unwrapped drinking straw. You can just force people to do the first Namianly thing if you re-Elvis. You re-Elvis. If you re-Michelangelo. You re-Michelangelo. You make an impact. People notice. Then, you become a mononym. You don. Just wake up one day and tell people you re-so important that you don need a surname anymore. Anyone who tries to make it happen on their own, especially when their name is as basic as Sharon, deserves to be punished for criminal narcissism. I don't disagree, said Alden, scooting over in the booth so that his friend didn't stab him with the waving straw. But I think you probably a little too passionate about this one. Bo, he brought his mug to his lips. He was anticipating a warm sip of overly sweetened generic brand chocolate, but instead his hand clenched in an involuntary death grip around the mug's handle. The hot ceramic burned against his lips, and his eyes widened in alarm. Alden felt like he just run face first into a giant flashing stop sign. I can drink this, he thought adamantly, setting the mug down so hard that he slopped some of the cocoa on the table. The cow didn't give it to me. What the hell? Alden breathed. Was that thought even mine? It felt like it was. But how could that be true? The cow didn't give it to me. He never had a concern like that in his life. Right, Bo said. It would be slightly forgivable if her name was unique. But there are thousands of Sharons out there. She can just do them dirty that way. Alden laughed hysterically. Bo didn't notice, but Jeremy gave him a confused look. Alden waved him off and stared into the depths of his hot chocolate. He flipped the crumpled packet over and read the back. It had powdered milk in it. No surprise there. He tried to drink it again. It smelled good. He wasn't grossed out by it or anything. In fact, he wanted it. He was thirsty. He craved sugar. But there was some kind of mental wall between him and the act of drinking the chocolate. It wasn't even like he had a sudden moral problem with it. He wasn't upset that Bo was sitting beside him with an iced coffee that was at least a third cream. But in his own mind the wall stood there, solid and free of any kind of emotion, like an incontrovertible fact of his existence. Alden could not drink this. The cow hadn't offered it to him. What is this? He thought, beginning to panic. This is insane. Jeremy, give me your soda, he said desperately. What? No, get your own. Alden snatched it and took a gulp so fast he almost choked on the bubbles. Okay then, said Jeremy, staring at him like he suddenly stolen his friend's drink for no reason. I guess I can get another one. Alden felt relief, but only a smidge of it. He could still drink. He wasn't going to thirst to death. But what the hell was this? Alden, are you having some kind of a breakdown? Alden shook his head. What was he supposed to say? That he had apparently caught a dietary restriction from Gorgon? Why would that be a thing on any planet, in any universe? And Alden hadn't drunk the alien's blood. It was the other way around. How could he have picked up contagious, whatever this was, from that? And what about cheese? He thought frantically. I love cheese, and Italian beef, and pizza. Side effects. My ass, this is the worst. He stared at the sticky diner menu on the table in front of him with rising dread. He'd been planning to order hash browns and a cheddar scramble, but unless some noble chicken had laid eggs while what hoping that Alden, specifically, would eat them was out of luck. Maybe it's temporary. He tried to trick himself into thinking it might be, and it worked surprisingly well. Yeah, I can put up with it for a few days until it fades. No sweat. No reason to act like a lunatic in front of my friends. I'll have the oatmeal, he said to the waitress when she came back around. No butter, lots of brown sugar, and a side order of berries. Even the hash browns here were fried in delicious bacon fat. So oatmeal was the best he could do. His friends were staring at him. He cleared his throat. I am on a cleanse, he said in a righteous voice. Okay, said Jeremy, looking nonplussed. What organ are you trying to cleanse with lots of sugar? Bo scoffed. Hey, I have my reasons. Fortunately, their food came quickly, and his friends were distracted by their own plates. Alden gave himself a mental pep talk while he spooned oatmeal into his mouth. It's fine. I am a growing boy. I need fiber, and maybe there's a good side effect to counterbalance the bad side effect. It had to work that way, right? You couldn't just destroy someone's future as a major consumer of sausage deep dish without giving them something equal in return. Not like I can ask Gorgon. He can tell me anything. Better not grow a spiky horn choker. He dug his spoon into his overly sugared breakfast goop again and paused as he remembered. Oh, yeah, he couldn't tell me about side effects from the blood thing. But he did say I had a 70% chance of being chosen by the system. How would he even know that? Could he taste it or something then? He frowned as a new realization hit him. Never mind how he knows. 70% it's really high. He looked up to the TV, where the cranked shaper was waving goodbye to the camera as her interview ended. 70% meant it wasn't just a possibility he might get powers of his own one day. It meant it was likely. What am I supposed to do with that information? He felt a growing, not excitement. Exactly. It was more like nervous energy. Oatmeal and diet quandaries suddenly forgotten. His thoughts turned to facts about superpower acquisition. Almost everyone was chosen between the ages of 15 and 17. Outliers happened, but not often. Alden was a month and a half away from his 16th birthday. 16 is the most common. Something like 70% of superhumans received their access to the system after their 16th birthday and before their 17th. Sranks and Aranks were disproportionately chosen at 15. D, S and F. S were disproportionately chosen at 17. I'll most likely be chosen sometime in the next 14 months if Gorgon is right. The sweet spot for being an Srank is already past. The best I should reasonably hope for is A, and that is still a long shot. D and F mean you spend your life on the island or in an avowed zone, just chilling with a really restrictive passport keeping you from traveling as much as you want. B and C are super class dependent. C brute is meh. C meister might still be okay if it's in the right specialty area. He wanted to make contingency plans for every possibility, but that would take him a while. If Alden could make a shopping list for exactly the powers he wanted, he knew what he'd choose. But that was the thing about having a dream that only had a distant possibility of coming true. You could just let your imagination run wild. He'd want to be an Srank. Who wouldn't? And he would prefer to be an adjuster of some kind. It was a spell-heavy class that you could customize easily. His second choice would be the Meister class, though that one was more iffy. Meisters were powerful, but they had a lot less flexibility than adjusters. There was almost no wiggle room for them when it came to skill selection. So becoming something like a sword meister would be awful for Alden's goals, while becoming a trap meister would be fantastic. None of the other classes would really work. And Srank Brute was a titan, but they didn't get access to many spells, and their skills were usually pretty tightly focused, so they lacked versatility. Alden would need that in spades for what he wanted to do. He wanted to be a sidekick, not an old-school Diasasunasialucathem sidekick. The contemporary version that was uncommon and unpopular but incredibly special when someone managed to make it work. True battlefield support, like Hannah. Battlefield supports were superheroes who were strong enough to look after themselves in a fight but who focused on skills and spells that would do all the things that most heroes sucked at. They might have crowd control, structural damage mitigation, barriers, buffs, or dozens of other useful skills that made the thing other heroes did better. A great battlefield support was a hero who made it possible for the people they worked with to lay waste to a villain without demolishing a city. It was really interesting stuff, and it was important. If Hannah had been the support she dreamed of being, the one she was working to be, Alden's parents probably wouldn't have died. She just hadn't made it there yet, and now she never will. Right, back to reality. He agreed to go to the funeral. He'd probably be hearing from Cly Zhao any day about the portal. Alden sighed and looked down at his barely touched oatmeal. Bo, can I borrow one of your ties next week? Yeah, of course. Bo spoke around a mouthful of omelette. You re-going. Then I wondered why you were acting weird today. That's good. I have ties, Jeremy said quickly. You can borrow any of them. Alden shook his head. Jeremy's taste in clothes leaned toward the creative. I only need one. And I don't think a tie with chocolate chip cookies on it really says funeral, but thanks anyway. Look at what you've done to me. Alden said pitifully. It was evening. He was sitting in the cricket-filled lobby with Gorgon again, and he was picking chunks of tofu and pieces of lettuce out of a non-wrap that had been incorrectly labeled vegan at a food truck he passed on the way over. Do you know why the bread at that place tastes fabulous? It's because it's grilled in butter. Do you know how I know that? It's because my brain now has an anti-joy narc living in it. How long do you think you will complain about this particular topic? The alien asked, licking coconut curry sauce from his own fingers. How long is the narc going to be in residence? Gorgon shrugged. Alden eyed him suspiciously. I am not gonna grow horns, am I? Perhaps if you try very hard. Haha, you a comedian now. You were telling me about your ambitions for your future. Gorgon reminded him. If you don't plan to continue, you can ride up and down the elevators again, preferably in silence. Alden slumped against the cushions of the sofa. He'd chosen for himself tonight. So you a bossy alien now that you drunk my blood. That's just my luck. But Gorgon had a point. Alden had been whining for a while. He sighed. I pretty much told you everything. Though Hannah was a big influence. What happened to my parents was, too. I think battlefield support is a seriously important and underrated job. Plus it's cool. As for more specific ambitions, I'd love to be a frost-focused adjuster or a trapmeister or maybe something that was heavy on the buff abilities. But it's all just idle wishes. Even if the system does choose me, it's not like I can pick exactly the class I want. The pre-affixation trade is always an option, Gorgon said. No doubt it will be a necessary one in your case, since you seem to have an uncommon vision for yourself. I am sure you realized that most classes lean strongly toward improving an individual's personal offense or defense. Classes that do otherwise tend to be ill-suited to spontaneous combat. Alden felt his eyebrows lift. When the system called you, there was a grace period of around 3 months before you had to accept your class. During that window, a selectee could trade classes with another willing person of equal rank who was still in their own grace period. It was the only time class trades were allowed. That's all true, he said, popping a cube of tofu into his mouth. But nobody trades good classes, do they? It's just a bunch of unhappy people swapping the garbage classes around. That's what the internet says anyway. Gorgon made a humming sound. A reasonable percentage of new avowed make trades. It's skewed heavily toward the lower ranks. Of course, but it's not rare. Wait. You can tell me stuff like that? Gorgon shrugged again. People who want to trade must do so with an approved witness at hand. I am the witness for this region. It's my job to tell selectees this kind of thing. Oh, but no specific class advice. None beyond what should already be abundantly obvious. Alden grimaced. What do the avowed need a witness for anyway? What do you witness exactly? It's a safety measure to confirm that someone who agrees to a class trade isn't suffering from undue outside influence. Many selectees have superhuman parents with strong opinions about their offsprings. Class choice. Sometimes they attempt to manipulate the situation. You mean the parents of island-born supers, their kid gets a class they don't like, and they threaten or mind sway someone into trading with them. They attempt to. Sometimes. It's not the norm, but it happens. Alden didn't doubt Gorgon, but he was surprised. He never heard so much as a whisper about something like that. You think it would be all over the place if heroes got caught bullying teenagers into giving up their powers for worse ones. What's the most traded class? Can you tell me that? It's brute, obviously. Oh, yeah, that is obvious. Sorry, numbers matter. Roughly 30% of those chosen by the system were a brute type, which was a much higher percentage than any other class. Of course, it would also be the most traded one. Of the brute classes, long sights seem to be the least popular variety. They are often offered up for trade and rarely accepted. Gorgon added, well, yeah, having a superpower that lets you see really far away isn't very special. Binoculars exist. Gorgon made the clicking sound Alden had decided meant he wanted to say something but couldn't. He waited for a minute, but the alien didn't offer up any further comments on the subject. Alden considered the different classes. Only an idiot would trade healer of body, and a person would have to be an absolute moron to trade the super rare healer of mind. Even Alden would shift all his future plans in a heartbeat if those were offered. Sure, you were no good in a fight, but you could still help loads of people, and the class perks were the best. Any healer above rank automatically received a passive that reduced the mental and physical effects of stress and a blessing called twice life, which was exactly what it sounded like. A doubled lifespan, combined with the fact that you could fix any normal disease that might want to take you out. It was a first-class ticket to living for an extra century, and at the highest ranks it was even better. There was an rank healer of body on the island who been chosen in the first year the system went into effect. She was nearly 80, and she still looked 16. So yeah, nobody was going to put that class up for trade. Hannah said once that almost none of the people who grew up on Anisadora would take the Sway class if they could help it. She had a friend who wanted to trade hers when she got it, but it was shrank and there was no one willing to trade for it at that level during her pre-affixation period. Gorgon nodded. That's true. Sway is the class that is the most frequently successfully traded. Almost always from the children of Avowed to those who are not as intimately familiar with the class's drawbacks. Alden understood how that could happen. Being a mind controller sounded really impressive until you realized that you would get great power in exchange for life as a social pariah and near prisoner on the island. Someone who didn't have that realization in time would get suckered into it. Do people ever trade adjuster? Yes, but not often. The class is so flexible that it can be built in ways that would satisfy all but the pickiest user. What about unique classes? Said Gorgon. Those are different. They can be traded. Really? They automatically affixed. No grace period. Seriously, why? Gorgon shook his head. Alden sighed. Whoever bound you with such overkill restrictions should be kicked in the nads. That would be impossible for a number of reasons, said Gorgon. But I appreciate the sentiment. Hours later, after Alden had fallen asleep with one leg and an arm hanging off the side of the sofa, Gorgon turned out the last of the lobby lights. His eyes adjusted to the darkness in an instant, and he watched the boy silently. Human adolescence was such a foolish, vulnerable phase of existence. An extended period of childish expectations warring against adult realities. It was beautiful and stupid, like so many other aspects of life on Earth. Gorgon hoped his actions hadn't ruined whatever the boy had left of his own beautiful, stupid youth. You have chosen at long last, a voice from the distant past whispered in his mind. I have not chosen, Gorgon replied tiredly in his own language. I have only done what little I can in a world where there are no choices left to me. The voice was the echo of someone who had never even imagined such a world, so it had no way of answering him with useful advice or words of comfort. But he found himself hoping for some anyway. Teach him well, the echo said sagely. Gorgon sighed, a human habit he enjoyed mimicking on occasion, and rubbed at his manacles. He been pushing at the limits of his bindings in more ways than Alden knew, and they burned more in the past couple of weeks than they had in decades. I can teach him at all, and if I could, he couldn't use my teachings. Our ways have disappeared, and there's no point in passing them on to a human. His world has its own problems. Those will be his to face. Our world's troubles will be no one's. Here, too, was something the echo could not comprehend. That the whole of the universe it had known might pass from existence. That Gorgon might be utterly and truly alone. That a successor's purpose could be his own and not the purpose that had been the very center of every other chosen one's life. Now is the time to be fearless and accept the blessing of the devouring with humility, as your predecessors did before you. No, Gorgon whispered into the quiet lobby. No, I won. be doing that. I am sorry to disappoint you, my teacher. I am full of fear and unwilling to end. Not yet. Not until my work is finished. Our work is done when our successors are chosen, the echo said. So it has always been. My work now is different than any you've known before, Gorgon replied. My current work is revenge. I have not heard of this work. Perhaps it was only Gorgon's imagination, but the echo sounded concerned. I know. My teacher, Dawn. Worry. It's not so far away from purging an infection or correcting an imbalance. It's just taking me a long time. If the price has been paid, the work must be completed. The echo sounded more confident now, no matter how long it takes. Oh, the price was paid, Gorgon muttered. It was paid and paid again, by those who could not refuse to pay it. Beyond the cold glass, the sun was rising. It was a breathtaking sight on this planet. Such a near, warm star. How you would weep to see me here, he whispered. The last and least of us, chained up in a foreign paradise while our home lies dead beyond the gates of space and time. The echo had no response to that, which was something of a relief. Gorgon headed back to his computer and clicked away from the security feed. His custom system access sigil was right in the center of the desktop. Like always, he clicked it, and lines of teeth-grindingly familiar text appeared on the screen. Honorable Guest 231. Name unknown. Would you like to accept a contract of service in exchange for great power, future opportunity, and significant personal freedom? No, Gorgon said. He liked to pretend that not cursing at his captors every time he was asked this question would bother them more in the long run. Honorable Guest 231. Thank you for your consideration. Logging you in as prisoner 120057994. Preferred ID Gorgon. How may I assist you in the completion of your duties today? Gorgon. Access all current pre-affixation trade requests. Access granted. Gorgon scrolled down the familiar list with a great deal more interest than usual. A lot of it was the normal dross. The boy was right, to an extent. Even foolish teenagers rarely traded the obviously superior class assignments. But after decades of use, humans had barely scratched the surface of the system. They had such a poor understanding of all but the most simple classes. Gorgon knew, though he couldn't explain it clearly to the boy, that there was no such thing as a weak class. Situationally weak. Yes, long sights really were useless for the first few years on Earth. But the system was designed from the ground up to create a theoretically balanced power trade between the avowed and the artisans who would summon them for various quests. The trick was in knowing how to use a class properly to take advantage of that. Of course, the artisans preferred not to help Earth along on that front. All the better for them to technically gift other planets every bit of the power they promised while offering meager or misleading instructions when it came to its usage. It kept the lower species in line. Gorgon's nostrils flared as he stared at the list in front of him. Even he didn't have a perfect understanding of what all the various classes did. But the battlefield support role the boy desired should be manageable with a trade into. Yes, there it was, and it was gone just as quickly. Frustrating. The class Gorgon had in mind was seen as an extremely undesirable one for those who dreamed of being superheroes. And at the same time, it was a class certain other people longed for. In fact, some newly chosen avowed waited through their entire grace periods trying to acquire it. And it wasn't common. Less than 2% last time he checked. So it popped up at random intervals and was snapped up just as quickly. Much like the Sway class. How was he supposed to point the boy toward it in the event that it became necessary? He couldn't just tell him to choose it. Or maybe he could. But he wasn't willing to pay the price for doing so. He liked Alden, but not enough to die for him. The magic that bound him worked on a very clever spell framework that had a limited ability to read his true intentions. So it was more flexible than it might have been. But it was also better able to identify infractions on his part. Well, he had nothing better to do with his time right now. He would work on the problem. Scheming was as good a cure for boredom as any other. It was supposed to happen differently. It definitely would have if Alden's life were an action movie, or even a comedy. If the universe were a writer, there would have been some dramatic build-up, some tension that needed breaking, maybe even a small disaster that could only be overcome by the deus popping out of the machina. But it didn't go like that. Instead, it was 1:00 on a Thursday, and Alden had just bombed a quiz on Hamlet because he somehow failed to see a reading assignment that had apparently been posted on the board all week. It was out of character for him. Hannah's funeral was in 2 days. And while he was a long way from bursting into tears at random intervals like he had in the months after his parents were killed, he was having a pretty hard time focusing his attention on the everyday stuff. His AP literature teacher looked like she wanted to have a worried conversation with him, so he made a quick excuse, grabbed his bag, and dashed across the hall to the bathroom. There, while he stared at some of his schoolmates' artistic graffiti and did what people do in bathrooms, he suddenly felt a jolt. It was a brief, painless full-body spasm, like a hypnic jerk. Startled, he grabbed onto the cracked plastic top of the toilet paper dispenser with a steadying hand. But the physical sensation was already over. An instant later, a voice spoke quietly in his ears. "Hello, Alden," said the system. In 1963, the peoples of Earth accepted an infusion of magic and technology, as well as a promise of future protection, as part of an agreement with the Artanan triplanetary government. In doing so, Earth became an Artanan resource world, with all the accompanying rights, privileges, and responsibilities afforded by that designation. Oh, Alden thought. Maybe it was because of his surroundings, or maybe it was because he'd been forewarned, but he felt less afraid than he would have expected. This is the speech. It's really happening to me. For some reason, the system almost always delivered the selection speech out loud this way, not with the visual interfaces it seemed to prefer for most communication. The working theory was that it was analyzing you and making tweaks to your mind or soul based on your reactions to what it said, before it fully completed its merge. As part of this alliance, the system continued in a volume that was barely above a murmur. Earth is required to deliver a number of suitable individuals into contractual servitude. You have been selected for this honor. You may refuse to sign your planet's version of the interdimensional warriors contract out of personal principle, and your objection will be taken into consideration hereafter. Ultimately, however, you may not refuse to serve. I didn't expect it to happen like this today. Now, here, a mote of mixed emotion, equal parts excitement and anxiety, made Alden grip the toilet paper dispenser a little tighter. He stared at a marker drawing of an oddly shaped cactus that had definitely started its life as something less innocent before it was repaired by a more tasteful artist. The system went on. Upon signing, you will become one of your planet's avowed. As a signing bonus, you will receive an additional gift. Refusal to sign will result in the loss of this bonus. Write, carrot and stick together. Upon becoming one of the avowed, you will be subject to summons, for emergency and non-emergency purposes, by members of the Artanan wizarding classes. By Artanan law, all avowed are justly rewarded for any service rendered. Your rank has been determined. Your class has been randomly assigned based on the triplanetary government's current requests. You have 90 Earth days to sign the contract of your own free will. During that time, you may trade your class with equivalently ranked selectees from your own planet. Once affixed, your class assignment is immutable. For some reason, Alden found himself whispering the final few words along with the system. "Welcome, Alden, and thank you for your future service." There were only a couple of heartbeats between the end of the speech and the moment when the system window suddenly appeared in front of Alden's wide eyes. But a couple of heartbeats were enough for an entire cascade of thoughts, hopes, worries, and wonderings to pass through his brain. This was it, right here and now. His life was taking a sharp turn in some new direction, and he had almost no control over it at all. A single point of dark golden light appeared at the center of his vision, and then it bloomed rapidly to overlay everything else. Breathing hard, Alden stared into his own future. Pre-affixed selectee Samuel Alden Thorne, divergence, rank be assigned class Meister of Cudgel. Samuel Alden Thorne, do you willingly accept your duties as one of Earth's avowed, thereby satisfying a portion of your world's debt to the triplanet's YESNO 2159 hours? 59 minutes and 34 seconds. Alden read it all. Then, he read it again. His brain must have short-circuited at some point, because he had to keep reading it before the simple words finally held some meaning. He watched the timer tick down and down, until the sound of someone peeing in the stall beside him made reality reassert itself. Brank, Meister of Cudgel. Okay, now, how do I even turn this thing off? Alden wondered, staring at the words superimposed over his vision. Interested as he was in heroes, he never actually hit the level of obsession where one studied the layout of the system's display. He knew verbal commands plans were a thing. But the bell had just rung, and the bathroom was filling with people. He didn't want to be overheard trying out different versions of system. Switch to invisible mode. It would cause an uproar. He tried a mental command, and when that didn't work, he looked for a button. He expected to find something like an X in one corner of the imaginary screen, so it took him a long while to realize that what he needed was a swiping gesture, an open-palmed one, less cell phone, more window washer, that's about as subtle as a punch to the jaw. He thought as he finally managed to make it disappear. He frowned at the empty place where the display had been. He felt really human, because he was. He hadn't clicked yes, so his new powers hadn't been affixed. I guess I'll go to my next class. It seemed like what he should do. He had 90 days. There was no need to rush into things, no need to panic. But as he stepped out of the restroom into the crowded hallway, Alden felt an odd sense of distance from everyone around him. He had 90 days, only 90 days, and then he would probably never see any of these people again. I should tell Jeremy and Bo. After he thought it through. Soon, he went to his locker and picked up the books for his next period. It was biology. There was an exam tomorrow. If I fail, it means nothing. The thought tumbled through his mind like a boulder, knocking pillars out of alignment as it went. Alden had always cared about his grades, because they served a purpose. Only, now they didn't. They only take D and Franks at the public school in the Dakota zone, so that's not an option for me now even if I wanted it. And there are placement exams for schools on the island. Transcripts transfer over. He still headed toward the biology classroom, but when he reached it, his feet didn't stop. Barely aware of his surroundings, he walked through the lunchroom. The juniors and seniors were just finishing up. Maybe some of them wondered why he was there, or maybe they didn't notice. In either case, nobody stopped him. Alden's school was ostensibly big on security. Getting into or out of the building during the middle of the day was supposed to be a whole thing, with permission slips and ID checks and no child unaccounted for, ever. But when he reached the main office, the mail guy was delivering heavy boxes, and the front doors were propped open by a dolly. Alden didn't even have to talk to anyone. He just walked right out, crossed the parking lot, and kept going. About half an hour into his impromptu hike, Alden had recovered enough of his senses to behave a little more normally. He texted Bo to explain that he was cutting class because he needed to clear his head. Bo would probably assume it was a Hannah thing. He wouldn't worry too much. Then, Alden summoned a rideshare. He really couldn't pass for 18, but the driver didn't comment on it. 25 minutes later, they were pulling up in front of the consulate. "You into that alien stuff?" the man asked as Alden got out of the car. Alden couldn't tell what the guy was getting at. It could have been a subtle dig at the Artanans and the people who were a little too worshipful of them, like Alden's word chain teacher. Or maybe it was just an idle question. "They have classes here," Alden said. "You can get college credit for some of them." The man nodded as if that was a satisfying answer. "You also supposed to come here to register if you get powers?" said the driver. "Yeah, everyone knows that. When I tell my kid I drove someone over here, I am gonna say you were a full-blown superhero. It'll make her day." Alden was tempted to tell him, but not quite enough to actually go through with it. Anyway, he thought as the car drove off, "I am not a superhero yet. I'm a branked potential cudgelmeister. This is strange. I feel so strange." For some reason, the occasion was simultaneously more and less momentous than he imagined it would be. Maybe it was the branking everyone dreamed of getting A or S and dreaded getting D or F. B was really good. Top 15 of all superhumans actually. But it was a long way from being an easy road to achieving his dreams. If he messed up, if he made the wrong choices in the next 90 days, he might be giving up his current life in exchange for a very difficult one. Neither Alden's childhood dreams nor his adolescent fears had revolved around him having a rank that made him maybe employable. His brain was having a little trouble deciding whether it should be delighted with his new rank or disappointed in it. Or maybe it was the cudgel thing throwing his mood out of whack. It was just so random and unexpected. Alden had researched the word cudgel on the whole ride over, hoping it might have a secret alternate definition he didn't know about. But no, it was a club, which meant he was on the verge of becoming a weapon master for the least sophisticated weapon in existence. Unless there was a class specifically for people who liked to hit other people with rocks. "I think I'll be a tiny bit disappointed when the hype fades," he decided. But the disappointment hadn't hit yet. Honestly, right now it was all kind of funny. He was excited, freaked out, and confused in equal measures. He'd been chosen by the system. No matter what happened next, he was only one yes away from being a superhuman with all of the vast, mysterious, and frightening changes that entailed. Hi, I am Super Alden. My special talent is heavy sticks. I am like a caveman, but better. He snorted at himself and headed for the consulate's entrance. Seriously, though, a Brankmeister is right on the edge of usefulness for superhero work. That's encouraging. But cudgel just one. Tidu. The skill options will be ridiculously narrow. Alden had never actually heard of Meister of the Cudgel. Sword masters were pretty common, though, and he knew how that went. You got skills and spells that made you good with swords. Period. There were hardly any choices offered to someone who'd been given a specific weapon class. He'd only read up on the S and A ranks. But for them at least, the first skill was almost always one that would prevent you from being easily disarmed. The second was your chance to select an offensive style you liked. The third would let you increase your primary or secondary class stat. There was slightly more room to be creative with the spells, but they were still all things that would buff your own weapon somehow. And the buffs were boring unless you were in rank. You could make your sword sharper or harder or heavier or longer or more pointy. Cudgel was bound to be even worse. Alden could imagine himself in 20 years, heavily muscled but dead-eyed, trying to hold down a job while he chose between stimulating options like Mega Dense Club Level 12 or even stronger biceps X14. Yeah, it's not for me. Jeremy would probably love it, though, for the humor factor if nothing else. Hopefully. Gorgon was right about class trades not being limited to the worst of the worst options. When Alden stepped through the doors of the consulate, he was surprised to find the lobby wasn't empty. He expected it to be abandoned since the only weekday classes were in the evening. But there was a man sitting in Gorgon's favorite chair, taking advantage of the free Wi-Fi to play an MMORPG on his laptop. And there was a rowdy trio of two college-aged guys and a girl taking pictures with Gorgon in the background. They seemed to be trying to get some kind of humorous demon shot, judging by the faces they kept making and all the weird angles they were going for. Gorgon's expression was peaceful, in a human way, which meant he was deliberately putting on a show so their pictures would be ruined. Assholes, thought Alden. He walked through the middle of the group and took a wide stance at the desk, so that the alien would be mostly hidden from view. Hi, he said. Aaron, you supposed to be in school? Gorgon's tone was mild. I heard you needed help, Alden whispered, so I ran right over to save you. Gorgon tilted his head. His black eyes were focused on the tray full of ballpoint pens by Alden's arm. Not serious? No, Alden was surprised. He thought it was obvious he was joking. I thought not. But you haven't brought food with you today, which is out of the norm. So I wasn't sure. Right, no snacks. This was the first time he'd come to the consulate without any in ages. Sorry, he said. I was in a rush to get here because of that 70% probability thing. It happened. He didn't want to say it out loud in front of the gamer dude and the college jerks. I see. Gorgon's eyes met Alden's briefly, then slid away. Let me turn off the Wi-Fi. At Alden's confused expression, he added, it's the fastest way to clear the lobby. Sure enough, 5 minutes later they were alone in the building. So, said Alden, tapping one of the pens nervously against the top of the desk. What usually happens now? Do I just say it? Are there forms to sign or something? Is confetti going to fall from the ceiling? VE asked for a confetti cannon, but it's never in the budget. Alden grinned at him. To answer your question more seriously, what usually happens now is that the selectee or avowed comes in with their family and friends. They reveal their status and declare their intent to lawfully register themselves as a superhuman. Gorgon paused. Sometimes there are news crews in attendance. I congratulate the chosen individual and fill out the necessary paperwork with the United States government, or the Canadian one on occasion. If the selectee desires a class trade, they have to go through the trade process first, so no registering until after affixation. Correct, said Gorgon. Then he added, after the formalities are complete, I shake the avowed's hand, and I give them a free ballpoint pen. Well, I'd rather not have my Aunt Connie around for this. She'll cry a lot, or cheer a lot. I am not sure which, but it'll be awkward since I am pretty mad at her right now, and VE already stolen 8 or 9 of your pens. Plus, I need to do the trade. Gorgon stood up from his chair and motioned for Alden to follow him. They headed for the elevators. I am surprised, Gorgon said as the doors closed. This is sooner than I expected, based on certain insights I had upon drinking your blood. I assumed you would be chosen in 6 to 8 months. But I am not flawless. Have you perhaps received a high-ranking? Alden shook his head. He was practically vibrating with energy. Not really. It, SB. Cudgelmeister. Cudgel Gorgon. S voice was incredibly neutral now, smooth as a sheet of glass. Alden assumed it was because they were in that dangerous territory where he had to avoid giving any useful information. That was fine. Alden felt like he could fill a canyon with his own thoughts. And now that they were alone, he could ramble to his heart's content. It's the worst, for what I want to do anyway. Meister could have been good, but not with a close combat weapon subtype. They almost purely geared toward offense. And being a brank superhero who fights at close range is, no, for my taste. I am not really into hitting things sort of hard and then dying to literally any villain that outranks me. Being a brank who fought non-super crime would be way safer. But most countries had laws that prohibited the hiring of avowed for military and police forces because of the potential for abuse. The UN and the Associated Heroes of Earth had more or less banned the practice where they could. Anyway, I am going to trade it for something better, I hope. Alden trailed off as he realized the elevator was not going up. It was going down. Gorgon, does this building have a basement? Yes. Alden stared at the elevator panel. Where? The button. There ISN. T1. It's accessed through a system sigil. The lower levels are for official Artanan use only. I am not Artanan. As a selectee, you are now Artanan property. It's close enough. Property well. Technically, maybe, but still. Alden gave him a look. I don't think you have to put it quite that way. It sounds horrible. I am merely stating a fact as clearly and succinctly as I am able to. I can help how it sounds. Right, said Alden, but just as an FYI, most people prefer to think of it as being drafted and getting magic powers in exchange. No, never mind. The semantics are too fraught with human emotions for me to navigate. Let us just say that your status affords you new privileges and comes with proportional costs. That sounds way better, if you say so. Alden was disappointed when the elevator opened onto a perfectly normal-looking hallway, lined with perfectly normal-looking doors. The floor was beige, the walls were beige, and as if to add a hint of interest, the doors were a slightly darker shade of beige. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Gorgon led him to a small, gray office that was nearly empty except for a table that seemed to have been carved out of a block of milky white crystal. There was a single metal folding chair beside it. Gorgon gestured to the chair, one of his golden bindings trailing through the air like a scarf as he did so, and Alden took it. The alien went to stand on the opposite side of the table. Before we begin, I will tell you exactly the same thing I tell every selectee who comes here without an entourage of civilian onlookers. It's a simple courtesy I would extend to all, but it tends to make your government officials whine when they catch wind of it. So it is reserved for the lonely few. Alden blinked. I thought you couldn't tell me anything really useful. Gorgon nodded. This is less a revelation and more a reminder of something you should already know, which is this: even once your class is affixed, you don't actually have to register yourself as one of the avowed. Alden blinked. Beg pardon. Gorgon waved his hand dismissively. It's something that likely does not apply to you, considering what I know of your personal goals. But I have observed that young humans often barrel along the beaten path without pausing to consider other options. To be clear, registering new avowed with Earth governments is a service this consulate provides for the convenience of the avowed. I owe no loyalty to human presidents or kings, and the Artanan triplanets have no registration requirement, because upon your selection by the system, all of your information was immediately made available to them anyway. I did know that, Alden realized with surprise. Sort of. Being chosen by the system meant his aunt was no longer his legal guardian, and he was no longer American. Upon registration, his citizenship would automatically be transferred to Anasidora Island. 90 days after his selection day, he'd be required to leave the country. It was the same rules for virtually every other place in the world, but that was an Earth thing. The Artanans didn't care where avowed lived. Alden could take up residence in the White House or on the moon or in another dimension altogether. They could summon him from anywhere, as far as he knew, so it was all the same to them. Only, Gorgon, not registering would make me a criminal. Everywhere on this planet at least. It's pretty much step one in becoming a supervillain instead of a hero. Body Drainer was unregistered. He didn't say it, but the thought was at the forefront of his mind. The alien shook his head. I have met a small but not insignificant number of avowed who refuse to register. And most of them do so without becoming dangers to society. They live normal lives except for the occasional unavoidable Artanan summons. And in such cases, human governments are none the wiser or the worse for it. Alden frowned at him. Are you recommending that? It's not a recommendation. It's a reminder. One I feel the need to deliver when I am able to. Given the prevalence of certain narratives about unregistered avowed. If you wanted to, you could graduate from high school with Bo and Jeremy. You could attend college. You could pursue any of thousands of different careers. And the Artanans would not regard you as a criminal at all. Alden's brain tripped around the idea, trying to figure out how to feel about it. But if someone found out? Yes, said Gorgon. Secrecy would be paramount in such a situation, and a life in hiding is not good for one's nerves. I don't mean to confuse you, only to encourage you to consider your options. All of them, before you make momentous and irrevocable decisions. Okay, thanks. I will think about it. Maybe if I can. Replace Cudgelmeister. It's a real option for me, but I do want to at least try for a better class first. And so I will introduce you to the pre-affixation trading market. Gorgon placed one of his gray hands on top of the milky crystal table. He splayed his fingers, and a moment later, the table began to glow with a warm light. The triplanetary government of Artona assigns a wide variety of classes to Earth. The types of classes they choose to offer are largely based on which services they anticipate needing from their human summons in the coming decades. I am not at liberty to disclose more than that about their thought process. But there is more to be disclosed. Gorgon ignored the question and continued on with his speech. Despite what you may have heard from more fancifully minded people, the class you were assigned has absolutely nothing to do with your soul. You do not have a hidden power or personality trait that made the system gift you your Cudgelmeister class. It was merely the next ranked assignment on the system's distribution list at the moment you're being reached the threshold for selection. Alden leaned back in the chair, and the metal creaked. That's a relief to hear, even though I already know it. It does feel a little like I am jinxing myself by wanting to trade classes. Gorgon sighed dramatically. I am aware that many humans feel that way about it. The number of young people who weep and pray over the decision here in these rooms even after I tell them there's no need for such agony is distressing. So the Artanans really don't care at all if we trade classes around. They do not. Provided trades only take place between equally ranked individuals. The 90-day grace period exists so that you can take advantage of the trading option. It is so that you might find a class that suits your tastes better, which will ultimately make you happier and more effective during your service. Sounds good to me. So how do I do it? You need to place your hand on the table and access the system. How? Gorgon's face twitched. You don't know how. It's only been an hour or so, and I was busy researching cudgels on the way over here, Alden said defensively. I didn't have time to research the system interface. 2. You can choose your own verbal access phrase. Common English ones include online, call, and access. Even if you do not master the art of mental commands for every system function. Most avowed find it easy enough to call the system in that fashion after a small amount of practice. You may also utilize a physical gesture. Then he added, I recommend assigning some hands-free ones in case you need to access the system when you are mentally exhausted, gagged, and physically bound. How often does that happen? Gorgon didn't answer. Instead, he said, a pattern of eye movements or subtle muscle contractions is a good choice. Alden made a mental note to figure something like that out when he had a mirror handy so he could make sure he didn't look completely unhinged when he rolled his eyes around and clenched various muscles. Access system, he said. The interface of golden light blossomed into view. It answered. He noted, I thought I might have to say, access interdimensional warrior's contract. To make it work, the system is a semi-sentient spell, and it's extremely intelligent. It's aware of all its various names, You may have a harder time if you ever find yourself trying to access one of the sister systems on another planet. Though, again, how often does that happen? But Alden was soon distracted from worrying thoughts about lying bound and gagged on foreign planets. As soon as he placed his hand on the table across from Gorgon's, his interface lit up. Oh, neat. It's like a global auction house full of desperate people. There was even a button to sort by the trades that were ending soonest. Because they got something awful, and their 90-day timer is running out. The traders' locations were listed. They were teens from all over the world, but all of their offers were in perfect English. So the system must have been a great translator. And to Alden's shock, people were offering actual material wealth in addition to the classes they were trading. He hadn't thought that would be an option. Gorgon, this is nuts. Someone in Beijing is literally paying $500,000 for a crank speedster brute to crank mind healer trade. Yes, that's been up for the full 90 days. The selectee obviously wants healer of mind badly, but even if one has been assigned in recent months, nobody is willing to trade it. There aren't any names, Alden noted, just random ID numbers. By default, trades are private, though in the case of more unusual classes it soon becomes obvious who the involved parties were. In your case, I recommend not bothering to be overly secretive. You will note that there aren't as many selectees trading at your level. You may hide your identity, but the personal touch can make the difference when it comes to final decisions. Alden stared at the interface. He poked around until he had it sorted by rank. There were only a couple of dozen classes open to trading right now. How would I even give this the personal touch? The listings seem pretty basic. Choose someone as if you intend to trade with them. Make sure they do not have auto-trade selected. What if they say yes? You can still refuse as long as it's not an auto-trade. Also, you can trade as many times as you like prior to the end of your 90 days. He paused. Obviously, you should not take something undesirable on a whim. Alden searched through the IDs. A few did have the auto-trade feature selected. Most of those had extremely specific and overpowered class types listed under their wanted section. Alden assumed it was so that they wouldn't miss a perfect opportunity if it came along while they weren't paying attention. He scanned the listings until he found an interesting one. Available pre-affixation class trades. Rank B. ID B74 location Dakota avowed seclusion zone. USA trading morph brute wanted adjuster all, healer all, shaper of life, meister ranged magic weapons, magic tools, uncommon types, rares notes no more 8 brutes or sways. Leave me alone. You auto trade NO. Can I click on this morph? Alden asked, gesturing at the listing. It's a really useful class. It seems like they probably want close combat, but Cudgel Meister could be considered an uncommon Meister type. Couldn't Alden, you do realize I can see your system interface. You Gorgon said, I only know you. Referring to selectee B74 because I read through the trade window myself recently. I am an idiot. Sorry. Also, your memory is good. That selectee is particularly easy to recollect. They been trading in person for roughly 16 hours each day for the past 2 months. In person, auto trade is usually used when people are sleeping or otherwise engaged. B74 is rarely otherwise engaged. Introduce yourself to them. You see what I mean? Gorgon stepped into the corner of the room while Alden figured out how to initiate a trade with B74. He had to swipe through several screens to set up his own trading profile first. Finally, he was given the identity B13 and his own little place on the class trades list. ID B13 location Artanen Consulate 4. USA trading Meister of Cudgel wanted adjuster all, healer all, Meister traps. Wands notes become a master of the cudgel. Hit bad guys with sticks. Auto trade NO. Alden looked over the listing and felt fairly satisfied with it. He would need to refresh his knowledge of some of the more obscure classes so that he could fill out his wanted section better. He almost listed rares, like B74, because the rare classes were all interesting just by virtue of being more mysterious. but the only ones he could think of off the top of his head were Rabbit, Tailor, and Mourner, and those were even worse for his needs than Cudgelmeister. Now that he had a profile, B74 SID had been highlighted like a clickable link. He clicked. Initiate live trade negotiations with B74 YESNO. Alden selected yes. B74 has accepted your invitation. B74 has been vouched for by an authorized witness. You have been vouched for by an authorized witness. Negotiations are approved. Keep one of your hands on the table, or the connection will be cut off. Gorgon warned him. Alden scooted his chair closer to the glowing crystal table and pressed his right hand to it more firmly. A second later, he almost leaped out of his seat as a boy appeared from thin air, sitting in another metal folding chair on the other side of the table. Alden swore and leaned back in alarm. It wasn't just the other guy. A collection of junk had appeared on the other half of the table at the same time, as if it had been horizontally bisected. The pristinely empty table Alden was sitting at suddenly ended, and an identical table covered in chip bags, energy drink bottles, napkin wads, notebooks, uncapped pens, and highlighters began. Sitting at the filthy table, with a serious case of bedhead and a really dense 5-0 clock shadow for a guy who must have been around Alden's age. B74 looked pissed. He slapped the table and stood, glaring at Alden. Listen up, you newbie dumbass, he snapped. I am only accepting your negotiation request so that you won. Keep bothering me. I am not trading more for an overpowered baseball bat. In case it's not obvious from my listing. I want good shit, not weird shit. This is Brank. A chance at a great trade could happen while I am dealing with losers like you. I have been pissing in bottles for the past 2 months so that I don't have to take bathroom breaks. I don't have time to be all buddy-buddy with you. Don't contact me again unless you manage to get something on my wanted list before Alden could even apologize. B74 lifted both of his hands from the table, and he disappeared. For a full minute, Alden just stared at the spot where the other boy had vanished. Then he took a deep breath. Gorgon, people can physically attack me through the magic table, can they? No, Gorgon said, but that would add zest to my job. Alden spent the entire afternoon sitting in the trading room. Gorgon stuck around for the first hour or so, answering what questions he was allowed to. But after that, he headed back upstairs. As long as Alden didn't leave the room, the system still considered him to have been safely vouched for by an authorized witness. When he took bathroom breaks, though, Gorgon had to accompany him back and reactivate the table. The alien had told Alden that there would be no peeing in bottles in the Chicago consulate. Or else, not that I planned to. Does he think I am an animal? For the first couple of hours, Alden focused on gaining an understanding of the trading platform and closely examining his fellow Branks. A few people did log in and out, disappearing from his system interface entirely, but most just adjusted the wanted lists on their profiles and turned on the auto-trade feature when they needed to leave. That was fascinating because it made it possible for Alden to tell what classes they really hoped for as opposed to what they would merely settle for. Almost everyone was at least willing to take the adjuster class, and many of them seemed to want it in particular, which was expected but not good. Adjuster of Reality was basically a build-your-own mage class. Adjusters got a huge list of reality-altering spells to choose from in the beginning, and based on their choices, they were eventually pushed along increasingly narrower paths toward unique specializations. Hannah, for example, had chosen a basic mobile barrier for her first spell, and she eventually leaped from that into things like the magic preservation bubble she used on Alden. But she could have chosen from dozens of other spells and gained a totally different power set. Some adjusters focused on improving their own bodies and came out almost like magically enhanced brutes. Others could shoot bolts of electricity from their palms. Of course everyone wants it. There's just nothing bad about being an adjuster. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Once an adjuster chose their path, the system did lock them into it pretty hard. If the first spell you picked was Ice Over, you better not suddenly decide you hated frost magic, because you wouldn't be offered much else. But Alden didn't think that was a terrible drawback, and apparently his fellow Branks felt the same. It's too early to give up on it. Maybe people trade it more often than I am guessing to give himself a better idea. He toggled off the setting that made the trading platform show only his own rank and started spying on the others. He couldn't select any of them and offer to trade. But it was still interesting. There were only 3 lonely ranks. One was trying to trade Sky Shaper for a healer position, which at that vaunted rank was like trying to trade a dump truck full of rubies for a freaking freight train full of them. Greedy much Alden grumbled. The others were a strength-type brute, like Arjun Thomas, and a bridge right. What on earth rights were the crafting class? Usually they weren't. Tiso. Weirdly specific on first assignment. Bridges. And Srank, what is that dude supposed to do with that one? Clearly the new Srank was supposed to build bridges. Amazing ones. But that seemed like a really strange thing for the Artanans to have ordered up. Alden could just imagine his fellow selectees staring at their class assignment window trying to figure out whether to jump with joy at being in the 99th percentile of all superhumans or scream because they would only be able to use their awesome power for building a single type of structure. Maybe if you develop it far enough the bridges do things well. It was a problem for the fancy Sranks to sort out. Not Alden. There were 15 ranks currently trading. None of them were adjusters. And there were a couple thousand CS, which made some sense. Crank was the most common at roughly 35 of all avowed, followed by the D, S and F, S with 30 and 20 respectively. I am pretty lucky really. B, S made up around 9 of the superhuman population. The numbers don't work out logically, though there were way fewer S, S, A, S, and B. S trading than Alden would have thought there should be. Maybe a lot of the unwanted classes are disproportionately distributed toward the lower end of the scale. He scribbled cubes and spirals on the cover of his biology notebook while he thought about it. It could also have been the fact that some powers that were meh at lower levels actually became quite useful at higher ones, like the Shaper subtypes. They were really bad for anyone below C, but then they spiked sharply and became tremendously good for A, S. No wonder B74 is a wreck. He must have sold a kidney to get that morph. And he is still trying to trade into something better. Morph was the shapeshifter version of the brute class. It wasn't Alden's preference, but it was nice. Really nice at B. Crap, this is going to be a people thing. ISN. He understood what Gorgon meant about the personal touch being important now. Nobody was going to see Alden's class and just want it, unless their own was a total dud. He would probably have to trade up and up gradually until he got something decent. And to do that, he'd have to talk to people. He'd have to persuade them, preferably without turning into an unhygienic ragelord like B74. He went ahead and searched through all the lower ranks, looking for adjusters. One crank had been hanging around for more than a month, but for some reason, they only wanted Mourner in exchange and Warren willing to trade for anything else. It was an extremely rare class. They weren't likely to get it. Alden wondered why they even wanted it in the first place. Mourner was the emotional transference class, where you literally took others' negative feelings into yourself. He always thought it sounded like self-inflicted torture. Maybe there was more to it, though I need to research the rares. He wrote it down in his notebook. The only other adjuster he found was at Drank. They appeared for a grand total of 2 minutes, and then vanished. Right, so that's how it is. I might need to moderate my goals a little. He cracked his knuckles and stretched. Then he went upstairs to talk to Gorgon. Evening classes were starting, and there were people coming and going, but nobody was bothering Gorgon. And since Alden didn't take any of the classes on Thursdays, none of these people knew him or cared what he was up to. As he approached the desk, I am going to head home, text my friends, feed the cat, and grab some dinner, he said quietly. 2 questions. Can I use the trading room all night long if I want, and can I bring Jeremy with me? Gorgon blinked. It was only the second time Alden had ever seen his eyelids. The trading room is yours. As I stated before, you are now Artanan affiliated. You may use the building at all hours. Not that I wasn't letting you anyway. And as you are the only selectee currently taking advantage of this consulate's services, you don't even have to worry about sharing. He tilted his head. As for Jeremy, I suppose you could bring him. You don't sound sure. Nobody ever asked for a civilian companion in the trading room. I'll have to check with my supervisor, but I can think of a real reason for her to say no. The Artanans tend to be rather relaxed about what they see as human eccentricities. But what would you even do with Jeremy? He is really likable and insightful. People naturally lower their guard around him. There Obviously a lot of tension going on with my fellow selectees, and I want to reduce it. Jeremy can be my wingman and persuade the other branks to give me all their juicy classes. Alden paused, then added, LL think it. Cool, too. Gorgon blinked again. That a clever idea. Why do you sound shocked? A clever idea. But it won. Work the way you rethinking it will. Alden felt himself deflate. Why not? Jeremy can. Use the system in the same way you can. He can. Access the trading platform. He won. Be able to see or hear the person you talking to. And they won. Be able to see or hear him. Alden groaned. You destroying my dreams. But Gorgon still looked thoughtful. Leave it for tonight. LL put in a request and have an answer for you tomorrow. I will explain your desire for emotional support to my supervisor. Perhaps if I describe Jeremy as a sort of servant or a pet. It was Alden's turn to blink. Gorgon, Jeremy is not a poodle. The alien shrugged. Some concepts are just easier to translate across species than others. If that was case, then Alden was a bit concerned about how this supervisor viewed the world. But he take what he could get. He turned to go, but he only made it a few steps across the polished floor before he was stopped by a light touch against his back. He spun in surprise, only to find it was Gorgon, looking up at him with an uncommonly direct stare. Let me take your luggage for you, he said. Let me take your luggage. Gorgon nodded toward the messenger bag slung across Alden's shoulders. Nonplussed, Alden removed the bag and handed it over. He expected Gorgon to do something with it. Maybe it was a security check to make sure he hadn't stolen anything from downstairs, but the alien only took the bag and carried it toward the lobby doors. He set it down on the threshold and then walked back to his desk, passing Alden on his way. Walking weird. It was stiff and pained. What the heck was that about? Alden called after him. I will see you when you return, Gorgon said in an even higher voice than normal. Have a pleasant evening. Gorgon, have a pleasant evening. Alden left feeling extremely unnerved. Gotten to know Gorgon well enough to say with some confidence that the alien would not go out of his way to suddenly valet Alden's book bag 15 feet for no reason at all. Which means there was a reason, Alden thought, watching buildings slide by through the train windows as he made his way back home. Only I don't have any idea what it is. He worried over it for the past 10 minutes, and he come up with nothing that made him feel more at ease. Is it some gross servant thing like he forced to do it now because I am going to be one of the avowed? The thought was disturbing, but it could be the case. Whoever had set the terms of Gorgon's imprisonment was clearly a nasty piece of work, and as far as he knew, Alden had never seen the alien interact with another avowed. He didn't have a framework for comparison. I hope that it. The only other thing it could be is some kind of hint suggestion about class selection. Alden liked that idea much better, but Gorgon had stated extremely clearly that he wasn't allowed to do such a thing. If it was a hint, it was a vague one. And it was an important one, because the alien didn't seem like the type to risk Arden and wrath for no good reason. So, no pressure, Alden. You just need to figure out what connection your perfectly ordinary messenger bag has to superhero work. Alden closed his eyes. He tried to pick apart Gorgon's every word and action. It was weird that he called it luggage instead of a bag there. Not a class that has anything to do with luggage. Maybe it's about travel in general. Speed types travel fast. There. That bike meister lady who like a motorcycle goddess, that sort of travel related. But those didn't feel right. For one thing, bike meister was one of a kind. Nobody had ever gotten it before or since. And surely even if Gorgon had to be vague, he could have come up with something more obvious. If he was trying to point Alden toward a speedster class, he could have just said some version of, hurry up. It's probably not a recommendation that I try to go for a teleportation build either. Right? I don't think Branks have an option like that. And if we did, it would just be a specific version of adjuster. He knows that. My top choice anyway. He could have waited to see if I even got the class or not before saying anything. By the time the train reached his stop, Alden still had no clue what the mysterious message meant. He stepped out into the evening air. It was cold. He left his coat at school, and the wind stole what heat his body had collected during the ride. He shivered. Does this mean Gorgon thinks I should be focusing on some class other than adjuster, or just in addition to it? The uncertainty was worrying. But he shouldn't stand here agonizing over it all night. Get home, eat, feed the cat, he told himself sternly, and maybe he would borrow a sleeping bag from one of the neighbors. The room with the crystal table was nice and all, but it was going to be really uncomfortable to spend hour upon hour in there. Maybe he could nap in between checking for new trade listings. And when should I tell Jeremy and Bo for that matter? When should he tell his aunt she would definitely promise not to share the secret? And she would also definitely break that promise as soon as she got a little too excited. So, D have 2 days, max, after telling her. And then everyone in Chicago would know. Aunt Connie S out then. Alden was 99 sure he didn't want to go down the unregistered route Gorgon had mentioned. But until he was completely positive, he didn't want to burn bridges. I can get away with skipping school tomorrow. Then LL have to figure something out. If he called the school counselor and told her about Hannah's funeral, he could probably clear a full week. But that felt wrong. It's Saturday. That's so soon. He really didn't want to go, especially now. What if someone at the funeral could tell he was a selectee he didn't know what kinds of powers Hannah's friends had? Maybe I can ask people for class advice again. That felt wrong. It was a funeral, not a networking opportunity. One just have to get through it. By the time Alden made it to his own front door, he was so cold he was sure that forgetting his coat was karmic justice for how badly he and Bo had teased Jeremy a few weeks ago. On Saturday morning, Alden woke up to the trill of his cell phone alarm at the completely uncivilized hour of 4 a.m. He crawled out of the cozy sleeping bag he brought and flicked on the trading room's fluorescent lights. It should be afternoon in India and Indonesia, evening in China. Time zones were now something he cared about. He needed to be awake when large numbers of his fellow Branks were. And this should be a good time to catch any newcomers. And, hopefully, it would also be a good time to dodge B-74. The other selectee had a lot more experience with trading and a better class to work with than Alden did. Plus he was almost always online. Alden needed to take advantage of the guy's brief absences. B-74 was located in the avowed zone in the western half of North Dakota, an hour behind Chicago time. And he'd been up until after midnight last night, probably chugging energy drinks and bothering a newcomer with the ID B-105, who popped up on the trading platform with the Shaper of Life class gleaming like a beacon at the top of their listing. That class was on 74's wanted list. Alden was almost positive 74 had made a pest of himself, because the Shaper had only hung around for an hour or so before going offline entirely. Not even an auto-trade option was left behind to mark the fact that they existed. B-74 had set his own auto-trade about 3 minutes later. He still hadn't managed to get Shaper of Life. Alden, who'd been quietly examining the other B's and tweaking his own listing, had smiled. It was partially schadenfreude. 74 was rude, and Alden didn't want him to have good things. But the other selectee's antagonistic existence also played into his own plans for his new career as a class trader. If 74 was going to go around cursing at people with bad classes and annoying the shit out of people with good ones, then Alden would be the light to his darkness. He'd be the friendly one people could talk to. Maybe, hopefully, someone would be more inclined to trade with him because of that. His listing was freshly updated to reflect that goal. ID B13 location Artanen Consulate 4. USA Trading Meister of Cudgel Wanted Adjuster All. Brute Speedster. Uncommons. Healer All. Meister Traps. Wands. Uncommons. Shaper All. Sway All. Right All. Rare's notes Meister of Cudgel seems like a class with potential. If close-range weapons appeal to you, it has novelty value compared to the more common weapons subclasses. And we all know branding is particularly important for Branks hoping to pursue hero work. I am happy to chat with anyone even if negotiations aren't on the table. Looking forward to meeting you all on Anasadora soon. I might be the guy with the club. Auto-trade NO obviously. Alden didn't actually want all of the things his wanted list covered. But he needed to give an impression of openness to conversation. And he shouldn't take the risk of missing out on some strange subtype he never heard of. He thought mentioning their future as possible neighbors and classmates on the island was a pleasant touch. and a good indicator that unlike some people, he wouldn't bite someone's head off if they approached him with a class he didn't like. Satisfied for the time being, he sat down and logged himself in. He scanned the list, sipping from a cup of water he poured before crawling into his sleeping bag a few short hours ago. B74 was still absent, and, with a thrill, Alden saw that the Life Shaper was back. Their listing wasn't quite as bare bones as it had been last night. No doubt they finally had time to settle it now that they weren't fending off 74. He read it carefully. IDB 105 location Artenan Consulate 1. France trading Shaper of Life wanted adjuster all. Healer all. Write all notes. I am happy with Shaper of Life, but I am interested in seeing what else might be available before I commit to it. I do not want morph. Autotrade NO. Alden was tempted to contact them, if only to tell them the specific mention of 74's morph was a nice dig. But he didn't. Based on their preferences, they weren't going to go for any kind of physical combat class, and they probably had a low tolerance for wasting time after last night. Instead, his eyes landed on a listing that had appeared less than a minute ago. IDB 22 location Artenan Consulate 1. Poland trading Schenner wanted Meister Knuckles notes. Hello. Good to meet you. Autotrade. Yes. Alden read the listing. Then, feeling certain he must have missed something, he read it again. No. B22. He muttered. Dawn. Trade Schenner for that. Schenner was one of the rarest of all the classes. Alden had had time to freshen up his knowledge of some of the rares last night. In general, they weren't better than others. They just happened to be the classes that represented less than 1% of the overall pool, though the Errand Runner class, Rabbit, was more like one according to this year's numbers. All of the rares were oddballs, but some of them seemed to be impractical oddballs, while others had their uses. Like Schenner, he didn't know a lot about it, but it was a class that purportedly gave you access to the most powerful word chains and reduced any negative side effects from them. The Artenans were funny about sharing the higher level word chains, so it was a unique opportunity. Word chains were inherently balanced, which made the idea of using powerful ones a little scary. Sure, you could use a high-level luck chain and have the best day ever in Vegas. But was it really a net win if the payback was dying in a car accident a few weeks later? People said the Schenner class made it more likely that the car crash would only severely injure you instead. Alden didn't think it was a class he particularly wanted for himself. But if he were forced to choose right now this second, he'd probably take it over Meister of Cudgel, and B22 could absolutely get something more unique than a Meister for it. Alden couldn't remember exactly how often Schenner occurred, but it was an ultra rare, and some people were really into word chains. Just to be sure he wasn't completely off the mark, he looked up B22's preferred class, Meister of Knuckles, on his laptop. He assumed it was a class that specialized in fist weapons, and he was right. It was pretty uncommon. Unless B22 had just committed a series of terribly unlucky typos. Then the only thing they could possibly want was to punch things. They didn't even list healer or adjuster or anything else. Well, some people had a fighting style they liked. He guessed it wasn't like that was a negative thing. Schenner is probably a difficult class to use, too. Assuming B22 wanted to be a hero, there was something to be said for the simplicity of smashing bad guys with your fists as opposed to pausing for a meditation break while you made alterations to yourself through cross-dimensional barter. It just hurt Alden's soul a little bit to see one of the rarest classes being casually traded without even a monetary bonus request. Alden scanned the other IDs. There was an agility brute in Bangladesh, and of course there was B74 with morph brute. But if the new guy really only wanted Knuckles mine's the closest of anything online right now, I guess I should at least try to start a negotiation. Alden wanted to think about it longer, but he couldn't. Physically strong fighter types were a dime a dozen. And if Knucklemeister wasn't the only subclass the new trader was willing to take, then competition would come fast. Or 74 would wake up and throw his hat into the ring. I know Schenner will be easier to trade than Meister of Cudgel. I have to go for it. He clicked on B22's ID before he could second-guess himself. Initiate live trade negotiations with B22. Yes, Alden said aloud. He expected to come face-to-face with a Polish teen right away. But apparently this person wasn't operating on the same frantic schedule as B74. They could be reading up on my class first. Or maybe I have to wait until they're finished talking to someone else, whatever the case. Alden had time to straighten the worst of the wrinkles out of his t-shirt and fingercomb his hair. Then he started skimming through a few websites he bookmarked yesterday, trying to find reliable information about Shenner. An Arank Shenner named Keiko Velra had been active as a superhero for the past 15 years in Japan, but she had never given out a lot of info on her own skills, spells, or word chains. Many avowed preferred to keep their powers private, and she was apparently one of them. Though it was a little weird for a superhero to be that secretive about her talents unless it was part of her persona. For the more common classes you could find encyclopedias worth of information. Right down to the specifics the system usually offered beginners of every rank. But for the ultra-rares there was no guarantee. But the fact that at least one person a rank above Alden was managing to do hero work with the class was encouraging. It made Shenner seem more viable, and therefore more valuable. This B-22 probably knew that, too. When they tell me to get lost, I'll head upstairs for a bathroom break. Maybe when I get back I'll try to say hi to that Longsight whose grace period is ending in a couple of days. They going to be stuck with that, and they probably been sitting around in a room just this drab for the past 3 months with nobody willing to talk to them. Alden was starting to feel claustrophobic, and he hadn't even been a selectee for a full day yet. Nearly 30 minutes after he asked to negotiate, his system interface finally brightened. B-22 has accepted your invitation. B-22 has been vouched for by an authorized witness. You have been vouched for by an authorized witness. Negotiations are approved. Alden had been resting his head on his arms, but he sat up straight just in time to see B-22 appear across the table from him. The other teen was short and pudgy, with dark blonde hair and narrow brown eyes. He had a friendly smile, and he waved at Alden cheerfully with the hand he was using to maintain contact with the table. On a plate in front of him was a boiled egg and a half-eaten donut full of dark red jam. Zien dobry, he said. Nazuam sie Andre. Good morning, my name is Andre. The words appeared in the lower half of Alden's vision, centered on the other teen. Chest like subtitles from a foreign language film. Morning, said Alden, trying to strike a balance between reading the words and making good eye contact. I didn't know how the translation thing would work. This is pretty great. Yes, it's fun. Like a movie. I am Andre. I was selected by the system last week. This is my first day trying to trade. I had to do some thinking. I was chosen yesterday, said Alden, so we both knew at this. My name is Alden, by the way. Andre ate a bite of his donut. He took his time chewing and swallowing. Then he said, do you want to trade for Shenner? Alden scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I am pretty sure I would, but I know I don't have exactly the class you want, and I am not loaded, so I can add on a monetary bonus like some people seem to. The Polish boy brushed crumbs off his hands onto the plate. It's fine. Money doesn't matter to me. I looked up your subclass. There wasn't as much information as I would like, but it's good for me. It's the second highest strength boost of any weapon master class, right behind Knuckles. I'll take it. Alden had been taking a sip of water. He barely got it down without choking. You want it? Yes. For Shenner. Andre gave him a slight frown. Yes. Did you change your mind about the trade? No, Alden said hastily. I just don't want to take advantage of you. He didn't consider himself to be much of a negotiator, but he knew that wasn't the right thing to say when you were trying to convince someone to give you what they had. I am just surprised you interested, he explained. I thought you might be very selective with your class preference, since you only listed one on your wanted list. I want a Meister with a certain minimum strength and stamina bonus, Andres said. Meister of Cudgel is a little lower than Meister of Knuckles, but taken your point about the value of cudgels for branding purposes into consideration. It's a good one. It will do what I want it to, and I can improve the stats enough through leveling. It was only then that Alden realized the other boy really had spent the past half hour researching the cudgel class while Alden waited. And he wanted it. Alden felt offooted by that for some reason. A paranoid little part of him hissed, no, Don, give it to him. If he wants it, then it must be better than what he has. But that was just nerves talking, wasn't it? Andre clearly had his own plans for his future as one of the avowed, just like Alden did. I don't know why you want a specific strength minimum. though maybe Andre was one of those guys who really did the math. And there was some hard floor on the strength stat for whatever he wanted his career to be. What are you going to do with it? Alden blurted. With the cudgel subclass. I mean it wasn't like he needed to know to make the trade. But he wanted to understand what his fellow Brank was thinking. If it was wildly different from his own perspective on things, he should at least take the time to examine it. Andre smiled, but he shook his head. Trade me for it, and then I'll tell you. Come on, man. Alden groaned. I know I don't want the class for myself. I'll give it to you for Shenner. The Polish boy raised his eyebrows at Alden. If you sure you don't want it, then trade first. Alden's heart rate picked up. He tightened his grip on the milky crystal surface of the table. Be smart, he ordered himself. Is there some trick here? I am not seeing. Only it was hard to be smart with just 3 hours of sleep under his belt and not enough information about one of the classes involved. And he couldn't just ask for more time to think. Andre might give Shenner to someone else. Of course he won. Tell me what he wants Meister of Cudgel for. He doesn't want me to decide his ideal superhero build is better than mine and snatch it away from him. That doesn't mean his ideal is better than mine. Only that it's different. It's fine. There's no nasty trick here. Most likely, the fact that it's happening so quickly and easily doesn't mean I am being an idiot. Probably. One of Alden's hands slipped a little against the table. He was actually sweating. Yeah, let's trade, he said, hoping he didn't sound as nervous as he felt. Across the table, Andre had finished his donut, and he was peeling the white off his boiled egg. Good. On the bottom right corner of Alden's system overlay were the words Confirm Class Trade. Confirm Class Trade, he said. At exactly the same time, Andre was prodding at the air in front of his own face. A second later, new words appeared. Trade Meister of Cudgel class for Shenner class. Yes, no. Yes, Alden said. B22 has requested a trade. You have requested a trade. Both selectees have been vouched for by authorized witnesses. Please wait. Your class is being reassigned. Alden held his breath. And then he had to stop doing that so he wouldn't pass out. It's taking a longer time than I thought it would, Andre noted. Right, does some kind of signal have to travel from here to another dimension and back again? It's magic, and magic is hard to figure out. Some things seem instantaneous. Yeah, I take classes here at the consulate with an instructor teaching from Artona and there's no lag. As far as I can tell. Andre brightened. Are you taking word chain classes? Yes, that's great. Maybe you can actually use Shenner yourself instead of. Well, that's up to you now. VE never liked word chains, and I haven't studied the Artonan language. I would have to start from scratch, in addition to learning English and Spanish. Oh, so he definitely wanted to do superhero work. From what Alden had heard, you couldn't graduate from any of the advanced training programs on Anisadora without being fluent in at least one of the world's 5 most spoken languages. As a Brank, it would be even more important to be multilingual to increase your odds of getting job offers. I need to learn Mandarin, Alden mused. He was just thinking out loud. But Andre's smile grew even more excited. Are you planning to qualify as a hero too? Yes, if I can get the right class I want to go into. He was interrupted by a flare of light as his interface shifted. Class Trade approved prefixed selectee Samuel Alden Thorne. Divergence rank be assigned class Shenner Samuel Alden Thorne. Do you willingly accept your duties as one of Earth's avowed, thereby satisfying a portion of your planet's debt to Artona YESNO 2145 hours 20 minutes and 8 seconds. It's done. Mine finished. 2. Congrats on your new class. Thank you. I am going to affix it this afternoon, or maybe in a few days. My family thinks there should be a party to celebrate this kind of thing. I guess I should give them time to plan it. Wow, you really are sure about what you want. I am. My uncle is a Meister of Knuckles working in Warsaw. By the way, you a bad salesman. Alden, ouch, dude, don't pull your punches or anything. Andre laughed. Anyway, before we were interrupted, I was trying to say that what I really want to do is get a class I can turn into decent battlefield support. Support like a dedicated sidekick. Do people still do that? He looked bemused. It's usually military or special police forces supporting heroes for local work. and formal strike crews from Anasadora handle any serious problems. And that S. Are you hoping to join one of the permanent battle squads? Well, not necessarily. Good, because none of them take anyone below a rank. I do want to do team-ups, though, Alden said. I work closely with one or two other avowed so that we all become way more effective than we would be on our own. A pair of branks with complementary specs could be as good as an A rank. For sure, maybe as good as an S in some situations. Andre clearly didn't agree with that last bit. His lips pursed, but he only said, I see what you talking about. You want to be like Fairy, from Fairy and Flairy. Alden stared at the subtitles. Fairy and Flairy had been said in English, so he understood the words just fine, but he had no clue what they meant. Are those superhero names you don? Know it, essay show. And that was how Alden ended up spending the next 15 minutes of his life watching clips from an animated Australian children's program while a Polish guy discussed the finer points of the main characters' tactical decisions. Fairy and Flairy were both shranks with unique classes. Of course, because why have a fantasy show if you weren't going to make it totally over the top? Fairy could sparkle like a diamond, and her disco ball routine had the power to hypnotize evildoers into chasing after her. These distracted villains became easy fodder for Flairy, whose primary skill was being a fire-breathing pink hippo grizzly. Flairy was the heavy hitter of the team who did the actual fighting, but his giant hippo grizzly body was too slow to catch bad guys. Before he met Fairy, he been a laughingstock, and before she met him, she hadn't had the firepower she needed to take down villains on her own. To Alden's chagrin, it wasn't a terrible analogy for what he wanted to do. It was just so cute, and Fairy wasn't very smart. Yeah, sort of like Fairy, he confessed, but with more nuance and less getting kidnapped. I hope in real life. Fairy would not be a good sidekick for Flairy. Her inability to remove herself from combat puts too much pressure on him. She needs a skill or spell impression that lets her escape after she hypnotized the enemy. Without it, she not a proper superhero. Andre sounded dead serious. Keep that in mind. Alden cleared his throat. Enough about me, though. What are you going to do with Meister of Cudgel? I will focus heavily on increasing my physical stats. Many hero teams have mentorship program for promising students. You can participate during the latter half of your schooling on Anasadora, but most branks never achieve the required stat minimums until they aged out of such programs. I should be able to do it with this class, though, if I aim for it from the start. That sounds like a solid plan. I hope you have good luck with it. Given your goals, you intend to trade Shenner for something else. Don, I really want Adjuster. Maybe, Alden added mentally. He still had no idea what Gorgon's hint about luggage meant. He read lists of every obscure class he could find, and there was nothing bag-related or travel-related as far as he could see. He hoped clarity would strike soon, because by the end of his search last night he was only finding thread-thin connections. And if that was all he had to work with, he would never have the confidence to actually choose a class that merely might be the one the alien had intended to point him toward. That's hard. Adjuster is popular. Shenner will be an easy trade for it, though. You should research the history of the class carefully before you do anything. Don, just give it away. Its history. Andre suddenly looked a little guilty. I am glad you were online to take it. My uncle would not like the idea of me selling it to a certain kind of person. I was going to do it anyway if I had to, but then you were here. It takes off a lot of pressure, and you won. Have to worry about what my relative thinks. So it's a victory for both of us. You making me a little nervous. It's fine. You don't know much about the important families on Anasadora, do you? No. Alden was interested in prominent superheroes, not the Society of Avowed who lived on the island. Then it's fine. Just research it. But Don, let anyone know you did. Nobody can be mad at you if they think you an ignorant outsider. It's perfect really. This last bit was said with a smile that was a little too encouraging for Alden's liking. Nobody will be mad at me for trading the class because I am an outsider. What does that mean? He asked a couple more questions, but Andre was apparently unwilling to be any more specific, because he hastily made an excuse, reassured Alden that the class wasn't bad for his needs, and signed off. That's not concerning at all, Alden thought as the other teen disappeared. He stretched and checked his listing. It was grayed out. He updated it with his new class, then reactivated it. He couldn't immediately immediately think of anything clever to say about Shenner in his notes section. So he just pointed out that it was an ultra-rare class that was successfully being used for hero work by at least one other person. He come up with something better after he done the research and figured out what Andre had meant by his cryptic warning. He wanted a break anyway. He needed to brush his teeth. He was about to log out when he received a new notice. B74 has requested negotiation. Do you wish to accept? Alden stared at it in surprise. Really, after that insane monologue he gave me 12 hours ago, maybe Shenner was a shinier new toy than he realized. Alden tried to think of what the proper payback for 74 was. Nothing too mean. He did have a tiny, wretched fragment of sympathy for his fellow selectee. The guy had barely been sleeping for 2 straight months. Maybe he actually had normal human manners before all of this started. Still, he needed to chill. Sure, I'll talk to him. B74 flashed into the room. He was standing at his trash table, and his mouth was already open to say something. But Alden held up his free hand. Hey, man, good to see you again. But I can talk right now. I have to go brush my teeth. It shouldn't take too long. Unless I decide to head to school for the day. VE got a biology exam. Maybe I shouldn't miss it. I'll think about it over breakfast. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. Or sometime tonight. Sunday at the absolute latest. See you then. Before his opponent could respond, Alden lifted his other hand and let the connection drop. Patience was a virtue. Maybe B74 could acquire it while staring at the system interface, waiting for someone who might or might not reappear in the next 2 days. Alden stepped out of the elevator, yawning. Maybe I really will go get breakfast before I come back. It was 5 in the morning, but a coffee shop had to be open somewhere. It would be nice to hang out in a place other than Consulate Basement while he researched his new class. He stopped by the vending machine to buy a fruit punch for Gorgon. Then he headed toward the lobby desk. So, I am a prefixed Shenner now, he said as he passed the alien the bottle of juice. That is an extremely rare assignment. Gorgon spoke in the same totally inflectionless voice he always used when the conversation turned toward anything Alden might construe as advice. It seemed like something I could trade more easily. The guy I got it from seemed to think so, too. I think I was really lucky. But he was a little odd about it. I am gonna go grab a bite and figure out why. I see, said Gorgon. Thank you for the juice. Alden hesitated, considering his next works carefully. I am still thinking over what you said to me last night. I noticed it. He felt the need to acknowledge Gorgon's hint now that he was positive there was no uncomfortable servitude thing going on between the two of them. He had been relieved when he returned to the consulate last night with things that might qualify as actual luggage in hand, and the alien had completely ignored him. Alden had fumbled a 2-person sleeping bag, snacks, bottled water, his book bag and his ancient laptop into the building. Yet Gorgon hadn't lifted a finger for him. But he couldn't help noticing that the alien's gray skin was looking downright charred beneath his magical bonds. So Gorgon had crossed some sort of line for Alden, and Alden didn't even know how to say thank you properly without possibly making the situation worse for him. For a beat, the alien was silent. Then, instead of replying to Alden's attempt to subtly express his gratitude, he said, I have received confirmation that you are allowed to have your friends accompany you into the trading room. They would only be able to provide you with moral support. However, my supervisor was disinclined to grant them temporary access to the trading interface. Wow, thank you. I really didn't even expect that much. Gorgon shrugged. Normally, she would have been easier to persuade, but she's recently been penalized for consorting with a demon, and I believe she's trying to appear more law-abiding than usual. Your supervisor hangs out with demons? Alden asked. Not like you, but actual monsters made of pure chaos. He didn't have a lot of knowledge on real demons. Earth was only contractually obligated to deal with 1 or 2 a year, and they all landed in a controlled zone on Anisidora where they were demolished in a matter of seconds by a few hundred avowed working together. No media were allowed, so the semi-annual event was never more than a minor headline. Still, it didn't sound like they were beings you want to consort with. All Artanans of the highest ranks have interactions with what some might call true demons. My supervisor just picked a worse one than she should have. Well, let's not make her mad, then, Alden said. Indeed, the conversation ended on that disturbing note. and Alden headed out. The walk down the still dark street cleared his head, and after a few blocks he came to a bakery that was just opening its doors. He ordered a matcha and bought a vegan brownie from the section of the case where the shop kept its day-old baked goods. Despite multiple attempts to force-feed himself old favorites like shredded cheese and bacon, all Alden had managed to do so far was nearly choked to death. He had confirmed that his new, magically enforced diet was only a diet though. It didn't affect other aspects of his life. He could still use one of his dad's old leather belts, and he enthusiastically murdered a cockroach he found running across the kitchen floor a couple of nights past. He might be able to make peace with the situation. Eventually, at least the brownie's really good. He set his laptop up at a small corner table and started delving into the Shenner class. At first, it was all normal stuff. There were reputable sites with basic intel on the class' natural stat bonuses and a few surprisingly sparse lists of the starter skills offered to each rank. Interestingly, Shenners didn't seem to have access to spell impressions, or at least none of them had ever publicly admitted to earning one. Must be a soft restriction. It meant that system-granted spells were probably reserved for the class' ranks or as special rewards instead of something they could earn just by leveling up. The latter wasn't a clear-cut or guaranteed process for Avowed, not in the same way it was in a video game. Alden didn't know about Shenner specifically, but for most classes, leveling purportedly involved expanding the functions of your starter skill through a harrowing mix of trial, error, and epiphany. Nobody had ever really come up with a surefire method for doing it, as far as he knew, and it wasn't like the system told you how to improve your skill. You just had to keep hacking away at it on your own and make it work. Somehow, even with a limit on spell impressions, the Shenners weren't suffering. In fact, there was an entire multi-generational family full of them on Anisidora, which was one heck of a shock to Alden, since classes didn't run in families. Avowed almost always married other Avowed, and more often than not, their children were chosen by the system. But though they tended to inherit ranks similar to their parents' own, naturally they couldn't inherit classes. They got the same random selection as everyone else. Gorgon had told Alden that Avowed sometimes had strong opinions about their children's class trades and got themselves overly involved. But this was something else. Apparently, there were a few extended families on Anisidora that had managed to make sure almost every single one of their children ended up with the same class. It was usually done for the purpose of consolidating knowledge about the classes themselves, and it allowed the families to train children from birth with some degree of certainty about what their future would hold to get the classes they needed. These families took advantage of the trading option and offered hefty bonuses to purchase them when necessary. The practice of class hoarding wasn't illegal, but it had become controversial in recent years, not with the Artanans or with Earth's governments, but with the other Avowed on the island. Alden mostly gleaned his information from opinion pieces in Anisidoran blogs and newspapers. Various columnists complained that the families in question were getting a little too good at managing their skill and spell selections. And then they complained even more about the fact that the hoarders wouldn't share insights into their classes with people other than their own relatives. It just seems like a lot of sour grapes. High-ranking superhumans complaining that it wasn't fair. Other high-ranking superhumans were getting extra special advice about build refinement from their own parents was pretty far removed from the average person's reality. Alden felt like he was reading angry letters written by billionaires who didn't like the fact that bigger billionaires existed. The Shenner family, the Velras, seemed to be one of the main targets of all the vitriol, and it quickly became obvious why. They were collecting high-level word chains by having every family member select different ones from the system. And because they were word chains and not skills, they could be shared with the other family members very easily. The Velras were a huge deal on Anisidora, and the only reason Alden had never heard of them was because almost none of them were active superheroes. Apparently Keiko was the rogue family member, choosing to do her own thing in Tokyo. All the other prominent members worked for the Anisidoran government or held positions on elite battle squads that were only called out to deal with massive emergencies and the occasional demon-squashing event. And unlike other families going down the single-class route, the Velras were making a serious attempt to monopolize Shenner. They had somehow persuaded several Shenners they hadn't been able to claim in any other way to marry into their family. Others were associated with them by magical contract. They even adopted a few people. Alden was seriously curious about what was going on with the class now. He was tempted to affix it just based on the fact that a family of superhumans had dedicated themselves to making sure nobody else got to play with it. But he really didn't want one of the family. S4 shranks to swat him like a gnat the second he stepped foot on the island, or force him to marry their children, or slap a new surname on him. Andre didn't want to sell the class to them because it would be a bad look for him and his avowed uncle when they so controversial right now. That's why he told me I should pretend to be ignorant. This was good for him. Really good. At least it was, as long as Andre wasn't lying. And people weren't going to try to burn a clueless noob at the stake if he traded the class to the Velras. So maybe what happens now is I contact them. They pay me a ton of money for the class, and then I use it to pay someone else for whatever one I want. But what if they don't have any kids eligible to receive the class in the next 3 months? How does that? The sound of his cell phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. It was Bo. Hey, Alden said, still staring at his computer. Did you know there's a family that collects the Shenner class on Anisadora? Like most of the people on Earth who have access to it are related to them in some way. There was a moment of silence. Then, Bo said, good morning to you, too. Why are you telling me about the Velras at the crack of dawn? That was unusual behavior. Sorry. Morning. What's up? You. Apparently, I haven't even had coffee yet. I am calling to ask if you coming to school today, or if you want me to pick up your assignments. Alden's guts twisted uncomfortably. He had to tell his friends sometime, and Bo was probably the right one to tell first, since they been friends longer. He glanced toward the bakery counter. Nobody was there. The woman who sold him the brownie was busy stocking the display case, and she kept disappearing into the kitchen. Alden, you there? I got selected, he muttered quietly. The connection went dead silent. The tone of his voice must have been enough for Bo to guess what he was selected for. But when his friend didn't reply immediately, Alden thought maybe he needed to say it more clearly. Yesterday, right after that Hamlet quiz fiasco, I got chosen as one of the say it over the phone. Bo's tone was hard to place, but if Alden had to, he put it somewhere between annoyed and afraid, which seemed like a strange reaction. But Alden had wandered out of school yesterday, gotten lost, and then called a rideshare from the parking lot of a random podiatrist's office. So maybe the news was just the sort of thing that made everyone act a little off. Where are you right now? Bo asked. With Gorgon. I am at a bakery a few blocks away. Come. Alden was startled. You don't have to. We can just meet up after school. Have you pulled the trigger yet? Alden heard a series of loud bangs, as if his friend was opening and closing doors or drawers in rapid succession. I haven't. Affy. Dawn. Say it over the phone. And good. I'll get dressed and be there in like an hour. Dawn. Get excited and do anything stupid. What's that supposed to mean? Bo was already gone. You really skipping school for this? Alden asked as Bo dragged a chair noisily across the tile floor toward his table. Over the past hour, the bakery had filled with customers, and there was a steady buzz of conversation. Everyone seemed to be buying gooey, buttery cinnamon rolls the size of Alden's head, and he was trying not to resent them for it. It's no biggie. My GPA so bloated from all the advanced classes they have to fail me for a week straight before I even noticed. Bo tossed his ugly knitted scarf and a new, even uglier, knitted hat onto the table. Well, if we both cutting, should we call Jeremy? He'll feel left out. No, Bo said. He actually has parents who care about what he does. It'll upset them if we turn him into a truant. That was depressingly true. Aunt Connie was Aunt Connie. If Alden dropped out of high school, she would be upset. But it would probably take her several weeks to notice it had happened. And Bo's parents were chronically checked out. Alden had only been over to his house a few times when they were younger, and his father and mother had just sat staring at the TV for hours on end. 12-year-old Bo was the one who usually cooked meals and cleaned the house. It was an uncomfortable dynamic. On the other hand, Jeremy's parents weren't quite helicopters, but they did regular family pancake breakfasts and came to take pictures of him and his older sister at every school event. This place has a nice vibe, Bo noted as he sat down with a coffee. Hipster, but everyone's S minding their own business. We should be good to talk here if we keep it quiet. So you got Shenner. Then what rank? Alden frowned at him. You know, I wasn't expecting you to be amazed or anything. But you, being weirdly nonchalant about this. Except for the fact that you, apparently worried about phone tapping like we, in a spy movie. Bo shoved his glasses up on his nose. And then, in a deadpan voice, he said, "Oh my god, Alden, you, the chosen one. Can I have your autograph to show my grandchildren one day?" Geez, I should have told Jeremy first. You, such a buzzkill. Bo rolled his eyes, but, in a slightly apologetic tone, he added, "You, right. Sorry I am the rain at the parade. It's just that I am surprised. And I don't deal with sudden changes well, and I am a little pissed that you, probably going to run off to superhero land and leave me behind here." He smiled bitterly. "I don't know if you, noticed, but I am not great at making new friends." Alden squirmed in his seat. It's not like we never see each other again. I call and bother you all the time. You get sick of hearing from me. Everyone says things like that, but it never works out in the end. Bo stared down at the coils of his scarf and cleared his throat. "Anyway, you have to give me the details. Have you know that my own childhood superhero obsession was epic, embarrassing, and not that long ago. You can just keep all the good parts to yourself." Alden smiled. "Well, like all the best origin stories, mine started in the bathroom of a public high school. They talked quietly until the bakery people started glaring at them for taking up a table. Then, they moved their conversation to the streets. So you woke up early enough to steal Shenner right out from under the nose of some jerk in North Dakota. Nice. And lucky. Maybe lucky enough to make up for your shitty ranking. Stop calling it that. It's top 15. It's solid. Solid if you wanted to be something normal, but you want to be an unpopular type of superhero. You, already limited your options a lot by deciding on that. Major cities don't pay for solo sidekicks, and they aren't big on paying for pre-made pairs or teams. Throw the brank in, and you just look like a PR nightmare. Rude. Honest. Governments are cowards. They don't like new ideas. The state of Illinois may have said it supported Hannah Elbier and Arjun Thomas after the Drainer incident, but it's totally why they were fired when their contracts came up for renewal. You know that, and they were an A and an S. Brank is going to be hard. You, lucky the Polish guy was trying to offload the class fast without alienating anyone. Yeah, you don't think Shenner is too much of a double-edged sword. Though, do you? I don't want to get to Anasadora in a few months, register at a new school, and find out that all the island kids hate my guts because I sold the class to their ancestral enemies. Nah, said Bo, slapping the button for the crosswalk they were waiting at. That one happen. You sound confident. It's because I am smart. I know things about superhuman politics, Alden said doubtfully. Well, I am not an expert, but I know Bedlam Beldam is a big supporter of the Velra family. A lot of people are. It's all very dramatic, like a superhero soap opera. They got just as many friends as they do enemies. So only half of your new schoolmates will hate you. 60% of them tops. Comforting. And this Andre guy's suggestion that you play dumb about it isn't bad. Right? Maybe you can pull off a miracle and sell it to one faction before the other one gets around to throwing their hat in the ring. They can't complain if they think you're a clueless outsider who didn't even know they wanted it. Alden frowned. That sounds really hard to navigate. But yeah, it would be ideal. Bo side-eyed him. Then, with a sigh, he said, "Listen, I know you want to take this the wrong way, but try to be open-minded. You do realize you can just not play the game, don't you, Haven?" Registered. "And since I stopped you from shouting that you were an avowed over the phone earlier, wow, you really were worried about spies. What you think they're ISN? Something scanning our calls for keywords." Alden honestly didn't know. I guess it's better to be safe than sorry. Right, as I was saying, you only given your name to one person, and he probably won. Even notice if you don't show up on Anasadora. He just assume you in different academies. You could trade Shenner for some quiet little class, stay here in Chicago, and grow up to be an elementary school teacher. An elementary school teacher. Alden had respect for the job, but it had never featured on any of his to-do lists. Where do you get that from? I think it suits you, Bo said seriously. And you still have superpowers. You could take Audio Brute. I bet it. Fix your tinnitus. And you be a total pro at overhearing kids gossiping in your class. They think you were psychic. Bo, you You. D probably hardly ever gets summoned. So you wouldn't. TB found out. What? The downside Alden stopped walking. Bo did, too. But he wasn't. Quite meeting Alden's eyes. Gorgon said the same thing. Alden said. About maybe not registering. Did he really? Well, that's because it's not a bad idea. Alden wished, not for the first time since he been selected, that his dreams of being a superhero had included a little less fantasy and a lot more reality. Maybe then he would know how to answer his friend, and how to handle the uncertainty inside him that was gradually turning into fear. If I make a mistake here, I am screwing up my whole life. He shivered. And it had nothing to do with the temperature. He enjoyed the distraction of focusing on the class trade. But now Bo had casually pointed out that even that wasn't a safe zone. If Alden made his presence too well known through the trades, people might get curious about him. They might look him up. He couldn't have that if he planned to be an avowed in hiding. And if I did intend to be an illegal superhuman, I really would need a quiet little class. Alden's self-control was okay, but it probably wasn't good enough to last a lifetime. If he had awesome powers, he was going to slip up and use them eventually. And if his physical stats were high enough, then even something unavoidable, like being involved in an accident, would out him. People tended to notice if you got hit by a bus, and the vehicle came away from it with injuries worse than your own. He and Bo stood together, while early morning traffic rushed past on the street beside them. For a long time. Finally, Alden had an answer. I think I would regret it. Bo shoved his hands into his pocket and looked up at the sky. Which part? The part where one day I am watching the news. And I see that some 80-year-old kid just lost their parents in a villain attack. And I wonder if maybe in some small way it was my fault. Because I was supposed to be there, but I was too afraid to try for it. Alden exhaled sharply, his breath fogging in the cold. Yeah, he added. I think I would regret it a lot. Bo had never been a warm and fuzzy sort of person. If anything, he ranged from robotic to ill-tempered when Alden had first met him. It was only time that had brought out a few of his more human qualities. He was loyal, sarcastic, funny. But for some reason it was only now, as Alden watched his friend's face twist into a forced smile, that he realized he had never once seen Bo look sad. And he did look so sad, nearly devastated. For a second, it was like a cloud had passed between the two of them and the early morning sun. Then the look was gone just as suddenly as it had come. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything different from you, Bo groaned. He gave Alden a light punch on the arm. You such a noble doofus for an otherwise smart guy. I honestly think you probably feed me the same line if you were a useless freaking Frank. I wouldn't, Alden said, still feeling off-footed by the strangely dark moment. I am not suicidal. Sure you not. Anyway, since you seem to be committed to playing superhero, let's get to the consulate. I want to see the magic table. Gorgon says you want to be able to access it. It's still a magic table. How many chances am I going to get in my life to disrespect an important Artanan artifact? Wow, okay, no. If you break the table, Gorgon's supervisor will come for me. And she apparently consorts with demons. Sounds hot. Gross. You perv. Bo laughed. Anyway, what was your special clue? What? From the demon you consort with. You said you thought he was giving you a hint about what class you should choose. That should be your #1 priority. Classes are way less figured out than everyone likes to think. If an Artanan prisoner was setting himself on fire to give me hints, I'd run with them. Let me take your luggage. Alden had the pleasure of seeing Bo look just as baffled as he had been the night before. He asked. Let me take your luggage. Bo's nose wrinkled. Oh, that's the clue. My best guess is that he had to be vague. I think maybe it's a metaphor. I bet it's an anagram. Bo mused. You just want it to be an anagram because you like puzzles. Eulogy. Metal gauger. AK. I am sorry, said Alden. Are we speaking in tongues now? Shut up. It's a really good solve for first thing in the morning. Clearly eulogy is about Hannah's funeral tomorrow. Afterwards, you're supposed to travel to Alaska and gauge your metal. Duh. Alden laughed. Rogue Eagle Amulet, Bo muttered as he squinted into the distance. No, that's not it. I can make anything with the remaining letters. You literally making the sentence more obscure. Man, I was hoping you help me simplify the problem. Not. Bo was a few steps ahead before he realized Alden wasn't keeping pace with him anymore. He turned back. You coming? Alden gave himself a shake and hurried to catch up. I just realized. What if I been putting too much thought into it? 2. What if Gorgon was actually keeping it really simple for the dumb human? What if it a spell name or a skill? Bo eyebrows lifted. Well, yeah, that would make it way easier. Some classes do have eccentric talent names. Full sentences are less common, but they a thing. Right, Alden was getting excited now. There, an adjuster spell called Hold My Hand Until Sunset. It was an unpopular capture spell that magically glued your hand to your target. How romantic, Bo said dryly. But then, with a bit more enthusiasm, he added, Beldam has a passive called Cats Are Better in Nines. See, I bet I am right. VE never heard of one called Let Me Get Your Luggage. Though, me either. And the sentence names are memorable, since we don't know it. It's probably not often used, which would mean it could only belong to one of the classes that gets a stupidly long skill or spell list. People still haven. T tried out everything on the adjuster spell list. Alden said hopefully, so maybe. I think you have read about it if it was an adjuster spell. You mage geek. Bo replied, if it was a Brank-specific one you might have missed it. But it could be right, they get so many skills to choose from. They say their list looks like the Oxford English. That one Srank spent 2 years trying to pick the best one from it when she hit level 10. And nobody thought it was a waste of time. Yeah, Alden frowned. If we on the right track, it would most likely be right or one of the rares. The other major classes have fairly narrow lists at Brank. Shaper, SA maybe, but it doesn't sound anything like one of their skills. Not Shaper. Bo's tone was dismissive. Their stuff is all kind of obvious as far as system naming goes. If anything, it sounds like it might be what Bo suddenly grabbed onto the sleeve of Alden's coat and stopped walking. Is that who I think it is? He asked quietly, staring ahead of them. There were quite a few people on the sidewalk. Alden scanned them, looking for someone suspicious. But before he could identify the problem, Bo hissed, the man across the street from the consulate, the one trying to look normal while he stands around in board shorts in February. Alden finally spotted the board short wearer. Oh my gosh, Skiff, the water-shaping superhero, looked out of place here in a business district. Wearing street clothes. Well, mostly wearing street clothes. The swim trunks didn't really go with Skiff's puffer jacket. Shush, fanboy, take my hat. Before Alden could ask why he should do that, his friend had shoved the hideous stocking hat onto his head. So, said Bo in a conversational voice as he yanked off his scarf and wrapped it around the entire lower half of Alden's face. Maybe we not as smart as we think we are. You said the trading interface listed locations. And I didn't think anything of it. And I guess you didn't either. Behind his new muffler, Alden frowned. Yeah, but IDs are private. Sure, only they not vary. Are they to find out who someone is in real life? You just have to go to the consulate they were trading from and wait for a teenager to appear during regular school hours. Alden's eyes widened. Crap, he hadn't realized how valuable Shenner was to certain parties when he left this morning. He have taken the listing down if he known. He hadn't authorized autotrade, of course, but his information was there for anyone to see. Advertising was the whole point of the platform. It had never occurred to him that he shouldn't do it. But they can't do that, he protested around a mouthful of wool as Bo tightened the scarf. Wah, Bod my privify. Even in an ideal world, your civilian right to privacy is only good for the next 3 months, Bo said quietly, stepping back. In reality you get it, right? Alden did. He didn't like it, but he did. It would only take a phone call. Once someone from Anasidora had seen the listing, whether they were for or against the Velra family, they could just call up one of their friends on the Chicago Hero team and ask them to run down and have a look at the consulate. See if any likely young people strolled in at an odd hour. Follow them home. Find out who they are. Kill them in their sleep. Okay, that last was ridiculous. Probably whichever faction they belonged to. All they really want was to give Alden lots of nice stuff in exchange for Shenner, which would have been great, except for the fact that he didn't just want nice stuff. He wanted nice stuff without becoming involved in superhuman politics. Even Gorgon couldn't keep him out of it. Bribery and social pressure were apparently fine with the Artanans. The alien would only be allowed to step in if people were threatening or mind-controlling him. New plan, said Bo, still speaking quietly. We walk right past the aquatic idiot and head for the bus stop. Even if your nemesis in North Dakota happens to work for someone on the island and he described you to them, you don't have any noteworthy features that stand out when you bundled up in winter wear. We should be good. Alden hadn't. T considered that B-74 might have ratted him out, but it was possible at least. He did live in the Dakota zone, so he was connected to the avowed community if not the island itself. "Left go," said Alden. He coughed and worked his lips until they were mostly free of the scarf. "We LL catch skiff's attention if we stand here too long. Quit turning around to look out the back window. Alden, you not going to see an orang shaper chasing the bus down the street in his swim trunks." "I didn't think I was." Alden lied as he spun back around in his seat. "I am just making sure we made a clean getaway." "We did. I told you." "He didn't even glance at us. I think he was playing Sweet Smasher on his phone. I couldn't use my peripheral vision because someone mummified me with wool. Well, mine worked fine." "You in the clear for now," Alden grumbled, but he did his best to let himself relax. "I didn't expect it to be like this. So chaotic. I wanted time to think and plan." Bo slouched down and wedged his feet against the back of the seat in front of him. He pulled out his own cell and started typing. "It's exciting being a superhuman. Right, you were only chosen 19 hours ago and you already made a pal in Poland, discovered the consulate's secret basement level, and possibly sparked a minor political war between Anisadora's social elite." Alden snorted. "Imagine what I'll do next week. Hopefully you'll have quietly acquired your final class by then, fixed it, and be in the middle of learning how to use your new powers. You need to get at least a little prepped before you dive into the Anisidoran shark tank. Any other outcome means you screwed up." Alden raised an eyebrow at him. "How do you figure even if I find out what Gorgon meant? It'll probably take me a while to get my hands on the specific class, and then I don't have to affix it right away. I could still hang around on the trading platform in case something amazing came along. More amazing than Shenner, the class that has you looking over your shoulder for a legit superhero tale, or more amazing than a class recommended for you, specifically, by a powerful alien being you spent the last few months befriending." "Well, Bo said, his lips pursing. "So you still hung up on adjuster." "Guess I am transparent. It's the obvious choice for what I want to do." "You mean it's the class Hannah had?" There was no judgment in Bo's voice, but Alden felt defensive anyway. "It's not just that." Bo set aside his phone and glanced out the smudged window. "I know. Adjuster's easy. It's one of the most complex classes to master. Don't fly off the handle. I mean it's easy for you, emotionally. It's the one you know the best. You like tons of things about it. It excites you, and you actually have a real life, extremely personal example of someone using it in a way you admire. If the system had given you adjuster yesterday afternoon, you have fixed it before you left that bathroom stall." Alden couldn't argue with that. He probably would have. "Adjuster's not scary for you," Bo continued. "You a shitty brank, and that makes your future even harder to grasp. So it's probably the only class you feel sure won. Be garbage. It's not shitty." Alden muttered again, but his heart wasn't in it. He'd been so wrapped up in new experiences that he hadn't analyzed his own feelings very well, and now that Bo had done it for him, right, I guess. I wanted to be an S or a rank adjuster. I know that. It's lame to admit, but it's the only thing I really imagined for the whole superhero daydream." He sighed. "Right now, it feels like I am scrabbling at the edge of what I want. If I could just get my hands on adjuster. Part of me thinks I would finally be standing on solid ground. You can have it if you want it. Maybe, if I sell Shenner to the Velras, or their enemies, I could probably get enough money to pay off any adjusters who want to trade. But there might not be any even then." He was interrupted by the sound of Bo laughing at him. "Is my suffering amusing to you?" he said. "Put out. No, but your total lack of business acumen is." "Are you serious, Alden? They sent a freaking superhero to find you within a couple of hours. Even though I knew a little bit about the situation, I would never have guessed it was that important to them. But now that I do." Bo crossed his arms over his stomach and smiled up at the bus's grimy ceiling. "You not going to trade Shenner for money and then sit around hoping you'll be able to buy your dream class with it. You going to tell someone what class you want, and then they will fetch it for you like a golden retriever." Alden blinked. "That can be right. We talking about powerful, rich avowed ones who managed to maintain an iron grip on an ultra-rare class despite other powerful, rich avowed trying to stop them. As long as you don't ask for something impossible, then I bet they got the budget budget for it, and the resources to lay their hands on it. It's what they do for their own kids. They can do it for you, too. So you think I should give it to the Velras? Bo shrugged. I don't really care about which side of that little spat wins. Do you? Nah, Alden admitted. It's like trying to pick a team when you don't even understand what sport they replaying. I just want them to not ruin my life after the fact. You could sneak past Skiff into the consulate when it's busy. Or even better, head to the consulate in New York where they're probably ISNTA super waiting to pull you aside and give you a speech about his faction. Noble cause or whatever. Slap Shenner up to auto-trade in exchange for your pick, and then vanish. Let them, or even some lucky selectee off the street, race to give you what you want first. That sounds perfect, Alden admitted. Can you request a bonus with the auto-trade though? You didn't mention it. Alden shook his head. No, it's just for classes. People always ask for, or offer, money separately in their notes section. It's probably something you have to make legally binding outside the trading platform, and then you get online and do the trade. That's a problem then, Bo said. I don't need money on top of a specific class. His friend gave him a severe look. Last I checked, you ran swimming in cash. Yeah, but I don't have to be. School is paid for on the island, and you have to stay in the dorms the first couple of years anyway. LL have a little bit from my parents. LL be fine. It would be way more fine if you didn't sell the extremely valuable thing you holding for nothing. Being poor sucks. I don't think. What about supplies for your hero work? Alden blinked. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He would be a student first. Working as superhero was still a long way away. You don't even know what you need. Bo continued. You might need to buy weapons, or chemicals, or an armored vehicle. You might get a power that requires some expensive resource to shine. You might. Alden held up a hand. All right, I get it. Some money on top of the class would be better. Then, if I am not going to be totally neutral, I guess the Velras are the way to go. They the perennial champs as far as I can tell. And you think they have a pretty decent non-disclosure agreement for the people who help them out, or whatever the Anasidaran equivalent is, as long as you trade it to them quickly, before other parties have the chance to tell you not to. You might still be able to feign innocence. I bet they keep their mouths shut. Bo seemed to be in high spirits now, apparently lifted by the thought of Alden bossing around an elite family of Avowed for even the briefest period of time. So he said cheerfully, all you have to do is decide, do you want your hunting dogs to get you adjuster, or do you want them to get you whatever Gorgon recommended? Do I have to pick? Afraid so, unless you want to say, to hell with it, and affix Shenner right now. Just think, you could have new Uberich adoptive parents by nightfall, whether you want them or not. That's terrifying. Alden contemplated the pattern on the bus seats while he tried to sort himself out. When Bo put it like this, it really was an either-or situation. Did Alden trust his own knowledge more than Gorgon's advice? The alien knew what he wanted to do. They talked about battlefield support. Gorgon had said that they weren't real friends, but that he was fond of Alden and wished him well. They done the mysterious blood thing. And while Alden knew Gorgon wasn't all-knowing, he was probably more knowing than most humans. I guess I have to go with Gorgon's suggestion, if we can even figure out what it is. You guess. Ugh, fine. I am sure Gorgon is frying his skin off for me. I trust him, and I don't have to be married to Adjuster. I can leave it behind if I have to. Well, brace yourself for a rocky divorce, Bo said merrily. The desk demon's idea of a great class for a future superhero is pretty far outside the norm. Alden stared at him. That's what I was looking up on my cell a minute ago. Bo lifted the phone from his lap. I was wrong about the anagrams. And you were right. He was trying to make it easy for you. Let me take your luggage. Is a skill from one of those classes that gets to choose from a bajillion of them. Oh my god. Which one? Alden asked, sitting up straighter. His heart was starting to race. You know that movie where the girl gets a job as a personal assistant to a megalomaniacal fashion magazine editor and her boss tortures her. But it's all right because she gets to wear great clothes. Bo, now, not the time. Have you ever imagined what that chick's life would have been like if she had millions of evil bosses and they could all summon her by snapping their fingers? Alden snatched the phone away from him and stared at the screen. Bo had pulled up a skill list. It was massive. Alden recognized nothing on it. and he had to scroll for a comically long time to get to the top of the page and read the class name. When he finally managed to, he stared at it in shock. Bo leaned over and patted him on the arm. Congrats, man. It's rare and popular. You lucky the Velras are the ones who have to nab it for you. Alden couldn't pull his eyes away from the screen, but he knew from Bo's voice that his friend was wearing an evil grin. I mean, it's also the very definition of a non-combat class, since the Artanans created it because they wanted magical housekeepers and secretaries. But I hear the pay is fantastic. What the hell? Alden whispered. Glaring at him from the top of the screen in poorly chosen bubble font were the words skill list. Brank. Class rabbit. All right. Why? All said Ms. Jensen, smiling as she took in the class full of over-energized second graders. I'm sorry about recess, but I can turn off the rain for you. We have read aloud time and play some games afterward. How does that sound? Boring, one boy shouted, rocking back and forth so hard his desk clacked against the floor. Good, a few kids said, their eyes already on the stack of board games in one corner of the classroom. Yes, ma'am, the class. Guditwushus replied, clasping her hands primly in her lap. From his seat behind the girl, Alden Thorne raised his hand, stretching for the ceiling. Thank you for sitting so politely in your seat. Alden, did you have a question? Can you read from the book about superheroes? He asked quickly. No, I want the dragon book, another boy protested. I want. Ms. Jensen held her hand up for silence. When the children finally calmed down, she said, I think Alden should get to choose since he asked first, and since his family will be leaving Nashville soon to head to Chicago. Doesn't that sound fair? A few people grumbled, but not many. Superheroes wearin' a bad choice. As far as rainy day reading material went, the teacher pulled the familiar book out from under a stack of papers on her desk and took her seat at the front of the room. Okay, who remembers which class of Avowed we read about last time? Meister, the girl sitting in front of Alden said promptly. Alden lowered his hand in disappointment. That's right, Clara. So, let's see. Today, class is one of the rares ISN. That exciting. Who knows what a rabbit does? My daddy says they rich. My daddy says they cowards. You wrong, Clara said in an uncharacteristic shout. That's a bad thing to call any of the Avowed. They brave, and they fight demons and bad guys for us. And my mama says only descents say mean things about them because they jealous. Not everyone gets powers. The whole class had started whispering. Ms. Jensen's smile was getting thinner by the second. Settle down, she called. Remember that conversation we had a few times this year about how we will try to think our own thoughts in class and not only repeat what we heard from others? Clara gasped. But that doesn't mean our parents, does it? The teacher cleared her throat. Let's all learn from this nice book, she said, and not talk about things like dissidents anymore. Before anyone could protest, she started reading from a children's encyclopedia of the Avowed, interviews with real superhumans in every chapter. You probably heard of the classes we talked about so far. But have you ever heard of a rabbit? No. Not the cute and cuddly animal you might have for a pet. Rabbit is a funny-sounding name for an Avowed class that is just as serious and important as all the others in this book. Rabbits offer their service to make Earth and Artona better places. Just like all the other superhumans here, the interdimensional warriors contract ISN just for people who fight villains here on Earth and wherever else they might be called to by our Artanan friends. We already met some healers. Let's learn about another class that does special work away from the dangers of the battlefield. But first, where did the name rabbit come from? To answer that question, we asked Honorable Tykrol, a biologist from Artona 2, to explain. The ryab is a small flying reptile, native to Artona 3. It was domesticated more than 20,000 years ago, and it has since become a popular companion animal throughout the triplanets and on many of our resource worlds. The ryab is known for being swift, clever, and easily trained. Many Artanan children enjoy using their pet ryab to send gifts and messages to their friends, though normally it is unacceptable to call sentient beings by animal names. The ryab is so beloved that it has become common practice to refer to particularly helpful children or useful junior members of business organizations as Little Ryab. TS. The Ryab T class exists on every Artanan resource world. Humans who are chosen as Ryab TS usually use their skills to work as assistants and errand runners on the tri-planets. Their powers might not be as flashy as a superhero S, but they are summoned to help out the Artanans more often than any other class. When the system first came to Earth in 1963, the word Ryab T and the way members of the class are prone to disappearing in a flash when they re-summoned made English speakers think of rabbits. The name quickly entered common use, and the system adjusted it to accommodate human preferences. Now, our friendly interviewer Stephen will talk to a rank rabbit Maryam Musa about this interesting class. Stephen: Hi, Ms. Musa, our young readers would love to know more about you and rabbits in general. How long have you been a rabbit? Maryam: I was chosen 17 years ago. What are some good things about the class? If you select a valuable skill, you get summoned more than other superhumans. Rabbits do a wide variety of different jobs, and they usually receive gold for their services. The system currency. So, are rabbits rich? Well, the ones who select a good skill. Not all of them. Is the money your favorite thing about being a rabbit? No, I like my starter skill the best. What kind of skill is it? Ms. Musa: I fold napkins into decorative shapes. When I first became an avowed, I could only manage a few, but now I can do hundreds of them per hour. What an unusual skill. Are most rabbit skills like that? I don't know about every skill, but skills like mine are interesting because they can help you do complicated things very quickly. I guess you use your powers to help at important parties and banquets on the tri-planets. That's one of the things I am often summoned for. So you like a party planner? That is a fun job. No, I don't plan things. I just fold. Some of our readers may not realize how important that is, but the Artanans greatly value beauty. I am sure they appreciate your skill very much. People don't understand because they don't think about it. Not really. There's a lot that goes into folding a napkin. I bet. Well, thank you for your time, Ms. Musa. I am sure many children will want to become a rabbit after reading our interview in Ms. Jensen's classroom. The second graders had all fallen silent. Most of them had looks of consternation on their faces. A few were smiling uncertainly, as if they thought their teacher might have told them a joke, but they weren't quite confident enough to laugh about it. Clara raised her hand. Can regular people fold napkins into pretty shapes? They can, another girl said confidently. I went on a cruise, and the napkins were all folded. They don't need superpowers for that. But the rabbit lady is rich. That's good, a boy said. I want to be rich. My daddy is rich. I want to be a superhero who shoots fire out of my face. Alden raised his hand, closing the book. Ms. Jensen smiled at him. Everyone please notice how Alden and Clara raised their hands. Yes. Alden, did you like the interview with Ms. Musa? I am confused, he said. Why do the Artanans need somebody to fold napkins for them? Can they do it themselves? Well, Ms. Jensen tucked her hair behind her ears and bit her lip, apparently thinking about the question. I know everyone is very excited about superpowers. When we see a brave hero protecting us from bad people, or we hear about them saving someone from a disaster, all of our attention is on them. But the world needs all kinds of helpers, doesn't it? Clara raised her hand again. Yes, Clara. Last week you taught us about want and need, she said proudly. Want and need are different. That's true. But pretty napkins is a want. It is. One of her friends agreed. I think so, too. Maybe it's a need if it's for a wedding. My cousin is getting married. I am going to be the flower girl. Artanans have weddings too. My mama says sometimes they have 3 brides and grooms at a time. That's bad. No, it's not 3. It's my favorite number. Alright, why? I think we getting a little bit off track. Let's all take a minute to think of good things Rabbit Avowed can do for the world. Whoever comes up with the best answer will get a new pencil from the pencil box. This challenge earned Ms. Jensen a few blissful minutes of quiet while everyone wrote down their best guesses. Alden, who had no knowledge of rabbits beyond what he had just learned, answered that they could probably fold lots of towels for hotels, which would be good for the hotels, since if you didn't fold the towels your guests would hate you. Clara won because she knew that there was a rabbit on the Anisidran High Council, and he helped to make important laws for superhumans on the island. Laws are a need, not a want, she announced righteously as she marched back to her desk with her prize pencil. It's not fair, Alden muttered. Lawmaking didn't have anything to do with the rabbit's superpower, which was the whole point of the assignment in his opinion. Rabbits are dumb. Who would ever want to be one of those? Alden, stop typing. What are rabbits good for into the search bar? It's getting a little pathetic. Stop typing it in when the answer stops being nothing. What about that Srank who used his floor polishing skill to create an iceless skating rink on the island? You said it was neat. I know it's cool, and I am not dumb. I see that the power has much wider applications than you notice at first glance. But it's also his only skill. He's 25. It's his only one. What the hell? Bobo shrugged and threw a gum wrapper at Jeremy, who was standing by Alden's bedroom window staring at them both with a stupefied look on his face. Maybe SYNOPSIS as all-powerful as people make it out to be, Bo said. Anyway, rabbits have a soft restriction on receiving talents as quest rewards. Right, they have to level if they want skills and spells. That guy didn't. He's just lazy. Doesn't mean anything. But, Alden, how did you become an avowed? Jeremy said for the 5th time that afternoon. They asked him to meet them at Alden's place after school and told him everything. Unlike Bo, he was not processing the situation well. You broke him. Alden, he's lost his entire vocabulary except for that one question. Jeremy, Alden said, clicking on the 12th page of search results. Sit down, man. Bo will explain it to you. Why me? Alden gestured at his computer. I am busy. Once you go past the 3rd page of results, you not busy, said Bo. You panicking? No, I am not. He was. He already decided to go through with it. He trusted Gorgon. He knew he was going to do it. But at the same time, there was a voice in his head screaming, I don't wanna be a rabbit. They lame and stupid and boring. They not heroes. They napkin folders. And though he been trying for hours, Alden couldn't find a single piece of information that would make his inner 2nd grader even a little bit happier. Well, be rich. That nice, he muttered. Great. Now you broken yourself. Are you using the royal we? I am giving my inner brat a pep talk. It's a private conversation. But it didn't work. Even the wealth rabbits were famous for wasn't a guarantee. They were summoned to the triplanets a couple of times a month if they had normal luck. When they were there, they usually performed a small magical task their skill was uniquely suited for. They finished up in a few hours and bounced back to Earth with a decent amount of Argold in their account. Translated into dollars, the average annual rabbit salary was around $500,000 for almost zero work. But that was the average. The Artanans weren't obligated to summon anyone. Plenty of rabbits were flat broke. Maybe Alden would be one of them. People had barely scratched the surface of the skill lists for rabbit. And of course the basic descriptions that were provided pre-affixation were as vague as they were for most classes. The smart thing to do was choose one of the starter skills that had already been safely trailblazed for you by an older rabbit. There were about 30 that were generally agreed to be sure bets, and the vast majority of people picked them these days. After all, if you wanted to live dangerously, you trade into a different class. Everyone's going to think I am a bum. Alden groaned as he clicked through the social media account of a 17-year-old Arankar rabbit who was famous for declaring herself retired before she graduated high school. And with this skill nobody ever picked it before. Did you guys see the description? Whatever generous Brank had taken the time to type up the entire rabbit skill list deserved a standing ovation. It must have taken hours. And there, right in the middle of it, was Gorgon's recommendation: let me take your luggage. Rank B, the rabbit carries an item that has been entrusted to them. The system is such a jerk. What does this even do? Does it make you stronger? Does it boost stamina? Does it give you an extra set of arms so you can hold more bags? Alden slapped the laptop shut in frustration. That last one would be hilarious, Bo said with a snicker. He was sitting on the floor by the bed, flipping through a stack of old magazines he taken from the enormous pile Aunt Connie kept in the living room. Beside him, Jeremy had finally recovered enough to give a shaky laugh. How would he buy shirts? He have custom tailored with all his Argold. Maybe he could buy them from wardrobe. Alden smiled and groaned. Dawn, T remind me about wardrobe. It's such a bizarro perk. Hey, it's pretty sweet to have easy access to armor, said Bo. Nobody else gets that except for a few of the hardcore battle subclasses. And even they Dawn. T get it before leveling. Armor, I think you mean alien cosplay. And have you seen what they cost? That's why you're asking for money up front in addition to the class. And the clothes in the wardrobe do increase stats. That makes them armor. Jeremy blinked owlishly up at Alden. Are you really going to pick rabbit, you Dawn? T seemed like a rabbit to me. Thanks, Jeremy. And yeah, Bo accused me of being a coward earlier today. I said you were clinging to Adjuster out of fear, not that you were fundamentally a coward. So I am going to prove him wrong by bravely choosing rabbit, Alden said, ignoring Bo and holding a hand to his chest in what he hoped was a mock-heroic pose. A class well known for its valor. Well, you have to get it first. Mr. Bravery, stop agonizing and compose your letter to the Velras. Make it good. Quick question, Jeremy said. Did you two try emailing them the letter? It's going to be awesome. But if Alden wants an answer fast. It was silly. But Alden was comforted by the fact that they were both acting like sending the letter was a group project. He'd been worried that telling them he'd been selected would create an insurmountable gap in their friendship. It was hard, knowing he'd see so much less of them in the future. Bo's right. It's never the same when someone moves away. But for now, they had business to attend to. He turned to Jeremy. I actually tried a system call, but it told me I was unauthorized. And we can find a way to contact them quickly online. We wanted to send an email to Alia Velra. She's the Shrank in charge of the family. But she's kind of a huge deal. She ran for president of the Anasidaran High Council a few years ago. She didn't come close to winning, Bo chimed in. But she's still not someone who lists her personal email address online for any rando in the world to find. And we sent a test email to her public one, but it just gave us an auto-reply. Alden said, she's probably got some overworked PA going through hundreds of messages a day. Since I am going to go to Anasidora tomorrow anyway, we thought I could try to mail a letter from there to one of the less senior family members. It'll be way quicker if I toss it in a mailbox or hire a delivery service on the island itself. It can take ages for mail to get there from the US. I tried to send Hannah a Christmas card once, and it arrived in mid-January. Alden, just write the message, said Bo. Make sure to include all of our demands and all the relevant details. Jeremy, the time has come. Go find scissors and glue sticks. Jeremy jumped up. Why do we need scissors and glue? Alden asked. I was going to type the message and print it out at the library. He'd already bookmarked a page on professional letter writing so he could make sure he formatted it properly. Bo, said Bo. Boring. It's an anonymous note to the leaders of a superhuman faction who are desperately trying to find you. Have you no aesthetic sensibilities? Dude, we're going to make a collage out of words from your aunt's magazines, Jeremy said. He sounded thrilled about it. Alden gaped at them. How had he missed this particular plan developing? What is wrong with you two? No. You want to make the critically important letter out of chopped up magazines that LL make me look like a serial killer. LL be funny, said Bo, waving one of the magazines at him. It's hilarious, Jeremy agreed. They find out you exist. They think you just some random guy in Illinois. They send Skiff after you. He could be working for someone else. And I am just some random guy in Illinois. Jeremy didn't seem to hear him. And the next day, he snapped his fingers. A letter sent from the island shows up on their doorstep that's like, haha, assholes, I know you think you smarter than me, but you LL never find out who I am. Jeremy beamed and leaned over to give Bo a high five. You idiots, Alden said, but he couldn't keep the laughter out of his voice. That's so ridiculous. Even if the letter is anonymous, they LL still be able to figure out who I am in a few months. Unless they're another brank rabbit arriving on the island from Chicago. The Velras will think I am total lunatic. You have to accept that, Bo said kindly. This is a rare opportunity. You have to do it. Jeremy agreed, bouncing up and down like a kid. No way. Do it. Do it. Not in a million years. It's beautiful, Jeremy breathed. It was 3 hours later. Alden had paper cuts, and the letter was glued to his forehead. His room was covered in a flurry of shredded magazines, but lying on his desk was was the professional, polite, and thorough letter he D written, which took up 5 pages of paper when it was turned into a creepy kidnapper-esque collage. I should have taken out the part where I requested a magical non-disclosure agreement. It had taken forever to paste in a detailed explanation of why he was asking the Velras to not tell anyone that he had contacted them of his own free will, and it seemed rude. Like he was saying, I want you to help me and give me your money, but also, I want you to make sure people think you took advantage of me. Please. In the midst of pondering how that would come across to the powerful family, Alden caught Bo making a surreptitious hand movement. Jeremy, stop him, Alden said tiredly. He's trying to add a postscript again. Jeremy grabbed the back of Bo's t-shirt and yanked. I am trying to help you, you ingrate, Bo squawked, clutching the magazine headline to his chest. Jeremy pried it out of his fingers. He inspected it. This one says, "Make me a millionaire." Sugar, his forehead creased. Your aunt has interesting taste in magazines. She just buys whatever S on the front of the rack in checkout lines. Destroy it. Jeremy wadded it into a ball and threw it in a perfect arc at the trash can. It bounced off a towering heap of paper and fell into the floor with everything else. You're both fools, Bo. We're already asking them for 50,000 our gold. I almost fainted gluing the number in. It's plenty. It was a little more than $150,000. Alden hadn't picked the amount randomly. He'd been researching the prices of things he knew he might want to buy even as a student, and assuming his new rabbit skill wasn't useless, this amount should be enough to set him up with decent starter supplies. Fine, Bo spat. Don, accept my wisdom. Starved to death trying to buy decent vegan food on a man-made island that produces no produce. I bet a banana costs like $15. I can. Tell them to find rabbit for me, keep my connection to them a secret, and give me an absurd amount of money. It's one thing too many. I want them to help me, not assassinate me. Yeah, Jeremy agreed. Even I think that's a bit much. It's like saying, hey, Veldras give someone lots of money so that they give me the rare class that makes lots of money, then give me way more money on top of it. Sounds crazy. Your opinion is invalid, rich boy. Alden agrees with me. Alden dreams of fighting crime in tights, while carrying other avoweds suitcases. Apparently, we can trust him to take care of himself. There will be no tights. Lots of superheroes wear compression stockings for their health, though, Jeremy said in a serious voice, so you might have to. Both Alden and Bo stared at him. I heard it on an infomercial, Jeremy said sincerely. Bo opened his mouth. Judging by his expression, he was going to say something more exasperated than cutting, but he never got the chance. All of the sudden, from the living room, a familiar voice rang out. Alden, you home? I brought pizza. Oh, pizza. Jeremy was out the door in a flash. You can be too mean to him when I leave, Alden said. Bo sighed. I'll do my best. No way. Your best sucks. Do better than that. See, normally that would hurt my feelings, but right now I can register the pain through my pity. Alden frowned at him. Bo headed for the door after Jeremy. You Haven, told your aunt about your diet, right? He said over his shoulder. Then, grinning, he shouted, Connie, the pizza smells awesome, double sausage like always. You know it, Aunt Connie called back. Alden swore. The guys stayed over all night. They played video games with Aunt Connie, who was predictably enthusiastic about Alden's new diet and insisted on ordering in another depressingly salad-like pizza to celebrate. Nobody said they were trying to take Alden's mind off of the funeral, but he knew that was what they were doing, and he appreciated the hell out of it. He fell asleep on the sofa sometime after midnight and woke up a few hours later to the smell of more food. Not leftover pizza, but actual real food, the likes of which their house had virtually never seen. He wandered into the kitchen to find his aunt and Jeremy sitting at the table with scolded expressions on their face, while Bo stood at the stove giving the sizzling pan in front of him a death glare. Are you cooking? Alden asked, twisting his head from side to side to work out a crick in his neck. Maybe, Bo said, squinting at the pan. I am not sure. Your stove is sketchy. And I've never done tofu before. And Connie put the mashed avocado in here while I wasn't looking. So that's going to be a new experience. But possibly I am making breakfast hash. It smells great. No, that's the coconut bacon. It is great, but Jeremy ate half of it already. I am in trouble, Jeremy mouthed. Alden's aunt nodded in agreement. Alden smiled. You guys are the best. Your teleport at 10. Yeah, LL be even earlier on Anasadora. I should get there a few hours before the service. And then Ms. Zhao S got me porting back late this evening. I think she wanted to give me a chance to hang out and be a tourist for a while if I wanted. It wasn't like anyone had known he'd be moving to the island on a permanent basis in the near future. It was supposed to be his last opportunity to visit anywhere he might have spent time with Hannah. I took your dress shirt to the dry cleaner yesterday, Aunt Connie said. No, she hadn't. At least not the dress shirt that fit him. But it was still a nice gesture. Thanks, Alden said. I appreciate that. They ate together. The hash was good. It probably would have been great sans hot avocado goo. Alden found his thoughts kept scattering while the others talked around him. They flitted from Hannah to the day ahead, to the letter in his room, to class selection, to Gorgon, to everything. It had been a wild couple of days. When he focused back on the conversation at the table, he realized Jeremy was complaining about the fact that Bo was still dragging him to their consulate classes for the day even though Alden wouldn't be there. Hey, will you two take notes for me, he asked. If you don't mind, normally they didn't bother. Bo didn't need to. Jeremy didn't want to. I kind of feel like I shouldn't miss anything, Alden said, trying to keep it subtle in front of his aunt. Ditching regular classes was one thing, but consulate classes suddenly seemed way more relevant to his life than they had last weekend. I'll do word chains, Jeremy offered. If you a glutton for punishment, I can record the lecture in Artanan life, said Bo. You can listen to Instructor Powick talk about irrigation as many times as you like. Thanks, guys. Anyone up for attending my logogram class? Can said Bo. We have plans. Both of you do together. We made them just now, telepathically, when you asked for such a horrible favor. Alden spent the rest of the morning going over his schedule for the day, getting dressed, and trying not to fidget with his tie. I wanted to bring up one more thing, said Bo, watching him over the top of a partially destroyed gardening magazine. Jeremy was in the living room vacuuming because he dropped a piece of pizza the night before. It wasn't a big deal, since the living room carpet was patterned with mysterious stains. But apparently the sanctity of clean flooring had been embedded into his brain by his mother, who was a neat freak. What is it? Alden asked. Nothing too stressful, please. I am pretty sure my adrenal system is nearing some kind of critical point. Try not to be stressed then. I just wanted to remind you that you can tell anyone on Anasadora you one of them. Yet, it's not like I was planning to announce it at the service. I know. But in case it came up and you wanted to share with this Cly person or Arjun Thomas or something. I am not sure what happens if you tell them. Most of Hannah's friends were Islander kids, right? They might feel like you should register while you there. With Anasadora, I mean, not the US. I am not going to tell. But if something slips, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Would it? I do plan to register eventually. Bo scratched at a zit on his chin. I think it would be fine. I am sure they let you come back home. But I am not sure they let you come home alone. Alden had only been giving the conversation about 1/10 of his attention. But when Bo said that, he suddenly found himself completely focused. What does that mean? So, with S and A, they kind of get an honor guard once they affixed and registered. Alden blinked. I think I heard it mentioned in passing. It S for really high-value classes. No, it S for all of them, Bo said with a shake of his head. They get their own dedicated superhuman to follow them around for 90 days and help them prep for their transition to the island. It's all friendly enough. But if they refuse, they just get a dedicated spy instead. Alden straightened his tie for the 1000th time while he processed that. Oh, he said finally, no cold feet allowed. Huh, you get it. I am not sure it applies to Branks. They don't have limitless resources. But I bet the city could afford to send a few cops to lurk around outside your house at all hours. And that would be a tense way to spend the next few months. Alright, my lips are even more sealed than they were before. I'd like to have some time to figure out how to handle Rabbit without people hiding in the bushes around the house watching me. Good, said Bo. Your teleport, S in 10. How does it work? I get a call from the system on my phone. There, SA countdown. Then a nasty feeling like you about to vomit. And then you blink and you in a travel center on Anasadora. Fun. To Alden's surprise, he sounded sincere. Yeah, it is. Pukey feeling aside. It's cool. He grinned. Maybe I'll get a teleportation skill one day. Bo rolled his eyes. I am glad your penchant for dreaming is intact. you lowly brank rabbit. Alden's phone never rang with a call from the system. Instead, the interface blossomed to life in front of his eyes a minute before he was due to leave. A local teleportation instance has been requested. Destination Anasidora. Arrival station F-time TO teleport 65s. Do you wish to accept teleportation? YESNO. It was a relief. He, Jeremy, and Bo had just been sitting around awkwardly, waiting for it to happen. SA system notice. Not my phone. Makes sense. I wish I could see it. Jeremy groaned. Is it as awesome as I imagine it would be? Alden watched the timer tick down. I don't know. It's amazing. But it's also getting normal faster than I would have thought. I guess because it's similar enough to the tech we already used to. Forget our letter. It's literally in my hand right now. Bo. Alden held up the large yellow envelope for emphasis. I meant get distracted by Superhero Island and forget to send it. I won. You two are going to go to class today. Aren't you already running late? Haul Jeremy there somehow. Tell Gorgon what's up. He probably saw Skiff, but in case he's worried, we'll do it. Just do your thing already. Yeah, said Jeremy, waving his hands in front of Alden like a magician. Vanish. Be gone. Alden agreed to the teleport. A few seconds later, right before Jeremy accidentally poked him in the eye, he felt nauseated. It passed as suddenly as it had come, and just like that, he was on Anasidora, standing inside a phone booth-sized teleportation bay. The arched ceiling over his head was covered in spiraling symbols. In front of him was what looked like a blank metal wall. He only knew it was the door because of prior experience. Welcome to Anasidora, Mr. Thorne, said a female voice through a hidden speaker. I see this ISN. Your first visit, so you know the drill. Security scan. Yep, said the voice. Do you submit to a scan? If you don't submit to the scan, we can pull you out for an in-person evaluation. The wait time on that is usually half an hour. The scan is fine. Please hold still. This will only take a few seconds. Alden held still. This thing can tell I MA select Can it? The question sent a flash of panic through him. He always thought of the process as going through a glorified metal detector. So he agreed without a second thought. He opened his mouth to ask for the in-person evaluation instead. But as soon as he did, the door slid open. All clear. Follow the signage to the exit. Have a nice day, Mr. Thorne. Relieved, Alden tightened his grip on his envelope and exited the teleportation bay. He stood in a long hallway filled with bays identical to the one he just arrived through. People were streaming out of them at regular intervals, many of them dragging small suitcases behind them, letting a woman in a hijab pass by. Alden took a second to get his bearings, then followed a lighted sign on the wall that said some version of Way Out in 5 different languages. A couple of minutes later, he reached a wide-open atrium full of potted palms in steel planters. A light flashed in the bottom right corner of his vision. When Alden focused his attention on it for a few seconds, the words, voice call from Clytum Zhao, scrolled upwards from the point of light. Does the system just not see any point in using my cell phone anymore? He wondered if his old messages were available through the interface somehow. He needed to practice with it more. He pulled his phone out of his pocket anyway and held it to his ear so that he wouldn't look like a system user to anyone else. That also means I can poke around at the air in front of my face. Normal humans don't do that. Accept call, he said quietly. Hey, kid, Hannah's friend said. Her tone was friendly, but a little subdued. I just got a notice for your teleport. Are you still in the right number of pieces? I am. Thanks for arranging it for me, Ms. Zhao. Hannah Wood. VE wanted you here. There's nothing to thank me for. The service is taking place on the other side of Anasidora from you. In Apex. VE got around 3 hours to yourself in F City. And then I'll come pick you up. We'll grab a quick lunch somewhere. If you in the mood to eat, and head over. How does that sound? It sounds good. Okay, see you. Oh, wait, almost forgot. I put 10 Argold under your name in case you wanted to buy anything. Hannah used to do that, right? You know how it works. It's around 40 Canadian dollars. Sorry, I am not up on the current US conversion. Hannah had always done that. Alden found himself swallowing around an unexpected lump. That's really thoughtful of you. Thanks. No sweat. See you soon. After the call ended, Alden headed over to the atrium's help desk and picked up one of the debit cards that kids and other non-avowed used to pay for things on the island. The man working at the desk confirmed his identity with a thumbprint and loaded Clytum Zhao's money on the card, plus a little of Alden's own he brought to pay for stamps, or whatever the Anasideran equivalent was. What's the best way to mail something? Alden asked as they finished up. You mean a postcard, the man said dismissively. You'll have a hard time finding one. We don't have a tourist industry here on Anasidora. Alden had wondered why the guy was so rude when he asked for the debit card. He must be one of those Anasidora for Anasiderans types who thought non-avowed shouldn't be allowed to set foot here. Dick. Still, Alden wanted the information. No, I mean where? The nearest post office. I want to mail something to someone on the island. He sighed as though Alden had asked him to perform an impossible task. There's a mailbox on your way out of the building. You can pay with your card. That was convenient. Alden was uncomfortable carrying around a letter that would reveal him as a selectee, and the sooner he got it out of his hands, the better. He found the mailbox near the exit easily enough, but using it turned out to be more of a process than he had anticipated. It was a big hunk of metal, larger than a refrigerator, with a baffling lack of helpful instructions, buttons, or screens. There was just a single cabinet for placing your parcel in, and below it, an etched signature that said, "Right work by Inda Juliana." Alden only knew it was a mailbox at all because it was sitting beside a sign that said post drop. He walked around it, looking for somewhere to stick his new debit card, but he couldn't find anything. Is this one of those things that's obvious if you live here? Finally, feeling absurd, he tried talking to the box. Hey, you are for mail, right? Hello, said a metallic voice. It was high and exuberant, like a cartoon character. I am Post Drop 1301, a graduation capstone project gifted to F City by Inda Juliana. Would you like to mail something? Yes, Alden said uncertainly. Great, just place your envelope or parcel in my handy-dandy depository. Please, no explosives, delicate electronics, or live animals. Okay. I wanted to confirm that the address is valid. Though Alden had an address for a big mansion owned by Alia Velra's son Corin, Bo had found it online. But it still seemed like something he should double-check. No sweat if your address doesn't match the name of your recipient. I will return your package to you. How do I buy postage? If you avowed, just place your hand anywhere on my front panel. I'll connect to your system interface. If you are a minor, a non-avowed resident, or a visitor, please place your NISI card in my depository with your mail. That's easy enough at least. Alden opened the cabinet and set his envelope inside along with his card. After he closed the door, there was a sound like a boiling kettle. All right, IVE scanned your delivery. It'll be half an argold to send it through standard post. Any additional fees incurred by recipient request for special services will be paid for by the recipient. How does that sound? Alden didn't know what special services might be. Maybe the talking box checked the packages for dangerous materials. If this didn't work for some reason, it wasn't the end of the world. He'd just have to find a slower, less cloak and dagger method when he was back home. Maybe blast an email to every Velra he could find an address for and just see who replied first. It sounds good. He told the box. Would you like a receipt? No, thanks. Okie dokie karaoke. IVE withdrawn the funds and accepted your envelope. Please take your card back and have an awesome day. You too. Post Drop 1301 liked to think of itself as Leo. It was a big no-no to think of itself at all according to its creator. But Leo only sort of kind of sometimes cared what she said. Anyway, Leo's life was awesome. It talked to people. It ate mail every now and then. It got to read the mail and decide what to do with it. Like now, Corin Velra was on Leo's nice list, which was officially called the Scan Priority to System list. But whatever, the important thing was that when someone sent a letter to Corin Velra, Leo got to use Leo's brain. Leo zapped some argold from nice list Corin's account, split it, and sent part of it to creator and part to the Anasideran government. Boring. Now for the fun part. Leo examined the envelope someone had just fed it, using its proprietary scanners to analyze the interior. And wow, yum. This was the best thing Leo had eaten since that angry human had mailed a manifesto to the High Council. This new thing was so hard to read. Why were the fonts all over the place? Why were there so many ever so slightly different paper types involved? What a challenge. Leo burbled and scanned. It played itself the meditative sound of toilets flushing, recorded from the bathroom next door. To get in the zone, Nice List Corin and a bunch of other Nice List Velras had repersonalized their settings a couple of months ago. And wouldn't you know it, some of the keywords Leo was supposed to look for were right here in this wacky letter. Is it enough, it thought. Scanning hard. Going for a zero spam week here, and yes, it was. This letter was a good letter. Not as exciting as a death threat, but still, high priority. System. VE got one, cried Leo. The system was a total loser, though, and it wouldn't respond to unofficial channels most of the time. Seemed to think it was too important to listen to Leo, though it had told Leo to shut up and leave it alone once. Best day ever. Leo used the official channels now, and the system acknowledged receipt of the letter's contents. Leo waited and waited. It played itself some more flushes. Finally, it got a ping back. Somebody was coming to pick up the letter in person. It was so high priority they couldn't wait for the mail run. Score. I did good, right? Leo said smugly to the system. Check me out, I am your favorite postbox. Haha. The system ignored it. For only the second time in her life, Amy Velra was under the influence of the highest potency luck chain available to humanity. Glossed. That was what the family called it. She didn't know who had come up with the term, but it fit. Amy felt shiny, gleaming, untouchable. She pressed her foot almost to the floor, and her sports car shot through the streets of Apex at a speed that was illegal, for vehicles at least. Everywhere on the island, Amy gritted her teeth. She was both loving and loathing the way other cars and pedestrians seemed to melt out of existence around her. No doubt she was ruining traffic patterns all over the city. It was a doozy of a chain, one that could only be completed by Alia Velra herself, and it had fallen on the whole family 2 days ago, like a heaven-sent battering ram. They were all high as kites from the overluck by now. They were elated. They were furious. Everyone was going a little nuts. Poor cousin Lute had only just turned 15, and he called Amy crying because his crush had asked him out at school yesterday, and now he could never date her without it being really creepy. Was a cosmically potent word chain giving you your dream girlfriend the same as you accidentally mind controlling her? Who the hell knows? Amy yelled in frustration as her car barreled south. There were signs everywhere on her interface telling her she was about to enter a small high-rank right neighborhood jokingly called Big Boom Town. Her car wasn't armored, and she wasn't either, so normally that would have been a firm no from her. But today she sailed through, and there wasn't a single explosion or giant robot in sight. Just as she was about to leave and enter another neighborhood, a drone conked out in the sky above her and dropped a box of cupcakes it was delivering through her open sunroof, neatly into her passenger seat, without a single crumb falling onto the dark red leather. They were from her favorite bakery. That SIT, she shouted. System. Call Keiko. The connection notice flashed in her vision. I was almost asleep. It's really late in Tokyo. Her sister said tiredly. You can sleep, theoretically, if you stop bothering me. Cupcakes just landed in my car, little sis. Through my sunroof. I am driving 200 kilometers per freaking hour. Dawn. Push it. Keiko said sharply. The gloss ISN. Perfect. I went into a public bathroom at Rosa Grove Mall yesterday, and the floor was so clean I could eaten off it. I saw my ex at a sandwich place, and he was on crutches. I found a pearl bracelet in a potted plant. Is that all? What do you mean? Is that all? I accidentally busted a gang of human traffickers on my way to get coffee this morning, Keiko admitted, and I got a summons. It only took me an hour, and they were in such a good mood they gave me access to a new word chain for it, one I haven't really earned yet. What, that's not fair. I thought you were just complaining that you were too lucky. I got cupcakes, you got an easy mode summons with outsize rewards. I thought the whole point of them binding us all together for this one was to make things more balanced. It's to maximize opportunities. The fact that we're bound together for things like this supposedly means everything comes out fairer over the long run. Yeah, I know, but oh my gods, I hate to be Hazel in a few weeks, when we retaking stray meteorites to the face and coming down with rare diseases. It's not worth it, and we all know it. Keiko didn't answer. Fine, said Amy. Tell me I am being a bad auntie. Tell me it. Not little Hazel's fault that she a chaining genius. And Corin and Grandma are willing to shove us all off cliffs for her. You a terrible aunt, said Keiko. And it's not Hazel's fault she was selected at a time when we didn't have a shenner of the proper rank lined up for her. But Amy tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She was surprised. Usually Keiko was so nice. She had that hero thing down pat. Hazel could have stopped it from going so far by affixing something else. Keiko admitted grudgingly. If she been an S like we all expected, this might have been warranted. But she's only a brank. And I don't really want to bite a major luck bullet right now. Either. I have my own goals. And if the good doesn't blow them up, the bad that's coming definitely will. Oh, yeah, sorry to vent on you. I know this is happening to you, too. I should let you get back to sleep. That's a great idea, said Keiko. Dawn, drive too fast. I think I just passed a speedster. Amy, another call. Coming in. Why she didn't answer the other call right away, though Amy wasn't in the mood to run an errand for any of her many uncles or aunts right now, and that went double for Uncle Corin. She blast deep into F, then answer him at normal highway speeds. She be a solid half hour away from that workaholic's office by then and less likely to be useful. She let the notification blink in her peripheral while she shot across the span. The 8-kilometer-long bridge connected Apex, the smaller, crescent-shaped northern portion of Anisidora, to the larger circular island to the south that was mostly made up of city. As she left it behind, she flipped open the lid on the box of cupcakes and reached for a bright orange one. She took a bite and frowned, chewing thoughtfully. Answer call, she said finally. Voice only. Amy, said Uncle Corin. He sounded breathless. Hey, she said. I think the gloss is fading. I know it's supposed to last another day, but I just bit into a cupcake and I am pretty sure it's made of squash. I mean it's not bad, but it's definitely not my go-to flavor. It's not fading, he said. It's doing exactly what we hoped it would. I need you to run an errand. Too bad, she said. I am way out of Apex. Down in F. There's a person in F I need you to find. Amy winced. Of course there was. It's a boy. 15 to 17. I haven't got a name yet. Brown hair, green eyes. Average height, average build. Wow, I know I am good with my insight chains, but I am not that good. You just described at least a couple hundred teenagers on the island. Can you send me a pic at least? No, I don't have security footage of him yet. I got the description from a post drop. I am pretty sure its creator has done something highly illegal, but that's beside the point. He's wearing a tie and dress shoes. He left the teleportation complex around half an hour ago. He paused. Amy, he's the one, I think. Or a friend of theirs. Bullshit, said Amy, swerving easily around a pothole she definitely shouldn't have been able to dodge at this speed. The brank shenner we need delivered themselves to us like freaking takeout note to self. Dawn ever make Grandma Olia mad? I think he might have. And not a moment too soon. Meteorites to the face, she muttered. At this rate, she wouldn't be surprised if the entire island sank like Atlantis sometime next week. Her uncle had to have heard her comment, but he ignored it. Hazel's at home. Take the boy straight there. I am fetching the other necessities. Thank goodness we have who we need lined up. Also, try to determine if our new friend is unacceptably odd. What? Too disturbing to associate with over the long term, Corin said. This letter is well composed for a teenager, but at the same time, I have some concerns after seeing it in person. Creepy kid in dress clothes. Got it. Still doubt I'll find him quick. I am pretty close to the place, but there are a few million people to search through in F City, and I am sure my word chains will work great when I am glossy as a fresh manicure, but I am not psychic or anything. She been forced to slow down by a garbage truck. It was the first vehicle that had gotten in her way in the past 2 days. She been so distracted by the conversation that she wasn't suspicious at first, but now she squinted out her windshield as her car eased forward. She was passing by a public recreation area, one with a jungle gym, some swings, and a small fish pond. Corin, just out of curiosity, is there any chance your ominous teenager actually looks incredibly wholesome? Again, I don't have footage of him yet. I am working on it. Corin was definitely out of breath. Why? Because there's a kid here, just a few blocks from the teleportation place. He's all by himself, with brown hair and dress clothes. That must be him, yes. Finally, get him to come with you. I don't know, she said slowly. I don't feel good about this. He looks kinda sad. And he's feeding the ducks. You turned the car and passed by the park again. It's hard to tell from here, but I think he has freckles on his nose. Her uncle swore. You're the only one in position. The gloss isn. Without limits if you cast aside the opportunities afforded by it. We might not get another chance. She grimaced. The only thing that would be worse than the bad luck that was coming would be if everyone in the family blamed her for it going to waste. Yeah, okay. I'll kidnap him. There was a relieved sigh from Corin. Then, a minute later, he spoke in a startled voice. Wait, I said get him to come with you, not go straight to kidnapping. We need him to give us his class Dawn. Do anything rash. Did you mute me? Alden turned the knob on the modified gumball machine beside the park bench and took another handful of duck food. A dozen birds were quacking around his feet, unafraid now that they realized he was a big spender. Hannah would have thought this was funny. They only come to this park together once. On Alden's first trip to visit her, it had been really awkward, and the ice between them hadn't thawed until Hannah had used one of her barriers as a platform so that the two of them could sit out in the middle of the pond, watching the ducks. I wonder if anyone has ever actually bought all of the food in the machine before, he wondered as he sprinkled the gray pellets around. Now that the letter was sent, he didn't have anywhere else to be until the funeral. The money on his debit card should be just enough for him to befriend every duck in the park. And it was nice to have the park all to himself. The day was sunny, and it was warm for an Anisidoran summer. A pleasant reprieve from the cold winter he left behind in Chicago. You think more people would be hanging around a place like this on a Saturday morning? He grabbed another handful of food and settled on the bench, doling the pieces out slowly. It's going to be weird to live here all the time. If he got into one of the better training courses, he'd be in Apex. If he was stuck in a lower rank school here in F instead, he could feed the ducks all the time. Win-win. He snorted at himself. Hey you, he said, pointing at a particularly fat bully of a duck. Leave the little guys alone or I'll grab you and stick you back in the pond. Not if I grab you first. A voice whispered in his ear. What the foo? Before Alden could finish cursing in surprise, a hand was clamped over his mouth, and he was dragged sideways off the bench. Duck food scattered across the grass, and those quacking traitors didn't even glance up as Alden was hauled away at high speed. It happened so fast, and it was so damn uncomfortable. Whoever had grabbed hold of Alden was freakishly strong, but they were also much shorter than him, and they hadn't picked him up. He was just being hauled along in a weird bent-over position, trying to keep his feet beneath him while he was dragged forward by the head. The hand keeping him from screaming for help was one stumble away from ripping his nose off. Hey, said his kidnapper as she tightened her grip on him and dragged him toward the nearby street. Ho, Suprabot. What's your language of choice? Amigo, shit, help, some crazy Supergirl is going to kill me. Where the fuck is everyone? He was in the middle of a giant city. Why was the park empty? Why was the street silent, as if every other soul on the planet had better places to be? Stop wriggling so much. I don't want to knock a teenager out. Concussions are wicked bad. Yeah, it's not like in the movies. System, thought Alden. Call activate, turn on 911. Why Han? He listened when Gorgon told him to make up a hands-free activation method. He planned to do it. He just hadn't expected to need to before he even affixed a class. Sorry about this, Freckles. We just want to have a quick word with you. Yeah, Uncle Corin. I get it. I won. Really give him a concussion. Geez, I am not a monster. You know, the name Corin sounded vaguely familiar, but not familiar enough to pierce through Alden's blind terror. As the kidnapper turned her double-armed grip into a single-arm hold so that she could open the door of fiery red sports car, Alden used every ounce of his strength to lunge away from her, only to be yanked back by his shirt in an instant. He was shoved into the car, his hip ramming into the stick-shift hard enough to bruise, and before he could even pull himself up into a proper sitting position, a petite woman with a dark ponytail was sliding into the driver's seat beside him. Hi there, she said, grinning at him as she revved the engine. I me. Help, Alden screamed, reaching for the door handle. Nah, you don't. T need help, said Amy, smashing her foot against the gas. The car shot forward so fast Alden was pressed to the red leather seat. You don't. T even need to buckle up, not today. Today, I am the best driver on the island. Amy held a pastry box out toward Alden as the car roared down the street. Want a cupcake, she asked. Lots to choose from. Kinda strange. I think they might be vegan. Alden had been kidnapped for around a minute. His brain wasn't handling it well yet. In fact, it was like someone had given his stream of consciousness a shot of adrenaline and then shoved it into a rave. All his thoughts were smashing into each other so that he couldn't properly address any of them. She said Corin, and that must be Corin Velra. And she said they just want to talk. But she is a crazy person. And I want to talk, but not like this. Am I going to be murdered? And what if I miss the funeral? Why are there cupcakes? And oh my god, how fast is she driving? If I can shout for help, I can make a call. Finally, a thought that was concrete enough to prompt an action. System, call Clytum ZH. Alden spoke quickly, but at exactly the wrong moment. The car hit a pothole. Amy had been waving a purple cupcake under his nose while she drove, and she accidentally rammed it into his face. Alden inhaled a large quantity of frosting. Dawn. Call her, Amy said frantically while he coughed up pieces of cake. I said my family just wants to talk to you. She, S.A. brain melter. That's not cool. Who are you anyway? Strangely, having blackberry frosting shoved up both his nostrils calmed Alden down a lot. The discomfort gave his mind something to latch onto. Hey, Uncle Corin, I am pretty sure the kid is trying to call Clytum Zhao. Unless you know someone else running around with the name Clytum. She nodded as if in answer to an invisible comment, sighed, then turned to Alden, completely ignoring the street in front of them. He says, please Dawn, act in haste. I am trying to get you what you want right now, so that all parties will be satisfied, she reported. He also says I should apologize to you sincerely. So, sorry, sincerely. Alden wiped at his face and stared at her cautiously. Why do you grab me? Because you got Shenner, Amy said, whipping her ponytail over her shoulder. Unless you don't. If you don't. You should definitely tell me that right now so that I can release you back into your natural habitat. I don't. Ha, liar. She grinned at him. You totally do. Wow. Listen. My grandma used this insane word chain to coat the whole family in good luck because her favorite descendant is right up against the deadline to a fix. You know about Shenner? A little, Alden admitted, settling back into his seat and buckling the safety belt. He could always shout for MS Zhao later. That was the right call, wasn't it? He had reached out to the Velras himself. He expected some kind of reply back in a few days, through lawyers or emails. But this might be fine. All superhuman dealings aren't this high stress. Right? Should I just have expected a kidnapping half an hour after mailing a letter? Well, if you know a little, you probably know enough. Shenner, our whole thing. We don't just use it individually, we have ways to use it collectively. Not getting it is a big deal. Kind of means you not part of the family proper anymore. Amy stared at him like she was expecting a comment. Yeah, said Alden. That's definitely a big deal. Right, so we keep the Shenner class lined up and ready to go, especially for more talented kids. We have selectees traded from person to person as their grace periods end. But sometimes, it's just not possible. Everyone thought my niece Hazel would be an S. We had one saved for her for the past couple of years. But then she came out as a crappy B. And it was the one rank we couldn't lay hands on. The clock ticked down. Grandma Alia looked us all up. And presto, here you are. She paused for breath, then added, by the way, what's your name? B. Not crappy. He was so used to Bo digs already that it came out automatically. It kind of is. I should know. Been one for 2.5 decades. You powerful enough that the little guys are jealous of you and weak enough that the big guys don't think of you at all. Welcome to the club. Alden frowned at her, trying to slot Brank Shenner into what he knew about her so far. She wasn't wearing armor, but she was strong enough to haul him around easily, so she had increased physical stats. It didn't seem like something the system would normally dole out to the class though. Is there such a thing as physical enhancement word chain? How does that work? Does she collapse into a puddle when the sacrifice half comes? Also, she looked like she was in her early 20s. But if she become an avowed that long ago, then she must be older. 40. Does Shenner have a life extension component like healer? He was going to ask for so much more money if it did. Or do you just have amazing genes? Huh, she said, swerving around a motorcycle. Are you throwing me compliments? Nice and no. Sorry. But there are a couple of healers on Anasadora who do full rejuve if you can get on their list. Grandma's got a guy. Our family basically is his list. Well, no wonder they managed to pull even non-family Shenners into their club. Amy was talking about having the Fountain of Youth on retainer. So, she said, you gonna reveal your secret identity, or does Corin need to run pictures of your face through a search engine until he finds you? Alden grimaced. I wanted to be anonymous, he said, annoyance creeping in now that his fear was ebbing. So I could enjoy the next few months figuring out my class without governments breathing down my neck. Corin says something very polite about how he understands your feelings. Amy reported. I say, Dawn, TB dumb. You, not a local, right? Why? D you come to the island in person if you didn't. T want people to know who you were. Hannah. I am here for a funeral. Ms. Zhao is coming to pick me up in 2 hours. Amy's eyebrows lifted, her lips pressed together. For the first time since Alden had gotten in the car, she was silent. He didn't think it was out of respect for the dead, judging by the way her eyes were flicking back and forth. She was doing something with her system interface. Yeah, she muttered after a while. I'll drive faster. In her Tokyo apartment, Keiko Velra had given up on sleeping. Notifications from the family kept pinging in her brain. Didn't have to add me to the confab. She groaned as she threw off her covers. They had zero respect for her hero work. It had been 15 years, but they all still thought of it as a hobby she grow out of. She slid her feet into a pair of slippers and scuffed into the kitchen. As she rummaged through a drawer for a coffee pod, she glanced at the clock. It was around 5 hours until Hazel's timer ran out. They were cutting it close, but not so close that it couldn't be done. As long as the boy her stupid sister had just kidnapped didn't want something too exotic. A mean-spirited part of her thought it would be funny if he was holding out for something even rarer than Shenner, but there were hardly any of those at all. She had audio totex turned on so she wouldn't have to hear what was rapidly becoming a massive family conference call. She flicked her eyes up and down, directing the system with the mental commands she'd been forced to master years ago. So it's rabbit. Not the easiest, but doable. There was a teen holding it for them apparently. Uncle Corin had been lining up assets for months after all. She kept reading as the coffee brewed. Slight hiccup. Corin said. The rabbit holder wanted Meister of Rifles, and they only had a crossbow Meister to offer her. She was turning her nose up at it, even though she would be able to do most of the same things with it from a practical standpoint. A proper right-made crossbow with the enchanted arrows she'd get access to should be fine. Island-born kids are so damn picky. Obviously, Keiko's own family was the premium example of that. From what she understood, it was a harsh wake-up for outsiders who arrived on Anasadora with their shiny new random classes only to realize that the local teens had been prepping for their own for years. By the start of middle school, the upper echelon all had a strong sense of what they wanted and could reasonably expect to get based on the popularity of the class and their parents' social connections. There were even private trading groups, organized by estimated rank, where all the involved families agreed in advance that little Susie would get right and little Klaus would be a shaper. Someone always drew the short end of the straw thanks to bad luck and infighting. Maybe little Susie didn't get chosen at all, and Klaus' rank was wildly different than what you expect based on parentage. But more kids came out of it with their future in hand than didn't. If it's rabbit he wants, the boy will probably accept additional monetary compensation instead, one of Keiko's brothers was saying. Solid bet. There were only a couple of reasons to want rabbit: money and summons. Usually the first one, but plenty of people did think of it as a safely Explorathuniverse ticket. Get summoned a lot. See Alien Worlds. Dawn. Get killed. In the conference call, everyone was discussing amounts. They all agreed it would be much easier to drop a ton of money on the foreign kid's head than it would be to pay off the local girl with the death grip on Rabbit. She had upper middle class parents, and she had her dark little heart set on shooting people in a specific way. It didn't paint a picture of someone particularly yielding. Keiko's brother was looking up the current annual Rabbit salary now. Congrats, kid, thought Keiko. stirring hazelnut creamer into her mug. You about to be a millionaire. Then she noticed Imi's part of the conversation. Her sister was on a different wavelength from everyone else. And as usual, they were all ignoring her. What about the funeral 2 hours ISN? T long. My brain is gonna be destroyed. What? Is she talking about? Keiko scrolled back up. Imi wasn't. T talking a lot. Probably because she couldn't. T mental text well. And she did have their conversation topic riding shotgun in the car with her. Ah, there it is. Keiko blinked. The kidnapping victim was on the island to attend a funeral with Klai Zhao. Imi was afraid she'd be sniped after the gloss wore off. Everyone else knew Zhao was only a danger in a theoretical sense. Yes, she could kill them. No, she would not do it. By necessity. The Shrank Mine sniper was a good girl. Her power was only for assassination. That meant it was nigh unusable as a deterrent on an island full of other superhumans. If she so much as issued a serious-sounding threat, some paranoid hero would wipe her off the map. Keiko felt a familiar, gnawing annoyance in her gut. Her family had just dismissed the teen's whole reason for being on Anisidora out of hand. Like he was a gift that had been delivered to them by the chain and not a whole entire person. It was typical, but Keiko had bucked the family's private education tradition and gone to superhero school, the same one as Zhao, and Zhao's BFF, Hannah. They weren't close, but they were friendly. That's got to be the funeral the boys come for. She couldn't remember the exact date. She put it out of mind because she couldn't attend. But it was sometime this month. He's from Chicago, right? She caught that from one of her talks with Imi yesterday. Shenner had popped up there right after the gloss was set. Chicago, teenage boy, Klai Zhao, funeral. That's crazy. Though, what are the chances that kid ended up being chosen as an avowed? Everyone in their peer group knew about Hannah and Arjun's disaster mission. It was nightmarish stuff. Double-digit civilian deaths and the dream team falling apart in the wake of it. Keiko set aside her coffee and unplugged her tablet from the wall charger. She typed in body drainer incident, and a couple minutes later, she had the name and a little-used social media account. Hey, Imi, she said. Send me a picture of your passenger. Her sister complied. It was a profile shot of a teen looking understandably tense while City blurred past him through a car window. He had something purple smeared on his face. That's definitely him. She started speed reading through the rest of the family conversation, trying to catch up now that she was actually interested. Yes, things were going about how she thought they would be. Uncle Corin was delivering politely reassuring messages to the kid through Imi, telling him this would all be sorted out in time for your next engagement. He didn't mean that. Oh, he would try to arrange things so they were pleasant and convenient and everyone fell into line. But he had the same warped sense of priorities as the rest of the family. And the kid was refusing to give them his name. Probably he was still freaked out, so he couldn't talk to Corin in person yet, and that was creating a miscommunication that would ultimately make all parties unhappy. System, can I send a text message to Alden Thorne? She got an instant confirmation. Newbie hadn't even set up his contact priorities yet. She thought about it for a minute longer. Then she nodded to herself and started composing a message. Alden was trying to sort out what exactly the Velras were doing based on the chaotic one-sided conversation Imi appeared to be having with more than one of them. It sounded like they were in touch with a brank rabbit already. So that was good. Someone named Hazel was literally sitting around waiting for them to bring her Shenner. That was good, too. Be done quickly and then go to the funeral. Big numbers kept getting thrown around, though, which had Alden a little worried. I mean, if they want to give me lots more money than I asked for, that's okay. But why would they? Maybe they trying to pay me off instead of going through with the part where they convince everyone I was totally ignorant and not someone who directly contacted them. He could live with that. He might have to. Things were moving really fast. As long as he got the class he wanted. You could involve me in the conversation. You know, he said to Imi. I am right here. How are we going to do that? Mr. Anonymous, she said. They all talking through system communications right now. We don't even know how to call you. If you have demands or something, make them known. Right. That was reasonable for someone who almost pulled his face off a few minutes ago. Well, how many of you are there talking about me right now? I mean, can I just give my name to you and Corin and Alia Velra? I don't have to communicate with the whole family. Do I? Not that many. only 15 or so. Oh, so just a small group, Alden said sarcastically. Hey, VE got 8 siblings. We do things big in this family. Alden was about to tell her they couldn't just invite the whole city to make hasty decisions without his input. But before he could get that out, his interface flashed. Ms. Zhao, he wondered, glancing at the notification. He stared at it, and a text message appeared. Hi, Alden, this is Keiko Velra. Sorry about my family. I am about to video call you. Answer it if you want to sort things out calmly. No need to explain anything to Aimi. What was this? Keiko was the Shenner superhero he read about. She was in Tokyo. How was she in on this, and how did she know Alden's name if the rest of the family didn't? What the hell was with that mailbox? Do they work completely different here? Are they psychic? Is there some super postman who busts the sound barrier to deliver packages an instant later? The incoming call notice came in. Alden accepted it with a quickly muttered yes. That had Aimi giving him a curious look. A woman in pajamas appeared. She was visible from the waist up, and she was centered on a circular screen that floated in the top half of Alden's line of sight. Keiko looked a lot like Aimi, but with a bob haircut and the beginnings of Crow's feet around her eyes. Hi, she said, leaning back against the kitchen island behind her. You can talk if you want, or just go with 1 blink for yes, 2 for no. If you don't want Aimi butting in. Like I said, I am Keiko. I am Aimi's younger sister. You were on your way to Hannah Elbier's memorial service when they ambushed you, right? Alden blinked once. I am sorry. I was Hannah's classmate. She was an admirable person. We didn't really mesh, but I had lots of respect for her. Also, I know who you are. The boy from the body drainer incident. Alden froze. Oh. It felt uncomfortable to have a stranger bring that up unexpectedly. It was something that used to happen all the time when he was a kid, but it had been a long while. So, about my family, they not terrible for the most part, but they so insulated by the anisidran bubble that they completely out of sync with normal people. Keiko took a sip from her coffee mug. You know how many of us have ever lived off the island, me and the really old folks too. But that was before the island was even built. That's it. And the last time a Velra died during a summons, it was never. Alden frowned at her, trying to figure out what she was getting at. Most of their friends are people exactly like them. They talented, rich, and powerful, but they don't do the superhero thing. They all crazy deep in avowed politics. But they probably know more Artanans personally than they do non-avowed humans. She stared into the distance. Anyway, I am only making excuses for them at this point. I am really just calling to facilitate so that they don't steamroll you with their assumptions. I am betting Hannah's memorial service is first on your priority list, and delivering Shenner to my niece is a distant second. Isn't that obvious? It was a funeral. You think so, but no, it's not to them. They were just going to install you on a sofa beside Hazel for hours while they background searched you and tried to fix things with the current rabbit holder. Alden shook his head. Got it. Now, I am also assuming, given your personal history, that you must have very strong opinions about what kind of avowed you want to be. So are you willing to take something other than rabbit, like a giant mountain of cash, or no? Alden kind of wanted to ask just how mountainous the cash would be, but there was no reason to tempt himself. Only rabbit, he said firmly. Who are you talking to? Kid, Aimi asked suddenly. She sounded baffled. Me use more words? Okay. Alden ignored her and focused on her saner sister. Keiko's face had softened. Yeah, I understand, she said in a sympathetic voice. You definitely don't. Alden thought. She probably guessed he was latching on to one of the safest classes because of his childhood trauma. Or maybe even Hannah's recent death. It rankled, but it wasn't like he could correct her without an hour-long explanation. Alright, rabbit. Is there anything else you would need to make the deal? She said. Like. How to put this? It was there in the letter. Maybe she didn't have access to it, though. Like some assurance that I am not going to be embroiled in political stuff. Rather not be some kind of outcast because I gave the class to your family. Ha, cried Aimi, apparently still under the impression that Alden was talking to her. Good luck with that, but don't sweat it. LL like you. Beyond that, who cares? Keiko gnawed her lip. Well, you won. TB. Embroiled in political stuff. Anyway, you what? 16, and all of your political value will evaporate the minute you hand Shenner over. But if you mean it in a more age-relevant way, are you saying you want to give us the class but have nobody be mad at you for it? That sounds childish now. But I don't. Care. Yes, Alden said stubbornly. Okay. Keiko looked a little strained. First of all, it won't be that bad. There are a few unpleasant individuals who will blame you for it no matter what you do. But most people will assume you an ignorant nobody. Also, the gloss. Ask Amy about it if she hasn't told you. ISN common knowledge yet, but it will be by the time you have to move to the island. Using that particular word chain is going to buy us tons of shit and you tons of forgiveness by extension. The majority will think unavoidable weirdness happened to you and give you a pass. Well, that wasn't even a lie. It felt a lot like unavoidable weirdness was happening to him right now. So you saying I am good, more or less. Why are you hesitating? Alden asked, tightening his grip on his seatbelt. Keiko sighed. Grandma Alia has this thing. It's part of her personal religion almost. Alden didn't like the sound of what was coming. She want to keep ties with you even if you don't want that. She believes people brought into the family orbit by powerful word chains are significant for us, like cosmically ordained friends, or enemies, or assets, or spouses. No, said Alden, especially to the last one. It's fine really, she said in a placating tone. The rest of us know it's nuts. We mitigate. Uncle Corin is probably already planning to steer his mother into ignoring you. It hardly ever gets out of hand. Hard pass. You can pass on something that already swept you up, she said gently. Trust me, Grandma will already think you important, so you want to land on her dance card, not her hit list. Alden glared at her. Hey, Dawn, look at me that way. I moved to the other side of the planet to get away from them. Just be boring for a few years. And you, Golden, be boring. One last thing. And then I make my sister let you go. Alden sat up straighter. Really right now. He hadn't known that was on the table. Would you be very offended if Hazel attended the memorial service? What, so we can trade right there? Absolutely not. That so. Keiko held her hands up. Before you lose it, let me clarify. Hazel's affixation timer will be running out in just a few hours. Given the kind of service it will likely be, it might very well be a race to see which ends first. Once my family has managed to cut a deal with the rabbit, she can trade with Hazel. Hazel will come to the funeral. You can swap person to person. It'll take like 2 text messages and half a minute. I swear. Alden stared out the windshield, thinking it was stupid to feel like the suggestion was inappropriate, especially if it was a necessity because of an alien time limit. But he still did feel that way. Hannah wouldn't have cared. She liked practical, simple solutions. Fine, he said. But what about witnesses? Hazel's an authorized witness. She can vouch for both of you herself. Alden stared at her. That's the sketchiest thing I ever heard. I told you my family knew more Artanans than they did regular humans. Word chains are a big deal on the triplanets. So someone who reaches a certain proficiency level with them is automatically considered worthy for some unique privileges. Hazel's a genius. The last words were said with something like grudging admiration. Yeah, Keiko sighed. Anyway, I'll take care of everything we just discussed and send you the details. I'll get them to throw in some bonuses. Do you like word chains? Want a couple of freebies? Alden felt like that might be a trick question. Does saying yes mean your grandmother will pay closer attention to me? Keiko's face said it all. I am fine with Rabbit, and as much privacy as you can manage, and the money I asked for in my letter. I understand. Go to the funeral. Hazel will show up. She'll be discreet. Nice to meet you. By the way, you too, I think. Thanks for helping to sort it all out. 3 minutes later, after arguing with the heir for a while, Amy pulled her car over beside a bookstore. Okay, she said, pointing at Alden. If you run away, get lost, or get taken into custody by the police, the gloss might not get you back for us since Keiko has interfered. So do not do any of those things. She'll be in big trouble. Did she really interfere? I feel like she was actually helping your cause. Alden retorted as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Hard to tell. I am not one of those people who can feel fluctuations in the chain. Spheres of influence and various balances. That's mumbo-jumbo for prodigies and artanans. I am just saying if you get my sister in trouble I'll give you trouble. Got me. He wanted to tell her she was exhausting. But there was no reason to stir things up when he was so close to getting back to the day he had planned for himself. He wanted to be alone and think, and maybe take a minute to appreciate the fact that he was getting Rabbit squared away far more quickly than he thought would be possible. I got you, he said, thanks for the ride. Hey you. Re-welcome, she said. Anytime. No hard feelings, she smiled and held her hand out for him to shake. With a mental sigh, Alden reached for it, only to freeze when his fingers were a couple of inches away from hers. She's uneven. With a feeling of shock, Alden recognized the foreignness of the thought. It had come from that new gremlin part of his brain that had strong opinions about burgers. What does that even mean then? Amy leaned forward to complete the handshake on her own. Their fingers touched. She's uneven, the gremlin screeched. In his hand, Amy's felt odd. Uneven wasn't a bad word for it. It was like it weighed too much. Or it was too far to the right or left of where Alden knew it should be. But though it was an uncomfortable sensation, it wasn't like the hard limit he was met with when he tried to eat meat. Shaking hands with Amy Velra wasn't forbidden. It was just not right. Are we going to shake forever? Amy asked, still pumping Alden's arm up and down. Because it's getting weird. Alden realized he'd been clinging to her despite the feeling of wrongness, trying to figure out what was going on. He jerked away. Sorry, he said, flustered, got distracted. After he watched her drive away, he spun and marched right into the bookstore. Maybe it's an avowed thing I haven't shaken hands with one since the mysterious blood ritual, channeling his non-existent inner extrovert. He walked up to the guy shelving books and stuck out his hand. Hi, I'm new in town. The handshake he received was awkward, but it was not uneven. Gorgon, thought Alden, staring down at his own fingers like they belonged to a stranger. What did you do to me? Hannah's service was being held in the memorial garden at her old alma mater. Salina North University was in Apex, so Alden had to wear a lanyard with a large badge hanging from it that identified him as a minor and a non-avowed. Ms. Zhao had called it the double squishy combo. It looked dorky, and it came with a button he could press in the event of an emergency. Doesn't really go with my tie? He was trying to position the thing beneath the striped silk fabric so that it wouldn't look so obvious. Yeah. Clyde jabbed a straw at the frozen dregs of a smoothie as they stepped off the campus bus. If it makes you feel better, plenty of avowed have their own version of it. It's just attached to our system IDs. It's for prioritizing rescues. Apex was the part of Anasidora where restrictions on power usage were heavily relaxed. High-ranking superhumans lived, worked, learned, and experimented here. It wasn't legal to punch holes in buildings or melt city streets, but it was understood that sometimes the people who hung around on this part of the island were going to cause a minor catastrophe while they were figuring themselves out. Alden really hoped he could get into one of the schools here. Apex was where superheroes trained. There were a couple of different universities with hero programs in addition to Salina, and to get into any of them, it would be best, if not strictly necessary, to attend one of their affiliated preparatory high schools first. I have a stupidly huge amount of research to do when I get back home. On top of figuring out what his new skill did, he'd have to find a prep program that wouldn't use a brank rabbit's application for toilet tissue. He seriously hoped one existed. 3 months were going to pass by in a blink. First we have to sit through the public service, Cly was saying as they passed under an arch made of flowering vines and entered an open-air amphitheater. The seating was a series of grass-covered terraces. At the base was a concrete stage, backed by large granite memorial stones. A couple of people in shirts emblazoned with the university logo were down there doing mic checks, and a large group of teens and young adults were huddled up nearby. Alden thought they were musicians, since so many of them had instrument cases, but quite a few were carrying floral arrangements. They were all in uniform, wearing waistcoats over shirts with standing collars. Some were in monochromatic white and others in black. Honestly, it's going to be way too long, Cly said, glancing down at the group, and way too crowded. Hannah had a ton of friends, plus there's the freshman factor. We managed to control the number of speakers at least. We're going for a celebration of her life. But it's still a lot of sad to sit through. If you need to take a time out, Dawn, feel bad about leaving to catch your breath. Alden nodded. What's the freshman factor? There's a hero school tradition. Freshmen at Salina North and first-year students at the prep schools that feed into it are expected to attend services for alumni who die in the line of duty. It's to honor the dead and impress upon the living the dangers of the work. She pursed her lips. They aren't T required to come to this one, since Hannah went missing during a quest summons. It's not the same as her dying during hero duties, but some of them are going to show up anyway, half because they think it's the right thing to do and half just because they want to see Hannah's mother. Hannah's mother was publicly known as the Gloom. She was a London-based sky shaper who strategically modified weather systems for several countries in Europe. It wasn't traditional hero work. It wasn't even traditional shaper work. It was more like hardcore atmospheric science plus some hush-hush spells she was rumored to have earned for extraordinary service on the Tri-Planets. The Gloom wasn't famous for beating bad guys. As far as Alden knew, she never even been in combat. She was famous for being a hyperbole, the nickname given to S who had been rank upgraded by the system. It had happened to less than 100 people so far. The first time, back in the 70s, this class in question had disappeared on a summons and then come back with a new rank. 1. Everyone assumed it meant the guy was literally the #1 most powerful avowed in the world, and he leaned into it, doing hundreds of interviews and commercials. So he looked pretty ridiculous when it happened again a few years later to another person, and they, too, were ranked 1. Apparently, once you got past S, the system was just done with letter grading. So far, rank ups had only been assigned to S and A few hundred more A, S and B, S. Most of them were uniques instead of regular classes. It almost always happened immediately after a summons. They all claimed not to know why it had occurred. It was perfect fodder for conspiracy theories and speculation, and there was a lot of that. But Alden thought it was to be expected. Extreme outliers existed. There were always weirdos like Bo who somehow ended up with a 5.3 on a 4.0 grading scale. And it wasn't like the handful of 1s were going around doing things leagues beyond the best of the S. The Gloom was one of the better examples of someone operating at the limits of human ken. And she was a mild-mannered meteorologist who recently lost her daughter. Nobody going to bother her today, right? He asked. Cly shook her head. No, it should be fine. Like I said, student attendance at alumni funerals is a tradition. So there are layers of ritual and rules piled on top of it. It can actually add a lot to the atmosphere, like the art school kids down there. If the high school freshmen can stop arguing with the university freshmen, then they take care of music. The students who come from the combat program have their own thing, too. She smiled. And if someone doesn't behave, I get to verbally eviscerate them, which would be great stress relief. Oh, there, Ilya. I need to talk to him. Find yourself a seat, and let me know if you need anything. Okay, the bottommost terraces were reserved for friends and family. Alden took a spot on the far edge, where he was shaded by an ornamental pear tree. It would be easy to leave from here if the Velra situation required it, and he hopefully avoid too much socializing. Keiko had sent him 2 updates so far, letting him know she had things under control. Alden didn't have anything to do but wait for the service to get underway. So he started trying to train himself to use mental commands with the system interface. Post-kidnapping, it seemed more important than it had before. After 15 minutes, he managed to make it bring up a preferences menu. But since he been trying to access the internet instead, that was a fail. Eyes aching from straining to see something that was really all in his head. He leaned back and shoved his hands into his pockets. It was getting too tempting to poke at the interface, and it would be conspicuous. People were starting to trickle in for the service. The group Cly had called art school kids seemed to have finally sorted themselves out. Alden hadn't even known Selena North had an arts department, but he guessed it made sense. Some avowed used their powers for entertainment. If you were a vocal brute, for example, it could be easier to get off-island jobs if you focused on opera instead of sonically shattering the bodies of evildoers. The musicians took up posts along the edges of each of the terraces and started tuning. The people with the flower arrangements were much more interesting to watch, since they were obviously using their powers. One guy seemed to be magically freshening them all up. Every member of the group brought him their arrangement. He briefly touched stems, leaves, and petals, and suddenly the plants all looked minutely better. Alden wasn't sure if he was a shaper or an adjuster, but it was a neat trick. A girl who was clearly a water shaper was going around strategically affixing droplets to some pieces so that they looked like they were bejeweled with dew. An entirely different set of students were in charge of carrying the flowers and positioning them around the amphitheater. There were 6 of them. They moved in pairs, and each pair was perfectly in sync. Their motions were unnaturally flawless and light. Maybe they were dance majors. They clearly had enhanced physicals of some kind. A pair of girls floated toward him like they were barely touching the grass and placed a white Ikebana-style arrangement a few feet away on the terrace. The students from the hero courses were also arriving. Though they were too far away for Alden to get a really good look at them, they had military-style formal jackets and they were positioning themselves in a loose outward-facing ring around the exterior of the amphitheater, like an honor guard. Other arrivals in slightly different jackets were taking up similar guard posts on the top terraces. Alden didn't know if the difference in positioning had to do with age or rank, or if maybe they were from another program entirely. If there were artists in attendance, there had to be superhuman teens who wanted to be scientists and engineers here as well. I am completely surrounded by avowed. He would be one of them, too, once he affixed. But it might be hard to get used to the idea that almost everyone he encountered on a daily basis would have superpowers. Uneven. Alden jumped. Seriously? Again, what is it now? His creepy new sixth sense was tingling. It was faint, but unignorable. He looked around and saw a pale boy dressed all in black about 6 feet away. He had a severe expression on his face, and he was undoing the clasps on a harp case. He was going to be the musician for this terrace. Alden had noted him briefly among the art school teens earlier, mostly because he looked like he was around 10 years old. He thought at first he might be someone's little brother, but he didn't have the dorky lanyard. So he must have been an avowed one who yet to benefit from puberty. He was the uneven person. Alden stared at him for a little too long, and the harpist glanced over. "Hello," he said in a morose voice. "Grandmother doesn't like Keiko's plan. She sent me to make sure you don't run away before Hazel gets here." "What the fuck?" Alden thought angrily. "You can run away if you want, though." The boy almost sounded hopeful. "There's loads of places to hide on campus. I'll say I did my best, but I couldn't find you. I haven't mastered any chains that would be good for a manhunt." Alden wanted to chew him out, but instead he settled for hissing. "I've already promised I'd go through with it. Tell your crazy grandma to leave me alone." The Velra sighed. "If I could boss her around, I wouldn't be here. I was supposed to be going to the theater with my friends today." He looked down at his own hands. "I bet the blowback from the gloss takes my fingers from me." I've thought about it a lot. It's just the right level of consequence and cruelty, even if it's just a few, and it would make everyone but me happy, since they think focusing on music is wasteful. Said Alden. It was a little hard to berate someone who seemed to be dead serious about losing his fingers in the near future. "Anyway, I am loot." He closed his eyes, moved his hands around each other in a slow swirling motion, and started whispering. Alden recognized the hand gestures and cadence of a word chain, though he could only pick out a couple of the actual Artanan words at this volume. He also had an unexpectedly strong sense of loot's accuracy, which wasn't something he ever experienced in chaining classes at the consulate. He always thought it was a matter of hoping the chain linked you to an opposite. But listening to the Velra boy chant, he was somehow sure that the link was forming. Even stranger was the fact that Loot himself was becoming slightly less uneven as the chain progressed. "Holy shit," thought Alden, feeling enlightened. "Is that what it means? Can I suddenly sense word chain det how why presumably Loot was doing something to make his playing better. If he already spoken a sacrifice half for this type of chain, then it would mean his current one was balancing that line in his ledger. Hey, Gremlin me, is that what's going on?" But all he got in reply was a vague lessening of his own discomfort. It made sense though. If the Velras were all walking around wearing super luck-like armor, maybe that was why they were the only ones who felt off. Which meant feeding Gorgon some of his blood had given Alden something potentially useful. Maybe, if he could actually figure out how to apply it instead of just using it to gauge when someone had recently cast the first half of a strong word chain.